Jonathan Luna. Attempting to understand the psychology of individuals who commit violent acts is challenging for many, as the act of murder itself is often seen as bizarre and difficult to comprehend. However, there are cases that go beyond even expert understanding. Born on October 21, 1965, he was a married father of two who had grown up in the South Bronx, New York City. After studying at the University of North Carolina School of Law, he worked in several high-profile roles before eventually becoming an assistant U.S. attorney in Baltimore. On the evening of December 4, 2003, he was working a late shift at the Baltimore courthouse, preparing for a case the following morning in which he would prosecute two defendants in a drug conspiracy trial. Around 9 p.m., he called a coworker to inform them that he would be leaving soon to continue his work at home. He had also contacted the defense attorney earlier that evening, promising to send over some documents, but he never followed through. Despite telling his colleague he was leaving soon, Jonathan didn't actually exit the building until 11:38 p.m. Oddly, he had left his glasses, which he needed to drive, and his mobile phone on his desk. He drove northeast on the I-95 and passed several toll booths, 3 to be precise. He used his Easy Pass to get through them. However, after this he switched to purchasing toll tickets. At 12:57 a.m., $200 was withdrawn from Jonathan's bank account from an ATM machine at JFK Plaza Service Center near Newark, Delaware. After this, Jonathan's electronic fingerprints shows him at 2:47 a.m. as he crossed the Delaware River toll bridge. And about half an hour later, activity on his debit card showed that he purchased gas at the King of Prussia Service Plaza. The last journey that Jonathan made was at 4:04 a.m. when his car exited the turnpike at the Reading-Lancaster interchange. A spot of blood was noticed on his toll booth tickets, and it was speculated that the 38-year-old had already been injured. At 5:30 a.m., Jonathan's car was found parked at 1439 Dry Tavern Road in Denver, Pennsylvania. A passerby noticed the car with its lights off and its front end in a creek. Blood was smeared on the driver's door and on the left section of the car whilst Jonathan was face down in the stream under the car engine. He still wore his suit and black overcoat, and his court ID was hanging around his neck. As authorities were called in and the gruesome scene of the death was investigated, more troubling information was found. There was a pool of blood in the car on the rear seat floor, and it was found that Jonathan Luna had been stabbed 36 times with his own pocket knife, with the wounds concentrated around his neck and chest. He had also incurred a head injury, although his final cause of death was ruled by several coroners as homicide by drowning. Despite the words of several experienced coroners, the FBI, who also looked into the case, determined that Jonathan had died by suicide, and strangely, they pushed for the medical examiners and the Lancaster County authorities to concur with this statement. The FBI argued that the wounds on Jonathan's hands were shallow and looks like hesitation wounds that one would find on the body of a suicide victim. They claimed he did not have substantial defense wounds. They suggest a motive for taking his own life centered around the fact that $36,000 had gone missing from a bank robbery case he had prosecuted, and that Jonathan was going to be facing a polygraph test in relation to this. They also said it was possible he had attempted to stage an abduction and attack to excuse him from inquiries or perhaps garner sympathy from investigators. However, local authorities and coroners dismissed these attempts at smearing Jonathan's name. One of the coroners in the case said that Jonathan's hands had been shredded by self-defense wounds, and any shallow wounds he'd received were likened to torture. Jonathan's throat had been slashed, and he had sustained wounds on his back. The blood in the back seat of the car suggested to police that he had been in the rear while somebody else was driving the vehicle. A second blood type was found in the car, as well as partial prints which did not belong to Jonathan. These have both yet to be linked to anyone, as suspects and motives in the case remain hard to determine. Grainy CCTV footage from near the time of the gas station purchase made with Jonathan's credit card was recovered, but doesn't seem to have provided any new leads. He was not seen on the camera, but several workers came forward to claim that they had seen him that night, and he'd appeared calm. The $200 that had been withdrawn littered his car and bills. Rumors began circulating as the mysterious case of Jonathan Luna made headlines, many of which tarnished the lawyer's reputation. Speculation arose about his strained relationship with his boss and claims that he was on the verge of being fired, though another U.S. attorney clarified that Jonathan's job was not in jeopardy. No substantial evidence was found to support the allegations that he was involved in the missing $36,000. An unusual detail that surfaced was that Jonathan's name appeared on either a dating website or was used to solicit sex from prostitutes, but it remained unclear whether Jonathan himself was involved or if someone else had simply used his name. The 38-year-old also accumulated $25,000 in debt, including $17,000 on credit cards, a fact his wife claimed to be unaware of. A reward of $100,000 is currently being offered for any information that leads to a conviction in the case. However, as of 2020, the investigation into Jonathan Luna's disappearance remains open and unsolved. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Juana Zagal. On January 27, 1996, the body of an unidentified woman was discovered by a passerby in Beaumont, California. The body was found in a rural, hilly area, in a ravine south of the eastbound Highway 60, near Gilman Springs Road. A couple driving through the area flagged down a law enforcement officer to inform him of the body by the roadside. When investigators arrived at the scene, they believed she had been deceased for several hours prior to being found. The victim appeared to be Hispanic, American Indian, or possibly Asian. She was discovered lying on her back with a gunshot wound to her head. There was also evidence of assault. The woman had no identification or purse with her. Her clothing was clean and in good condition. No investigative leads were available at the time of the discovery. A short tandem repeat profile of the woman was obtained and entered into California's missing and unidentified person database. She was estimated to be between 30 and 45 years old. Her hair and eyes were brown. She stood about 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighed approximately 130 pounds. The woman also had a surgical scar on her right abdomen. Surrounding agencies were contacted regarding possible missing persons matching the description of the Jane Doe. Her case was also entered into NAMAS. Detectives had a composite sketch of her completed and utilized local media in an attempt to generate investigative leads. Eventually, with all leads exhausted and still no closer to identifying the woman, the case went cold. Recently, the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team partnered with Othram to use advanced DNA testing and forensic genetic genealogy to generate new leads in the case. Forensic DNA evidence was sent to Othram and their scientists using forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile. The profile was returned to law enforcement investigators who then used the profile to conduct genetic genealogy research. Using genealogy and other public databases such as the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, investigators located the victim's 4 daughters. The California Department of Justice Riverside Crime Lab, through its Missing and Unidentified Person System, was then able to positively identify the victim as Juana Zagal of the Los Angeles area. The announcement of the investigation was made on June 26, 2023. She was 41 years old when her life was taken. One of Juana's daughters expressed, "He destroyed my family. He didn't just take the life of one person, he took the lives of all of us. I really wish that if someone knows something, they can come forward." She continued, "For me, all of this is so difficult, but at the same time, I really want to know who is responsible." Detectives believe there are still friends, neighbors, or colleagues of Juana who may have more information that could help shed light on her disappearance. Anyone with knowledge of Juana or any additional information is urged to contact detectives at 951-955-0740 or 951-955-2777. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Lee. Melissa Lee, a 15-year-old girl from Bothell, Washington, was abducted from her home between 9:30 p.m. and midnight on April 13, 1993. The following day, her body was discovered in a ravine in Everett, Washington. It was clear that she had been strangled and assaulted, but it remained unclear whether she knew the suspect or what led to her tragic death. In Melissa's address book, investigators found the name Michael, along with a phone number. This led them to Alan E. Dean, a 35-year-old man who went by the name Michael. He had been dating Melissa, which raised suspicions. In addition, Alan had previously been accused of assaulting a minor in Arizona. Though the police were confident in his involvement, they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him. Despite pursuing numerous leads and interviewing several people, the case eventually went cold. In 2020, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office sought the assistance of Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic genealogy company. Parabon performed an analysis on evidence collected from the crime scene, hoping to uncover new information that could lead to the identification of the perpetrator. One of these items was a discarded cigarette butt. This led them to several of the suspect's family members. Finally, Washington State Patrol Crime Lab could confirm that the DNA at the crime scene matched the DNA of now 62-year-old Alan E. Dean. In July 2020, he was arrested without incident at his home. Adam Fortney, a Snohomish County sheriff, had this to say: "The arrest yesterday shows how our detectives' determination, combined with new advancements in DNA technology, continues to get us one step closer to justice for victims and their families even decades later." Investigators said the case is still under investigation, and they asked that if anyone had information about Dean's activities around 1993 to come forward. Investigators said the suspect used the fake name of Mike or Michael. Alan E. Dean remains in the Snohomish County Jail with bail set at $2 million. Melissa's mother, Sharon Lee, said, "I'm just happy to have lived long enough to see this happen. I hope he rots in hell." Moving on to the next case. Savannah Gold. 29-year-old Lee Rodart found himself at the center of an investigation following the disappearance of his girlfriend and co-worker, 21-year-old Savannah Gold. Savannah vanished without a trace on August 2, 2017. The focus quickly shifted to Lee when surveillance footage revealed Savannah getting into his car at 5:30 p.m. However, Lee was later seen driving away alone, marking the last known sighting of Savannah. This raised many questions about the situation. Had Savannah truly been with Lee that day, or was it just a coincidental encounter? And what really happened to Savannah? Born on April 26, 1996, Savannah Gold was a vibrant 21-year-old from Jacksonville, Florida. She grew up in the heart of the city and developed a strong passion for the arts. Savannah attended the La Villa School of the Arts, and later continued her artistic journey at the Douglas Anderson School of the Arts. Despite receiving a scholarship to the prestigious Savannah College of Art and Design, Savannah made a selfless decision after high school. In 2017, when her mother was diagnosed with cancer, Savannah chose to forego her academic opportunity and instead became a strong support for her family. During this time, she took a job as a server at the Bonefish Grill, where she dedicated 2 years of her professional life. It was here, amidst the lively atmosphere of the restaurant, that fate introduced her to Lee, the 29-year-old manager of the Jacksonville location in the Mandarin neighborhood. Lee, a Florida native with 5 years of restaurant experience, played an important role at the eatery. However, the situation took a surprising turn when Savannah and Lee's relationship extended beyond their professional interactions. Although Lee had been in a decade-long relationship with his girlfriend, Chelsea, he and Savannah began finding comfort in each other's company, a bond that ultimately led to Savannah's tragic end. On the evening of Tuesday, August 2, 2017, Savannah, wearing her work uniform consisting of black shoes, trousers, and a white chef jacket, left her parents' home for her shift at Bonefish Grill. She left around 5:15 p.m. Savannah's shift at the Bonefish Grill was supposed to start at 5:30 p.m., but she never arrived for work. An hour and 15 minutes after she left her parents' home, Savannah's father received a strange text message from her phone. The message read, Hey. I just wanted to tell you and Mom. I met a really great guy, and we are running away together. I love him, and we are leaving tonight. I'll call you later when we get to where we are going. The message was odd, filled with spelling errors, and didn't sound like something Savannah would typically say. Shortly before this, a similar message had been sent to her brother, which read, Hey, I quit. I'm leaving with my boyfriend. I can't do this anything probably meant as anymore. I'm fine, just want to get away. Savannah's family immediately noticed the similarities in the strange, inconsistent messages, which seemed entirely out of character for their daughter. This prompted immediate concern, as it seemed unlikely that Savannah would suddenly make such a drastic decision without informing her family properly. By this point, Savannah's family was certain that something was terribly wrong. They knew their daughter well enough to understand that she wouldn't just abandon her job and family, especially considering how she had previously turned down a scholarship to art school to care for her ailing mother. As concerns grew, the Bonefish Grill, where Savannah worked, also reached out to her parents after she failed to show up for her shift. Alarmed and realizing the gravity of the situation, Savannah's parents, Dan and Sherry, made the decision to contact law enforcement and report her missing. The situation became even more troubling when Savannah's car, a 2007 white Kia Spectra, was discovered abandoned in the restaurant parking lot. The car was unlocked, and inside, her purse and ID were untouched. Strangely, the front left tire, which had been replaced just the day before, had been slashed. With Savannah's phone going unanswered and her social media accounts silent, her parents and coworkers grew increasingly concerned, unable to make sense of these unsettling and mysterious circumstances. Desperate for answers, Savannah's family created a missing persons poster and distributed it throughout the area, hoping for any leads. At the same time, investigators began reviewing CCTV footage in the hope of uncovering crucial clues. One of the most significant pieces of footage came from the Bonefish Grill's parking lot, where Savannah was seen at 5:31 p.m. In the footage, she was seen getting out of her car and walking towards a coworker's vehicle. They exchanged words through the rolled-down window, and just 14 minutes later, Savannah entered the coworker's car. What followed was unsettling. The CCTV footage captured what appeared to be a violent struggle inside the car, with the doors opening and closing in what looked like a scuffle. Afterward, Lee, the coworker, was seen exiting the vehicle and taking something from Savannah's car before slashing her tire. At 6:04 p.m., Lee left his vehicle, and Savannah was never seen exiting his car. The footage left investigators with more questions than answers, adding to the mystery of Savannah's sudden and disturbing disappearance. Right after Savannah's unexplained disappearance, on Wednesday, August 2, 2017, an officer was dispatched at 7:12 p.m. to investigate the missing person as reported by Gould's mother. Meanwhile, her family and friends also launched a desperate appeal for help. In the following days of that week, from Thursday to Saturday, they tirelessly sought assistance from the public, distributing flyers in the Mandarin area and using social media to share Savannah's photo. The community joined in the hope of unraveling the reasons surrounding Savannah's sudden disappearance. It was during this period of a heightened concern that law enforcement turned their attention to Lee, a figure so obviously connected to Savannah in the captured security footage. Now Lee wasn't a stranger. He was someone known to Savannah's close circle. According to Savannah's best friend, there had been multiple encounters between them, including dinners and time spent together outside work. However, the relationship between Savannah and Lee was far from straightforward and was described in online articles as both on-again off-again, an ex-partnership, an arrangement violating the company's employment policy. Savannah's mother, in an interview, disclosed that she was supposed to have a meeting with Lee, but he failed to show up. Coming back to a closer look at the crime scene, when the police arrived at the diner, the restaurant's employees were questioned, including the manager, Lee. Interestingly, during the initial searches for Savannah, Lee made a comment of not having met Savannah for 2 to 3 weeks, which was a statement that contradicted the video evidence. Lee, who was also later involved in distributing Savannah's missing persons flyers along with her family, was seemingly unaware that his actions on the day of the missing had been captured on surveillance cameras. Scrutinizing the footage revealed that a little while after Savannah was inside the Malibu, the car began to rock, indicating an ongoing struggle inside. The driver then came out of the vehicle, kicked the back door open 3 times before returning to the driver's seat. The car then drove away, leaving Savannah unaccounted for. Further investigation revealed that Lee owned a silver Chevy Malibu matching the one captured in the footage. Detectives promptly brought him in for questioning, where his initial denial of having seen Savannah in the recent past slowly crumbled. Lee admitted to lying and revealed a new narrative. During the subsequent interrogation, Lee shared his version of events regarding their relationship. He admitted to having been in a relationship with Savannah for approximately 8 months. Acknowledging that he had already had a girlfriend at the time they started the affair. Lee claimed that they bonded over their challenging backgrounds and their connection deepened over the February 1st to 3 months. However, he asserted that their association took a turn when Savannah began engaging in drug use. While he admitted to doing drugs with her a couple of times, Lee claimed that he distanced himself when her drug use escalated. According to him, he and his ex-girlfriend Chelsea started reconnecting while Savannah was still struggling with the drug addiction. Though not explicitly stated in the interrogation, the relationship between Lee and Savannah contributed to his breakup with Chelsea. Regarding his relationship with Savannah, Lee contended that Savannah's drug use was the primary reason for bringing an end to their time together. He claimed that after an overdose incident, Savannah got off drugs, appeared healthier, and they resumed texting. However, Lee maintained that he eventually broke off contact with Savannah and they mutually agreed not to communicate outside of work. Now the interrogation took a darker turn as Lee Rodarte described Savannah's alleged spreading of lies at their common workplace. He asserted that a few days before the incident, she was telling colleagues that they had hooked up recently, claiming an ongoing intimate relationship and asserting that Lee was still her boyfriend. According to Lee, these rumors were affecting his managerial position, and he expressed his concern about potential consequences to Savannah. This meeting unfolded in the Bonefish restaurant's parking lot on the evening of August 2nd, as Lee claimed. He contended that Savannah claimed to have just done and upon feeling paranoid, requested to sit in his car. Lee claimed that Savannah refused to cease spreading lies among their coworkers, prompting him to puncture her tire as a symbolic warning. According to Lee, he got out of his car, went towards Savannah's car, and stuck a knife into the front driver's side tire. He then returned to his car and demanded she stop spreading rumors. Now, according to him, after he punctured her tire, Savannah got out of his car and entered a green mid-90s Ford pickup. In this part, he claims that while being in his car, she used her phone and 5 minutes later, the green truck arrived at the parking lot. Savannah got into the truck, which then drove away. Lee claimed the windows were tinted, preventing him from identifying the driver so that he couldn't even figure out if it was a guy or a lady behind the wheel. This is exactly where the detectives found Lee's story puzzling, questioning why he hadn't mentioned the green truck in their initial conversation. Despite their efforts, Lee stuck to his claim of not knowing where Savannah was. The detectives then shocked him by revealing they had video evidence of the entire incident. They emphasized that Savannah never left Lee's car, contradicting his version of events. Lee, initially skeptical, eventually realized the gravity of the situation. Despite this, he continued to deny any knowledge of Savannah's whereabouts. Now here's where the detectives pointed out the inconsistencies in Lee's changing stories and urged him to tell the truth for Savannah's family's sake. They revealed that the surveillance footage they possessed also had captured a struggle in the back seat of Lee's car. The presence of the footage really shook Lee. He initially said Savannah tried to stab him, and he slapped her. He then admitted grabbing her to stop her from leaving, but claimed he later calmed down and they left together. The detectives questioned the troubling nature of his actions, focusing on the seriousness of forcibly preventing Savannah from leaving. Despite his admission of having vigorously restrained her, Lee kept insisting that their conversation ended peacefully on that day. As the detectives pressed for an honest confession from Lee, they highlighted the act of him stopping Savannah from leaving, which again pointed out the inconsistencies in his evolving stories. Lee continuously shifting stories raised concerns about his credibility, and sincerity in cooperating with the investigation. The detectives pressured him repeatedly over the importance of justice for Savannah Gold and her grieving family. And in the end, Lee admitted to killing Savannah, describing the violent encounter in his car. According to Lee's final confession, a heated argument in his car escalated into a struggle, resulting in the death of Savannah. As per his account, Savannah allegedly initiated physical contact by squeezing around his chest and neck. In an attempt to break free, Lee claimed he moved her hands away with brute force, mistakenly thinking they were around his shoulders. However, the situation took a horrifying turn when he heard a pop sound, later realizing it was Savannah's neck and thereby severing her spine. Despite the initial struggle, Lee asserted that he was merely trying to get Savannah to release her grip. But the surveillance video contradicted this claim and indicated Savannah's desperate attempts to escape. After the fatal incident, Lee also retrieved a makeup bag from Savannah's car, possibly in an attempt to later create the illusion that she had left with someone else. He then drove away, disposed of Savannah's phone, threw her clothes out of the car, and attempted to burn her body in his backyard fire pit. Being unsuccessful in his attempt to incinerate the body quickly, Lee resorted to burying Savannah in his backyard. The crime scene investigators later discovered gas cans and an empty bleach bottle at his residence. As authorities were progressing to close in on their investigation, Lee's paranoia escalated, leading him to exhume Savannah's body the following morning and relocate it to the trunk of his car. Driving to a familiar fishing spot, he carelessly dumped her body in a pond and discarded her clothes along the highway. The police intervention on August 5, 2017 marked a crucial moment, prompting Lee to confess to the murder and reveal the location where he had disposed of Savannah's body. The desperate search for Savannah Gold reached a dark conclusion on the late Saturday evening of August 5 when Jacksonville police dug up her lifeless body from a lake on the west side. After having confessed to the crime, Lee was finally brought to justice on November 17, 2017 as he faced serious charges, including second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a dead body. Despite his admission, he pleaded not guilty, deploying a stand-your-ground motion claiming self-defense. This legal maneuver originating from Florida law allowed individuals to justify murder as an act of self-defense if they genuinely feared for their lives. Notably, this law gained notoriety with the George Zimmerman case involving Trayvon Martin. While this law served to protect those genuinely fearing harm, its application had become contentious, often leading to controversial claims of self-defense. Lee's attempt to utilize the stand-your-ground defense, however, encountered substantial challenges. Crucial factors such as the significant difference in physical stature between Lee, being 5 feet 11 8 pound 163, and Savannah, being 5 foot and 8 pound 91, raised skepticism. His side of the story during the interrogation, describing an accidental death during a struggle with his ex-girlfriend, clearly contradicted the concept of self-defense. Particularly troubling was his statement about putting her back forcefully while she attempted to leave, which was hardly reflective of someone fearing for his life. Medical examinations further undermined Lee's claims. Absence of a broken neck and the absence of drugs in Savannah's system contradicted Lee's assertions about her drug abuse history and her accidental death during a physical struggle. Her fractured thyroid cartilage hinted at a possible strangulation rather than an accidental injury leading to immediate death. The court, aligned with the medical evidence, rejected Lee's stand-your-ground motion. Facing the weight of evidence against him, Lee received a plea deal, admitting guilt to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. This marked the end of a legal battle where Lee's defense crumbled in the light of forensic evidence, and the court's decision to deny his self-defense claim. Unraveling more into Lee's life, it was discovered that Lee's family had a criminal background. His sister, Amber Camarillo, at the age of 26, had been arrested in 2016 for shooting and killing Raquel Wallace on December 6, 2016 at a Jacksonville motel. The incident stemmed from a dispute over a car that one of Amber's friends had traded for drugs. This dark truth depicted a somber picture of a family with a dark history of violence. As Savannah's family sat one last time in the courtroom facing the man who ended their daughter's life, Sharon Gold, Savannah's mother, expressed her determination not to let Savannah's murder control their lives any further. Daniel Gold, Savannah's father, recounted the heart-wrenching moment watching the surveillance footage witnessing his daughter's last struggle for life. Sharon, trying to comprehend the unimaginable loss, shared her precious memories, emphasizing the profound impact Savannah had on everyone who knew her. During the trial, Lee kept his back turned to the grieving family, indicating no remorse. Amidst the pain, the family expressed hope that the conclusion of the trial would bring some semblance of peace. The purple butterflies on the jackets of Savannah Gold's parents became a poignant symbol of the peace they tried to hold onto amidst their grief. In the wake of their daughter's tragic passing, they drew strength from the unwavering love they had for her, a love that refused to be broken by the pain of loss. During an interview, Savannah's mother, overwhelmed with sorrow, shared her thoughts on capital punishment. While she opposed it, her desire for Lee to endure eternal suffering reflected the deep wound caused by the loss of her daughter. Savannah's Facebook page has become a public memorial, a powerful reminder of a life taken too soon. In response, a GoFundMe campaign was created to help honor her memory. Funds were directed toward her funeral expenses as well as charitable causes she was passionate about, including animal welfare, her art school, and organizations supporting victims of domestic violence. This collective effort allowed Savannah's story to spark positive change, even amidst the overwhelming tragedy. Amidst the darkness, Lee made a remorseful phone call to Chelsea, his longtime girlfriend, expressing shock and dismay over the events. Chelsea, who had never experienced violence from him, spoke of the complexity in understanding the person behind the crime, highlighting the profound contrast between the man she knew and the horror of the crime that unfolded. Moving on to the next case. Shane Schindler. In the early hours of January 4, 2017, Las Vegas police discovered the body of 46-year-old homeless man Daniel Aldapi in an empty lot at an intersection near downtown. He had suffered fatal head trauma, and authorities suspected he had been killed while sleeping, bludgeoned with a hammer, as he lay wrapped in blankets. A month later, another homeless man, 60-year-old David Dunn, was found dead at the same intersection, also likely struck in his sleep with a hammer. Detectives feared that both victims were the targets of thrill kills, random murders committed purely for the excitement of taking a life. Several months later, another homeless man was attacked but survived, though he was unable to identify his attacker. At this point, police began to consider the possibility of a serial killer. With no leads or suspects, they decided to take a risk by attempting to lure the killer out. Just a few feet from where Aldeep's body was discovered, they set up a decoy, a mannequin draped in blankets and positioned to look like a person sleeping on the sidewalk. They watched on surveillance footage as Shane Schindler, a Michigan native, approached the mannequin with a plastic bag. He watched the dummy for several seconds, then calmly removed his weapon from the bag and launched at the dummy. After striking it twice in quick succession, he walked away slowly. Police swooped on him seconds later and took him into custody. He was charged with one count of carrying a concealed weapon and attempted murder. Although Schindler has not been charged in the deaths of two homeless men, police said his attacks on the mannequin made it clear he had the intent to kill. During questioning by the police, Schindler admitted that he kicked the decoy and struck it with his hammer but told investigators he knew it was a mannequin before he attacked it. Shane Schindler is expected to receive sentence of 8 to 20 years behind bars. Moving on to the next case. The Dnepropetrovsk Maniacs. Saenko, Supranjuk, and Hansa were all born in 1988 to wealthy, influential families and attended school together. Hansa had a blood phobia, which Supranjuk suggested they confront by torturing and killing stray dogs. The three of them proceeded to do so, taking photos next to the corpses. After high school, Saenko and Hansa went on to their respective jobs, while Supranjuk, who was unemployed, became an unlicensed taxi driver. The three friends then began robbing Supranjuk's passengers, with some of them later becoming their victims. Eventually, Saenko and Supranjuk seemed to lose interest in the robberies and decided to escalate to murdering random people for the thrill. On July 25, 2007, Sayenko and Supranjuk murdered 2 people, Ekaterina Eljenko and Roman Petrovich, starting their killing spree by selecting random pedestrians and bludgeoning them with blunt objects like hammers and steel construction bars, even recording some of the murders. Several victims were also robbed of their belongings, and multiple bodies were discovered in one day. Additionally, some victims weren't killed in Dnepropetrovsk but towns located in the surrounding areas. The spree came to public attention after a survivor, 14-year-old Vadim Lykov, immediately ran to the police after his friend was murdered by them, and also when a victim, Natalia Mamarachuk, was beaten to death in front of many witnesses. The investigation was kept secret at first, but eventually, sketches were distributed and the victims' stolen possessions were listed in the local pawn shops. The 3 were arrested a week after the spree ended when Supraniak tried selling a mobile phone belonging to one of his victims. The phone had to be turned on to ensure it worked, allowing law enforcement agents to find it and trace its location, leading to the arrests of Sayenko and Supraniak. Meanwhile, authorities invaded Hansa's home and arrested him, but not before he managed to erase the information on numerous stolen mobile phones he attempted to flush down the toilet. It was revealed during the Maniacs trials that they had filmed several of their murders, one having leaked to the internet and apparently gone viral. The video came to be known as 3 Guys, 1 Hammer, and is around 4 minutes long. The video shows the 2 young men murdering a 48-year-old man named Sergei Yatsenko. He is bludgeoned in the face with a hammer repeatedly. His eyes are removed, and he is stabbed in the abdomen and brain with a screwdriver. The 2 discuss the murder calmly, with one expressing surprise that the man was still breathing after the screwdriver was driven into his exposed brain. Sayenko, Supraniak, and Hansa were all charged with multiple counts of premeditated murder, animal cruelty, robbery, and armed robbery. All 3 immediately confessed, though Supraniak later withdrew his confession. Ultimately, all 3 were found guilty of their charges. Sayenko and Supraniak were both sentenced to life in prison, while Hansa received a 9-year sentence due to his non-participation in the murders. Moving on to the next case. The Easy Street Murders. The discovery of the Easy Street murders shocked the residents of Collingwood, Victoria. On January 13, 1977, the neighbors who had grown concerned about the 2 women, Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett, entered the house through the back door after hearing a baby cry. What they found was chilling. Inside, 16-month-old Gregory Armstrong was found alone in his cot, visibly distressed and dehydrated but otherwise unharmed. However, the horror didn't end there. As they looked down the hallway, they discovered the bloody body of Suzanne Armstrong near the front door. The scene was gruesome, and the neighbors immediately fled the house with Gregory, calling the police as soon as they were safely outside. The 2 victims, Suzanne Armstrong, a 28-year-old single mother, and Susan Bartlett, a 27-year-old arts and crafts school teacher at the Collingwood Education Centre, had been brutally murdered in the house. The community was left stunned and terrified as authorities began to investigate what would later be referred to as one of Victoria's most brutal crimes. Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett had been friends since high school, and after both moved to Melbourne, they began renting the 3-bedroom property on Easy Street in October of 1976. However, their lives took a tragic turn when they were attacked several days before their bodies were discovered on January 13, 1977. Investigators believe the 2 women were killed on January 10th, the last day anyone had seen or heard from them. On that night, Susan's brother and his girlfriend had visited for dinner, leaving around 9 p.m. On January 11th, Barry Woodard, Suzanne's boyfriend, called the house but received no answer. He tried calling throughout the day, but when he still couldn't reach Suzanne, he decided to visit her home on the 12th. Upon arriving, he entered through the unlocked back door and left a note for her. He called out to her but heard no response, so he left again. His story was corroborated by his brother, who had accompanied him. The deaths of Suzanne and Susan were violent and shocking. Despite multiple attempts by loved ones to check on them, no one could have foreseen the horrific tragedy that would unfold. The investigation into the murders would go on to become one of the most brutal and chilling cases in Victoria's history. Suzanne had been stabbed 29 times and was found on her bed. She had been sexually assaulted after death, and semen was found at the scene. Susan had been stabbed 55 times and was found in the hallway near the front door next to Suzanne's bedroom. Authorities suspected that Suzanne Armstrong had been the intended victim, and that Susan was collateral damage and had been slain when attempting to help her friend fend off her attacker. While there were no signs of forced entry, it was reportedly very common for the two Sues to leave their doors unlocked. Investigators also found one other possible point of entry when they discovered a footprint on the front windowsill. It wasn't the only evidence left behind, however. Authorities also noted that the perpetrator had cleaned up in the bathroom after the slayings, and a blood-stained towel was found on the sofa in the living room. According to some reports, a bloodied face cloth and shawl were later found a few blocks away. Soon, investigators had established a list of 130 persons of interest, including laborers who were working on the house behind the two women. 2 decades later, in 1999, the DNA found at the crime scene was tested against 8 prime suspects, but none of these men were a match. In fact, despite the long list of potential suspects, the case swiftly grew cold. Although the brutal and violent slayings of the two women made for a high-profile case, only 16 detectives were assigned to it. Police noted that the savage nature of the crimes would have required not only mammoth strength but also blind rage, which was possibly drug-fueled. They believed that the culprit did not stop committing crimes after the deaths of Suzanne and Susan. 16-month-old Gregory's father was quickly ruled out as being a suspect in the investigation since he was a Greek fisherman who had never set foot in Australia. Suzanne's boyfriend, Barry Woodard, was also ruled out via DNA. According to one article, the large knife used to attack the two women was recovered near Victoria Park Railway Station. But according to another article from Independent Australia, this knife was later ruled out as being the murder weapon. After publishing an article on the case, an Australian journalist named Tess Lawrence was contacted by a man who was annoyed she neglected to mention many other small details about the crime scene, including what record was on the record player. The unidentified man also mocked her observation skills. The caller claimed he was based at the Victoria Barracks and worked in signals but refused to give his name. He then said he'd call Tess back before hanging up abruptly. Although the journalist gave this information to the police, nothing further appears to have come from this bizarre and creepy incident. One theory which seemed strong at the beginning of the investigation was that a journalist named John Grant was somehow involved in the case. In 1975, a young woman from Stockton, California named Julie Garcia Sala was working as a librarian in North Melbourne, Victoria. She vanished from her apartment on July 1st that year. John Grant was a friend of hers and was heavily suspected of being involved with her disappearance. Coincidentally, he'd also been staying next door to the two Sues on the night they were slain. John Grant had been acquainted with 2 men who were part of the criminal underworld, John Joseph Power, a violent career criminal, and a boxer named Reese Tommy Collins. These men also became associates of Julie. On the day of her vanishing, both Collins and Power were at Julie's flat. The men later told police that the young woman had exited the room to make a phone call and never returned. But according to Julie's sister, who visited the apartment the following day, a black cape and a knife were missing from the apartment along with $175. She also found that many of her belongings, including her underwear, were scattered around the home. John Grant's potential connection to Julie's case was never proven, and his connection to Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett was ruled out in 2010 when DNA cleared him. However, he remains a suspect in Julie's vanishing. Her case continues to go unsolved. Hopes in the two Souses case was raised once again in 2014 when a woman came forward naming an 82-year-old man as being involved with the crime back in 1977. According to a brief news clip, the man was being visited by police so they could collect his DNA, but nothing more came of this lead. The case of Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett remains unsolved, despite significant efforts from authorities and the public. In 2011, the investigation was reopened, and in 2017, a $1 million reward was offered to anyone who could provide information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. However, Even with this substantial incentive, the case has not yet been resolved. Gregory Armstrong, the young son of Suzanne Armstrong, was raised by Suzanne's younger sister, Gail. Gail continues to advocate for her sister's case, working tirelessly to keep it in the public eye and push for answers. The home on Easy Street, where the crime took place, remained vacant for 6 years but has since changed ownership several times. Anyone with information about the disappearance of Eloise Warledge or the murders of Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett is encouraged to contact Crime Stoppers Australia at 1-800-333-000. Moving on to the next case. Todd Kohlhepp. On November 25, 1986, 15-year-old Kohlhepp kidnapped a 14-year-old girl in Tempe. He threatened her with a .22 caliber revolver, brought her back to his home, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and raped her. Afterwards, he walked her home and threatened to kill her younger siblings if she told anyone what happened. He was caught and charged in 1987 and served 14 years in prison. In August 2001, Kohlhepp was released from prison after serving 14 years and relocated to South Carolina, where his mother resided. On November 6, 2003, a customer discovered 4 people shot to death inside Superbike Motorsports, a motorcycle shop in Chesney. The victims were identified as 30-year-old owner Scott Ponder, 30-year-old service manager Brian Lucas, 26-year-old mechanic Chris Sherbert, and 52-year-old bookkeeper Beverly Guy, who was Ponder's mother. All 4 had been killed by multiple gunshot wounds. Prior to Kohlhepp's confession in 2016, investigators believe that a gunman, armed with a pistol, entered the shop from the back and shot Sherbert while he was working. Kohlhepp then proceeded to kill Guy in the middle of the showroom, Lucas at the main doorway, and Ponder in the parking lot. Moving forward to 2016, 30-year-old Kayla Brown and her boyfriend, Charles Carver, were hired by Kohlhepp, now a prosperous realtor, to work on his land. On August 31, 2016, they both disappeared after visiting Kohlhepp's property. The growing interest in their disappearance was fueled by strange messages posted from Carver's Facebook account, which led to speculation that someone else had gained access to it. On November 3, authorities found Brown chained to a wall inside a metal storage container on Kohlhepp's property, where she had been held captive for the past 2 months. Investigators had tracked her down after tracing the couple's last known cell phone signals, after which they heard banging noises coming from inside the container. A search of Kohlhepp's property recovered Carver's vehicle, which was found in a ravine covered in bush. Kawa was later found dead of multiple gunshots on Kohlhepp's property. Subsequently, Keller revealed that Kohlhepp once dragged her to 3 graves on the property, and said that she would go into one of them if she didn't behave. 2 more bodies were discovered on Kohlhepp's property following his arrest. They were later identified as husband and wife, Johnny Joe Coxey and Megan Lee McCrow Coxey, residents of Spartanburg, who were reported missing on December 22, 2015. They were also allegedly hired by Kohlhepp to work on his property. Kohlhepp later confessed to the Chesney shootings and the murders of 2 people whose bodies were found buried on his property. Kohlhepp was charged with 4 counts of murder in relation to Chesney shootings and 1 count of kidnapping in relation to Brown's abduction. He was later charged with 3 additional counts of murder for the murders of Carver and the Coxeys, along with 1 additional count of kidnapping and 3 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of violent crime. On May 26, 2017, Kohlhepp pleaded guilty of 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping and 1 count of criminal sexual assault, and was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Tony Sharpless. Tony Lee Sharpless had a relatively normal upbringing. Born on December 27, 1979, in Downingtown, Pennsylvania, her father passed away when she was just 6 years old, and her mother later remarried. At 17, Tony gave birth to her only child, a daughter. By 2009, Tony and her 12-year-old daughter were living with her mother and stepfather in West Brandywine Township, Pennsylvania. Having graduated from Immaculata University 2 years earlier, Tony worked as an infectious disease nurse at Lancaster General Hospital. On the evening of August 23, 2009, at around 9:30 p.m., the 29-year-old left her home to meet a friend named Crystal Johns. The two had been friends since their teens but had recently reconnected after a 10-year estrangement. Tony's parents were worried about the outing, especially since she wasn't someone who often went out partying and preferred staying at home with her daughter. Though they were concerned, Tony's parents acknowledged that she hadn't had a night out in a long time and waved her off. After leaving home, Tony picked up Crystal, and the two women went to a nightclub called Ice, where they spent most of the evening. Around 2:57 a.m., Tony's daughter sent a text saying she couldn't sleep. Tony replied, telling her to get some rest and that she'd be home soon. Not long after, Tony and Crystal were invited to a house party at the home of a basketball player named Willie Green, who was staying in Penn Valley, Gladwin. However, just a few hours later, Tony began acting erratically and causing a disturbance at the party. She reportedly became upset with another guest, feeling as if people at the party were mocking her. In her frustration, she started kicking things and poured a bottle of champagne on the floor. As a result, both Tony and Crystal were asked to leave. Tony had worked a 12-hour shift earlier that day and had not slept for 36 hours. Due to Tony's significant drinking and the fact that she had attended rehab for a drink-driving incident in April 2009, Crystal attempted to take her keys in hopes of preventing her from driving home. However, Tony snatched the keys back, and the two drove a few blocks before a disagreement broke out. Crystal, concerned about Tony driving, argued with her, but Tony stopped the car and told Crystal to get out. Still crying and upset from the events at the party, Crystal left the car but thought Tony would eventually calm down and return for her. However, she didn't. About an hour later, Crystal called a relative to pick her up. Later that morning, Crystal called Tony's home and expressed her frustration to the family about being left stranded in the city with no way to get home. She also mentioned that she had some of Tony's belongings and would bring them over. It was then that she discovered Tony hadn't returned home, prompting Tony's mother, Donna Nabal, to contact the police. About 2 weeks after Tony was last seen in September of 2009, an automatic license plate reader in Camden, New Jersey recorded a hit on Tony's license plate number. However, the captured image showed only the plate and not the person driving the vehicle. By the time the police were notified of this hit, several days had passed, and although authorities searched for the car, they were unable to locate it. Tony's mobile has never been recovered and was turned off at around 4 a.m. on the morning of her disappearance. Additionally, there has been no activity on her bank accounts or credit cards since she went missing. Crystal told authorities that Tony's car was low on gas and it was possible she ran out on her way home or went in a different direction to go and get some before she returned home. Since she vanished, there have been several sightings of Tony in Lancaster and Philadelphia, both in Pennsylvania and Camden, New Jersey. All of the sightings occurred in areas known for drug use and prostitution, but none of them have ever been confirmed. During the initial investigation, Tony's friends and family made and distributed flyers while the police put out a bulletin for her car. In October of 2009, Dollar hired a private investigator named Eileen Law to help track down her missing daughter. Eileen took the case for a symbolic fee of $1 in order to make it legal before subsequently setting up a hotline and website specifically for the case. Numerous tips were phoned in, and there were lots of witness sightings of either Tony or her vehicle in various locations, but none of them ever led investigators to the missing 29-year-old, or even her car. One woman who came forward claimed to have seen an abandoned black sedan matching the description of Tony's vehicle in Camden under an overpass after crossing the Benjamin Franklin Bridge. This was around 1 o'clock in the morning after she finished her night shift job. Although she claims to have notified the police, the authorities have said they had no record of the call. This tip has fueled speculation that Tony's disappearance was connected with Camden. Her mother Donna said that Tony didn't have a great sense of direction, and she probably would have headed for the nearby Interstate 76 to get home. However, if she headed to the nearest entrance, it would have taken her eastbound, not westbound, which is what she would have needed to return home. The eastbound road would have taken her toward Camden and Philadelphia. Additionally, since Tony was short on gas and didn't have her ATM card, it has been suggested she might have had to rely on the help of strangers. Then, over 3 years after the 29-year-old went missing in December of 2012, the PI working on her case, Eileen Law, received a handwritten letter scribbled on yellow legal-size paper. It refers to Tony Sharpless, although notably Tony was spelled with a Y and not an I. The letter was postmarked November 29, 2012 in Trenton, New Jersey. The writer explained that they had attempted to give their information to the police in Philadelphia but were told it wasn't in their jurisdiction and thus were pointed in the direction of Eileen Law. The writer then claimed they were contacted by a friend at the end of September 2009 and were offered $5,000 to take a Pontiac Grand Prix, the same type of vehicle as Tony's, from Brooklawn, a borough in Camden, New Jersey, to a chop shop in Boston. The writer said they were also told they could have the license plates and were asked if they knew anyone in their late 20s who wanted a paper trip, offering a social security card to that person. The term paper trip, according to Eileen, refers to an attempt to create a new identity. It is a term that is mostly used by either law enforcement or criminals. As the letter writer needed money, they agreed to transport the car. After delivering it, they took the plates, wrote down the car vehicle's identification number, and cleared out the glove box where they found Tony's mobile. Upon returning to Camden, they received more information from their friend, who claimed that the car wasn't stolen but was missing. A friend of the writer's was allegedly a police officer who got into a fight with a girl. She died and needed to get the car out of Jersey. Afterwards, the writer had put the plates and social security number they had been given into a box before storing it away. But their daughter had recently rediscovered the belongings, prompting the writer to pen their anonymous letter. They included not only the vehicle's license plate number but also the last 5 digits of its identification number and Tony's phone number. Although Tony's license plate had been public information for quite some time, her phone number and VIN has never been made public, and the information contained in the letter was correct. It has been noted that anyone in law enforcement would have access to Tony's VIN, however. Around this same time, authorities received 2 tips that appeared encouraging but which both turned out to be hoaxes. The first allegedly came from someone at Canadian Security Intelligence Service. They claimed to have found both a vehicle and a woman matching Tony's description on property belonging to the agency, but it turned out this so-called tip had come from a false address and phone number. The Toronto police did not have any such woman in custody, nor did they have a car. The other lead came from a supposed deputy sheriff in South Dakota who said he'd recovered the Grand Prix, but officers at the department said that no one by that name worked there. It is believed that both of these calls came from the same person, although they have never been identified. In 2017, Eileen Law told the media that she believed the anonymous letter writer's account was plausible. A year before, she said that she had handed over the evidence to the police, who said it would be examined by forensic specialists. However, she has not heard anything back from authorities since, and has no idea what, if anything, they have done with the letter. One early theory in Tony's case was that while both drunk and exhausted, she drove her car down a boat ramp into a nearby river, but subsequent searches turned up no sign of the 29-year-old or her Pontiac Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Eileen Law has proposed that Tony is still alive but is involved with the drug and sex trade. Tony's family believe Crystal Jones may be involved, noting that she pleaded guilty to a harassment charge in 2005. Additionally, the family questioned her story. Another friend of Tony's said that she would never leave another woman alone on a dark street at night, and questioned why Crystal waited an hour before calling somebody to collect her. The 29-year-old's family also wondered if the text sent to her daughter was even from Tony herself, and have asked why the scene of the party was never examined for any signs of a crime. However, Crystal Jones has been ruled out as a suspect and passed a polygraph test. Both she and Willie Green have been described as cooperative and willing to help, and neither them nor anyone else who attended the party have ever been considered suspects. Eileen Law does not believe that Crystal was involved in Tony's disappearance. The 29-year-old Tony Lee Sharpless was last seen on August 23, 2009, when she left her friend behind in Gladwin, Pennsylvania, and drove off sometime around 5 a.m., although some reports from the Charlie Project state it was at 4:45 a.m. Tony is described as a white woman, 5 feet 5 inches tall, with blue-gray eyes and brown hair. When last seen, she weighed 135 pounds, had dyed her hair red, and was wearing a turquoise shirt, black tights, sandals, and turquoise earrings. Tony suffers from bipolar disorder and takes daily medication to manage her condition. It's possible she experienced a manic episode the night she disappeared. At the time, Tony was driving a black four-door 2002 Pontiac Grand Prix GT, with tinted windows and Pennsylvania license plate number DND 7772. If still alive, she would be 41 years old in December. If you have any information about Tony's disappearance, you can contact the West Brandywine Police Department at 610-380-8201 or the Lower Merion Township Police Department at 610-649-1000. Moving on to the next case. Alexander Sloley. Alexander Gawk Sloley, as he was affectionately nicknamed by both his friends and family, was a lively and sports-enthusiastic young man hailing from Holloway, London. His protective nature and budding career aspirations in accounting were tragically cut short by an unsolved disappearance during the summer of 2008, leaving those who knew him across Holloway and beyond, grappling for answers in a world clouded by mystery. Born on August 14, 1991, to parents Christopher Sloley and Nerissa Tivy, Alexander's early life was filled with love and care. While Christopher's occupation remains unknown, Nerissa worked tirelessly as a bookkeeper, ensuring the family stayed afloat. Over the years, the family grew with the births of 3 more children, Latina, Tazra, and Tasha, each forming strong, loving bonds with their older brother Alex. From a young age, Alex took on the role of protector for his younger sisters, always checking in on their experiences at school and ensuring they were safe from any bullies or potential harm. This was a reflection of his deep affection for his family and his innate sense of responsibility. Alex proudly carried his protective nature into adolescence, even as his family dynamics shifted. When his parents, Christopher Sloley and Nerissa Tivy, separated, Nerissa was granted full custody of Alex and his 3 younger sisters. Christopher maintained visitation rights, and the children continued to stay in touch with their biological father. Despite the upheaval of the divorce, Alex remained focused on his future, excelling in his studies. His love for mathematics grew during this time, with teachers frequently praising his determination and natural ability to excel in arithmetic. His academic focus on math and science did not diminish, but Alex's path took a creative turn when he enrolled at Islington Arts and Media School, a secondary school that specialized in media arts. His friends affectionately called him Gog, a nickname inspired by his iconic glasses and intellectual, bookish personality. Throughout secondary school, Alex's passion for numbers and precision led him to pursue a career in accounting. His mother, Nerissa, a bookkeeper, fully supported his aspirations. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. In order to hone his skills and embark on his professional journey, Alex enrolled at City and Islington College to engage in coursework directly related to accounting. Alex was steadily shaping his future with the support of his family and friends, fueled by a deep passion to make his dreams come true. When he wasn't buried in his studies or attending class, Alex was an avid sports fan, with football being his particular favorite. This love for the game likely grew during his time at Islington Arts and Media School, where they had a partnership with Arsenal FC. Alex's interests also extended to food, with a notable fondness for Caribbean cuisine. His friends and family fondly remembered his obsession with dishes like fried plantains, dumplings, and specialty porridges that his mother, Nerissa, would sometimes prepare. As he grew older, Alex developed a strong sense of personal style and hygiene, which became a defining feature of his personality by the age of 16. His mother and sisters could always count on him to be well-groomed and impeccably dressed, often seen in his Sunday best when the occasion called for it. Everything in Alex's life seemed to be falling into place, and it appeared that he was on track for a bright future. Alex was excelling academically and on track to achieve his goals, feeling comfortable in his own skin. But just as everything seemed to be falling into place, tragedy struck in the form of a sudden and alarming disappearance in the midday hours of August 2008. One of the most challenging aspects of Alex Sloley's case is the lack of a clear timeline, with conflicting information being made public regarding his exact disappearance. The following is a timeline constructed based on available details. In early 2008, Alex was reportedly seen driving a vehicle that did not belong to him in North London. During this drive, he was pulled over by the Metropolitan Police and issued a citation for driving underage. At the end of the stop, he was informed that he would have to appear in court later that year. However, there is some debate as to whether this traffic violation was the reason for his court appearance, as conflicting reports have surfaced. Nonetheless, a court appointment for Alex was set for either the spring or summer of 2008. Fast forward to Friday, August 1st of that year, when reports suggest that Alex's last known activities were actually on July 10th or 11th. We will follow the August timeline, which is more generally accepted as the correct time frame. On August 1st, 2008, at some point during the day, Alex leaves his home in the Thane Villas suburb of Islington, just a block away from the bustling intersection of Holloway and Seven Sisters Road. He says goodbye to his mother and sisters, not knowing it will be the last time. As Alex walks out of the house, he leaves most of his belongings behind, including extra cash and his passport. The only item he takes with him is his mobile phone. The day continues, and Alex travels across North London from Islington to Edmonton to visit a friend and spend time there in the evening. As night falls, Alex remains at his friend's house, deciding to stay the night despite not having any change of clothes with him. He plans to return to Islington the following day. On the morning of Saturday, August 2nd, 2008, Alex wakes up still at his friend's house in Edmonton. He informs his anonymous friends that he intends to leave for Islington later that day so he can be home in time for his birthday celebrations, as his birthday is just 2 days away. A few hours later, around noon, Alex leaves his friend's house and begins his journey home under the harsh midday sun. This is the last confirmed sighting of Alexander Sloley. When Alex doesn't return home to Thane Villas that night, his mother, Nerissa, begins to worry. She contacts Alex's friend, who states that he hasn't seen Alex since he left earlier that day and assumes Alex must have made it home by then. Within the next 24 hours, Nerissa reports her son as missing to the Metropolitan Police. During their initial report, authorities ask Nerissa about the possibility of Alex running away. She reassures them that she never suspected such behavior from her son, describing him as well-mannered, passionate, and with no reason to leave. She also mentions that she has no concerns about Alex being involved with gangs, drugs, or anything nefarious, noting that his only negative behavior was the occasional teenage tantrum. The police then dispatch officers to search for Alex in the following days of early August. They interview those closest to the now 17-year-old accounting students and comb through the surrounding suburbs of North London, but find nothing of note. It doesn't take long for the entire investigation to go cold at the end of 2008 without any leads or suspects to announce, at least to the insight of the public. Alex's case stays quiet until September of 2009, over a year since he was reported missing. Police get wind of a potential sighting by an anonymous witness near Ilford, a small town in East London. They follow up with the reports, but never confirm if the sighting is legitimate or if it happened at all. A month later, in October of 2009, a charity in the UK called Missing People team up with the supermarkets chain Iceland to bring awareness to Alex's case. They create a small missing persons poster with Alex's photo and information on it, and print it on over 13,500,000 milk cartons. It is one of the first circumstances of milk cartons featuring a victim of a disappearance in the UK, greatly inspired by the same practice that took fire in the United States in the mid-1980s. Nearly 6 years later, in July of 2015, during an interview regarding the case of her missing son, Nerissa shows shock when she learns there were reportedly multiple sightings of Alex in the Greater London area since the first in September of 2009. Narissa says that the police have been mostly uncommunicative with her, and she had only met with them a handful of times since filing a report in August of 2008. Another couple of years passed by without any new information surfacing until September of 2017, when recently retired head of the Metropolitan Police's Central Images Unit, Mick Neville, publicly spouts a theory about a potential connection between the case of Alex Sloley and the much more discussed case of Andrew Gosden. The comments reignite a brief interest in Alex's case, but they don't bring forth any new leads. The most recent development in the investigation comes in September of 2019, 2 full years after Neville's comments. This time, Metropolitan Police reveal an electronic facial identification technique, also called an EFIT simulation, of Alex's face. Should he still be alive in the present day? The image displays Alex at 28 years of age, this time with full yet neatly trimmed beard in accordance with his grooming habits. It also depicts Alex without his iconic glasses, instead featuring his vibrant blue eyes he had become synonymous with. It was around this same time that the new detective constable of Metropolitan Police's Missing Persons Unit, Tom Boom, released a statement saying Alex's bank accounts, insurance accounts and passports had all remained inactive in the 11 years since his disappearance. And there were still no active leads in Alex's case, and that it had grown immensely cold with nary a clue or suspect to follow up with. The case remains the same as of 2022. Like so many of the cases we report here at Cold Case Detective, Alexander Sloley's investigation is without many tips or pieces of evidence to run with, as previously stated by multiple members of law enforcement. So while we don't have any physical clues left behind by Alex, or an array of social media posts of digital footprints, or CCTV footage depicting the 16-year-old, there is still a chance that the latter of these materials exist in one form or another. We'd like to take a moment and ask the viewing public for a favor. If you or anyone you know are around the Greater London area, specifically in North London between the towns of Edmonton and Islington, or used King's Cross to travel through England on or in the following days of July 11th or August 2nd, 2008, check every record you have in the off chance you might have a piece of vital information that could lead to the whereabouts of Alex Sloley. We know this is a shot in the dark, but all it takes is one photograph or forgotten film footage stored on a hard drive long since packed away to break a case wide open. Unfortunately, most businesses and government buildings don't retain CCTV catalogs dating back more than a few days, let alone a decade, due to a lack of storage. So reaching out to places in the area that may have had security cameras pointing along the North London streets is a fruitless endeavor. It should never come down to civilians to solve cases or carry the heavy lifting of forgotten victims years down the line. But with how little information we have as a public due to the constraints of official investigators, this is the best shots we all have to give. If you do happen to find anything of importance in your own media files by some miraculous chance, call or text the number 116,000 or call Crime Stoppers UK at 0800 555 111. One call could change the lives of many, and at the very least one life in particular. As we've said multiple times, the lack of information on Alex's case makes drawing up detailed theories next to impossible, as even conjecture is difficult when there simply aren't enough details available in a missing persons case. That said, we will do our best to build up the most plausible possibilities to where Alex ended up. The first and most sensible theory is that Alex ran away from home, whether it was to start a new life or simply to get away from the one he was currently living. This theory is easy to argue against, with most of the evidence we do have suggesting Alex had no plans to leave the Thane villas for good. For instance, Alex left all of his belongings back in his bedroom in Islington. He didn't even bring a change of clothes with him to his friend's house, most likely a sign that his plan wasn't even to spend the night in Edmonton in the first place. Of course, Alex was also a teenage boy, and he simply could have forgotten to pack clothes or felt he didn't need them. Many of us have slept in the clothes we wore at unexpected sleepovers with friends in our teenage years. So it's most likely just a coincidence. People also point to the fact that Alex didn't bring any money with him, nor were his insurance or bank accounts touched after August 2nd, 2008. Again, just because someone runs away doesn't mean they bring every penny they possess along with them. A lot of folks who leave without notice do so without a plan, let alone money. In addition, if someone wanted to run away, they wouldn't want to leave a paper or digital trail in the first place. People often point to an unused cell phone or untapped bank account as proof someone didn't go missing of their own accord. But wouldn't that be intentional if someone didn't want to be found? It could fit either arguments, but is circumstantial at the very most. The one clue, or in this case lack thereof, that goes against the runaway theory is the absolute lack of CCTV video or security camera capturing Alex in the area he was last seen. We outlined in the previous section that by the time the police wanted to use these types of resources, the footage was probably no longer in existence. However, there are credible reports. The police at least checked the security tapes they did have access to and couldn't pull a single frame that may have depicted Alex Sloley. In the events that the amount of footage Metropolitan detectives had access to was enough to make a sound judgment, it would be incredibly difficult for Alex to evade every single CCTV or hapless camera that he may have come across. Surely, someone somewhere would have snapped a shot of Alex evading notice and stealing away via train or bus. While it's not a certainty that Alex couldn't avoid any and all detection, it just simply isn't likely given his youth and the local circumstances. Another theory involved in the investigation is the idea that Alex's friend has something to do with his disappearance, or at least knows exactly where Alex went in the hours leading up to noon on that fateful Saturday in 2008. To this day, the name and identity of the friend in question has not been released. This could be for two reasons. The first is that law enforcement is withholding key pieces of evidence in the investigation to deter outside influences interrupting an angle they're taking. The second is that the friend has requested privacy and has already been cleared of any suspicion in the eyes of authorities. Metropolitan Police have said on numerous occasions they have no suspects or leads. So unless they are again lying to protect the investigation, the first reason doesn't make sense. It's more likely the friend was telling the truth and after an interview or two was no longer a vital part to the case and has since remained anonymous for the protection of himself and his family. However, because we don't have a clear reasoning, it does leave room to wonder how much that friend actually knows. If anything, they would have incredible insight into Alex's behavior in the 24 hours leading up to the disappearance. He would know better than anyone if Alex was disturbed or acting differently. We could also consider the possibility that something transpired between Alex and his friend the night Alex stayed over. Perhaps the two had an argument, or found themselves in some trouble, with only one managing to escape. Fearing retaliation, the friend might have remained silent, leaving Alex's fate a mystery. While this theory cannot be entirely ruled out, we can reasonably assume that if anything significant had happened between the two boys during the 24 hours leading up to Alex's disappearance, the friend's parents or guardians would have been aware of it and interviewed by law enforcement. Even if the parents were unaware of any mischief the boys might have caused, any violent incident in or around Edmonton that night, or early the following morning would likely have been reported by someone else, prompting the police to investigate further. However, ruling out this theory relies heavily on trusting the authorities. Although many detectives and officers successfully resolve disappearances and crimes, there have been instances where critical information was withheld from Alex's own mother. For example, potential eyewitness sightings were not shared with her. Even if these sightings were quickly debunked, a grieving mother of a missing child should still have been informed of them. It makes the detectives handling the case look quite peculiar. Other people may discount the theory that Alex's friend was somehow involved due to Narissa's explanation that Alex was a good student, hung out with well-mannered friends, and wasn't a part of the gang or drug scene. While it may be more pleasant to think of Alex as his mother saw him, the fact of the matter is many teenagers carry themselves one way in front of their parents, and another in front of their friends. This is not to insinuate Alex led a troubled second life or was a badly behaved teenager when adults weren't looking, but it is possible he could have found himself in a negative situation with his friends at the complete ignorance of the people who cared for him. Of course, if this is the case, it is vital that those who knew Alex on a personal level beyond his immediate family come forward with information. We are optimistic that if Alex was truly into something he shouldn't have been, A friend would have come forward, but it is no guarantee. Plus, Alex might have involved himself with something not even his best friends knew, and therefore not even theories that his friend was somewhat responsible does us any good to conjecture about. The most believable theory in the case of Alex Sloley is that somewhere on his journey from Edmonton, he was kidnapped and taken against his will by someone or a group of perpetrators unbeknownst to us. Who exactly could have done such a thing is impossible to say at the moment, as anyone who was in North London on August 2, 2008 could be considered a suspect. However, it's a comment made by one of the investigating detectives back in September of 2017 that leads to a very curious scenario. Just under 4 years ago, the retired head of Central Images Unit, Mick Neville, suggested Alex Sloley's disappearance may be connected to a similar case in nature, that of 14-year-old Andrew Gosden, who went missing in central London on September 14, 2007, less than 1 year before Alex would himself. Andrew was an introverted yet mature young boy from the suburb of Balby in Doncaster, South Yorkshire. He spent much of his life excelling at school, much like Alex. He loved Cub Scouts and taking mathematics. Andrew was even involved with gifted programs throughout school and won awards for his arithmetic abilities. In the weeks leading up to his disappearance, Andrew didn't stray too far from his usual routine. However, he did skip taking the bus home from school a couple of days, instead choosing to make the 4-mile trek on foot. On the day he actually vanished, Andrew woke up for school later than usual and appeared irritable, according to his mother. Instead of going to his normal bus stop, he took a diversion to a nearby ATM, withdrew £200 and returned home, where he would be alone. Back at his house, Andrew changed into casual clothing, including a t-shirt representing the band Slipknot, and packed a bag full of other graphic t-shirts for his favorite bands, his wallet, keys, and a video game console. He did leave behind warm outerwear, his console charger, and an additional £100 in cash he had acquired over the last year, signaling that he didn't plan to be out for an extended period of time. CCTV then captured Andrew walking to the railway station at Doncaster and purchasing a one-way ticket to London, denying the option to buy a round-trip fare. At 9:35 a.m., Andrew boarded the train to King's Cross Station in London. The trip took about 2 hours, and he spent most of the time playing video games and keeping to himself. At 11:25 a.m., CCTV captured Andrew one final time leaving King's Cross Station through the main entrance doors, and that would be the final confirmed sighting of Andrew Galston. It is thought by investigators that Andrew was headed to London to watch a gig or two, explaining his wardrobe change, the money withdrawal, and the t-shirts in his possession. His parents have said that he knew a few people in London, including his grandmother, and probably intended to stay with one of them during his excursion, explaining the one-way tickets. But unfortunately, he ran into trouble before he can make that a reality. While Andrew and Alex have no connections prior to their disappearance, it is not out of the question they could have met comparative fates. Andrew was 14 and stood around 5 foot 3 inches when he disappears. Alex was 16, standing around 5 foot 5. Both boys wore glasses, were taking accounting classes, and were known to be maths experts. They were both slightly on the introverted side, but neither one displayed signs or symptoms they were running away for good, much less having a reason to do so in the first place. The boys' cases also both involve shoddy work by the respective investigators. We know the shortcomings of the Alex Sloley case, but the Gosden family experienced similar results. The authorities spent a lot of their time early on sleuthing around the Goldstons' house and investigating the family rather than trying to track down CCTV footage. They never even viewed the CCTV tapes in a few places adjacent to King's Cross in the days after Andrew was reported missing, possibly losing out on news sightings or even tracking where he ended up after deboarding the train. Sadly, the similarities stop there. Many people are quick to point out that the boys are of a different race, feature different eye and hair colors, and were interested in different things. They also mentioned Alex's location compared to Andrew's. Alex's route home from Edmonton to Islington never brings him far south enough to reach King's Cross. Had he been around King's Cross, he would have passed by the Thane Villas and continued towards central London. There is no reason to believe Alex took such a journey. However, again, it cannot be completely ruled out. There is one glimmer of hope: police have in Andrew Gostin's case, however, and it came in December of 2021 when two men aged 3,845 were arrested in South Yorkshire by detectives actively working on Andrew's investigation on suspicion of kidnapping and human trafficking along with possession of child pornography. The South Yorkshire police have since said the digital forensics of the men's computers and other assets could take 6 months to a year to complete. So it may be a while before there is any confirmation they actually have some connection to Andrew's case. If they do and they find that Andrew was an unfortunate victim of human trafficking, we hope that they use this lead to dive deeper into the possibility it happened to Alex too. If Mick Neville was right when he postured that the two teenage boys were kidnapped by the same serial kidnapper, then this could be the big break in the case that brings light to both Andrew and Alex's fate. And if they aren't connected, then at least the avenue was explored. Because especially in Alex's case, he simply hasn't garnered the attention others have received despite presenting a situation just as tragic and perplexing as all the rest. The case of Alexander Sloley is as confusing as any case we've ever come across. Most of that is due to the complete lack of viable information available to the public, for better or for worse. The official investigators can say it's to protect their work and the minimal leads they've collected. But as far as we know, there are no true leads. And then what we have to work with as a public is so much less than what other cases provide us. Thus, with the little facts we do have, we feel the most plausible scenario is that Alex was taken against his will by someone, or even a group targeting young teenage boys who were by themselves and small enough to not put up a fight. That being said, we believe the only way Alex was kidnapped was if he was forced. He was an incredibly gifted mind and an analytical thinker. He likely would have been wise enough to avoid the tricks of a manipulative perpetrator, or at least avoid situations that would have put him into harm's way. It is not out of the realm of possibility Alex was enticed into a car or van by someone offering him a ride home, but it would go against the grain of Alex's past actions and protective, thoughtful demeanor. Was Alex taken by the same people who potentially took Andrew Godson? Probably not. Were there more victims like Alex and Andrew who met a similar fate who haven't yet entered the discussion? Most likely. Is there someone out there who knows more than they're letting on? Absolutely. That does not completely dismiss the possibility that Alex left on his own, either to start a new life or to find a secluded place to end the one he was living. There aren't many clear signs pointing to this conclusion, but sometimes there doesn't need to be. Not everyone who chooses to end their life makes it known beforehand. Regardless, it's our mission to bring Alex's story into the light, amplifying whatever chances remain of bringing him home. If nothing else, may his fate be uncovered and closure be brought to his mother and sisters, who continue to pray for his return and the reunion of their family. Sadly, Alex's father, Christopher, passed away in 2014 without ever knowing what happened to his son. Alex was one of the brightest students in his class, a promising accountant in the making, destined to leave a positive mark on the world, adding to all the other positive impacts he had already made. He was a guide and a source of wisdom for his sisters, a shoulder to lean on when there was no one else around. He was full of life in the company of friends and poured unwavering passion into everything he loved. Though Alex Sloley may be without a known location, he is certainly not without his energetic personality, his boundless compassion, and a soul meant for great things. It's up to us to ensure those great things don't disappear into the dark forever. One day, they may come back into focus, and the world will once again see Alex Sloley, alive and well, no longer a mystery but perhaps a miracle. Moving on to the next case. Amarjit Singh Chohan. Amarjit Singh Chohan, born on March 5, 1957, in Punjab, India, moved to the UK in the early 1980s seeking a better life and financial stability. There, he founded Jumbo Freight Services, an import and distribution company, which helped him accumulate wealth. He married in the 1980s, but the marriage ended in the early 1990s. In the mid-1990s, Amarjit was sentenced to 3 years in prison for tax evasion. After serving 18 months, he was released and promised to make improvements in his life. He started a new company, Zebra Freight Services, located near Heathrow Airport. In 2000, Amarjit met Nancy, who was 21 years old at the time. Despite their significant age gap, they married. Within just 3 years, Amarjit's business prospered, generating an annual turnover of £4,500,000. By 2003, Amarjit and Nancy had 2 children, a 1.5-year-old son named Devinder, and a 2-month-old son named Ravinder. In January 2003, Nancy's mother, Charnajit Kaur, traveled from India to England to help her daughter care for her 2 sons. In late February 2003, Nancy's brother, Ankar Varma, who lived in New Zealand, stopped receiving calls from his sister. The two had always shared a strong bond and spoke weekly, so it struck Ankar as odd when the calls ceased. His concern grew after their last conversation on February 14th, when Nancy mentioned that Amarjit hadn't returned home the previous day, and his phone was switched off. Nancy grew increasingly worried and called Amarjit's company. She was told that he had an urgent meeting and had flown to the Netherlands. This response seemed odd to Nancy because Amarjit always informed her if he was traveling for work or meetings. Additionally, it was impossible for him to be in the Netherlands since his passport was with the UK government for a recent residency permit application. Eventually, Nancy received a voice message from Amarjit, saying he would be home soon. However, she found this message unusual, as Amarjit typically left messages in Punjabi, but this one was in English. After Ankar was unable to reach his sister, he contacted Scotland Yard. The police visited the Chohan home, finding it empty with no signs of a struggle. However, personal belongings such as clothes, suitcases, children's toys, and feeding bottles were all left behind. An investigation into the family's disappearance was launched, and Ankar traveled from New Zealand to England to help search for them. During the investigation, police discovered that the family had been last seen on February 16, 2003. Amarjit was reported to have been driving his blue Ford Escort that day around Wiltshire and Hampshire. On February 21, the Ford Escort was found involved in an accident, with 2 mysterious men inside. The authorities also learned that a few days after the family's disappearance, a business associate had appeared at Siba Freight Services with documents and a power of attorney signed by Amarjit Chohan. These documents revealed the surprising news that Amarjit had decided to leave England with his family and had transferred the ownership of his company to this acquaintance. 3 days later, on February 24th, Amarjit's Siba Freight Services received a typed letter postmarked from Calais, France. The letter claimed to be from Amarjit, and in the letter he had written that he had enough of England and that he was going to India with his family. Ankar said it was impossible since their family's passports were with the UK government, and it was also difficult for their family to fathom why Amarjit would sell his business which he had built from scratch. Additionally, the family's bank accounts were left untouched, which added to the sense of suspicion. At this point, Ankar was worried that the family may have been abducted or potentially killed. Then, in April, Ankar's worst fears were confirmed when Amarjit's body was discovered floating in the sea by a father and son who were canoeing near Bournemouth Pier. What transpired shocked the British police as well as the people. The Chauhans had been kidnapped and killed by 3 men, Kenneth Reagan, William Hornsey and Peter Rees. The reason for their murder was Amarjit's business. The trio had planned to get their hands on his successful business through which they wanted to launder drugs money. The mastermind behind the kidnapping and the murder was Kenneth Reagan, who already had a lengthy criminal past. Reagan was known for drug trafficking, fraudulent activities and criminal dealings across London. In 1998, he was caught and convicted for smuggling 30 kilograms of heroin. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison but got out after serving only 4 years. Kenneth joined Amarjit's company after he got out, and for the next few months, he devised a plan to get rid of Amarjit and take over his business. Police were able to construct a timeline of the events. It is now known that on February 13, 2003, Kenneth convinced Amarjit to meet up with a prospective buyer for his company at Stonehenge. Once Amarjit arrived, Kenneth Reagan, William Hornsey and Peter Rees kidnapped him and took him to Reagan's home. Subsequently, they gagged and bound Amarjit. They then tortured and threatened him into signing blank papers. Kenneth then later wrote on the blank papers that Amarjit had handed over the company to him. Amarjit was kept alive for the next few days. Kenneth soon realized that he needed to get rid of Amarjit's family as well in order to support the story that Amarjit left the country. Kenneth and his accomplices then kidnapped and murdered Nancy, her mother Charnajit, and the two children Lavinder and Ravinder. After murdering the family, Kenneth showed up at the Siwa Freight Services carrying the signed letters and power of attorney granting him the control over the company. Although the staff had their doubts, they had no choice but to comply since the letters had been signed by their boss. Moreover, the staff knew Amarjit had been in prison for tax evasion in the past, making Kenneth's story not too far-fetched. At first, the killers had buried the bodies on a 50-acre farm estate owned by a woman named Belinda Brevin. Kenneth had met Belinda after he got out of prison in 1998. Belinda at the time was looking for a job and Kenneth hired her at the Siwa Freight Services. Belinda had no idea they had buried the bodies at her estate. She had seen two men, Kenneth and William, digging in her field. However, they had told her they were searching for drainage. Belinda did not think much of it at the time. On April 19th, fearing that the police might find out about the burial site, Reagan decided to move the bodies from the farm and dumped it in the sea. Amarjit's body, his wife Nancy's body, and Nancy's mother, Charnajit's body would be found in the next few months. However, the bodies of the children have never been found. Although the killers had cleaned up their tracks, one piece of evidence led authorities to help convict the killers. When Amarjit's body was found, police discovered a letter inside one of his socks. The letter was addressed to Reagan on February 12th. Police believed that Amarjit, suspecting that he was going to be killed, decided to use the letter to give the police a clue about his killer. Although the contents of the letter have never been made public, authorities revealed that it contained sufficient information to link Kenneth Reagan to the murders. Upon conducting a forensic examination of Reagan's home, the police found it to be unusually clean, with brand new carpets and furniture. However, they did uncover a single drop of blood, which was believed to belong to one of the Chohan children, further implicating Reagan in their deaths. The letter discovered in Amarjit's socks, which transferred the ownership of Siwa Freight Services to Reagan, along with the killer's actions on Belinda's farm, led to the arrest of Kenneth Reagan, William Hornsey, and Peter Rees. They were charged with the murders of the Chohan family. Kenneth and William were convicted of the murders of all 5 family members and sentenced to life in prison, while Peter Rees was convicted only for Amarjit's murder and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Billy Fainer. On October 27, 1985, a man and his son were exploring a plot of land in Parker County, Texas, when they stumbled upon human remains in a field. The remains had been exposed by animals, and investigators speculated that the grave had been disturbed a year earlier. After following up on several leads and missing person reports, they determined that the remains belonged to a male, aged between 14 and 20, with predominantly European ancestry. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Lab confirmed these findings. In 2018, Parabon Nanolabs was enlisted to assist with the identification process. They extracted DNA from the remains, using it to predict the individual's hair color and some facial features. A composite image was created based on this information and shared widely, but no one came forward to identify the man. In 2019, further DNA testing helped Parabon Nanolabs connect with potential family members, though the search was complicated by the fact that someone in the family had been adopted. Eventually, they believed they had identified the man's parents. They then went to the University of North Texas to do DNA tests on her parents. After more testing, they were able to confirm that a man is 22-year-old Billy Fainer. His parents told investigators how Billy went to work in California back in 1985, and they never heard from him again. This led investigators to California because they wanted to know what happened to Billy. There they learned that Billy worked with another man by the name of Forrest Ethington. A pair of them would steal coins. At one point, Billy decided to go solo, but he was caught. Forrest was worried that Billy would rat him out, and he decided to take the life of Billy. A surprising amount of people knew about this, and that is how investigators learned about all of this. In 2020, when police felt that they had enough evidence to charge Forrest Effingham with taking Billy's life, they also learned that Forrest passed away just a month earlier due to a heart attack in a prison. The investigators are still unclear as to why Forrest and Billy was in Texas and not California. But other than that, they believe the case is solved after so many years. This is the only picture of Billy, since all the other photos of him were destroyed during Hurricane Katrina. I am exceedingly proud of our investigators and the agencies which assisted us in solving this case. Several law enforcement agencies joined resources to close this case and bring the family some sort of closure regarding their son. Moving on to the next case. Danielle Houchins. Danielle Houchins, born in 1981 to her mother Cheryl Houchins, was lovingly called Danny. From an early age, she was the center of her mother's world, and their bond was incredibly strong. On September 21, 1996, 15-year-old Danielle left her home in Belgrade, Montana, planning to spend the day fishing at Cameron Bridge Fishing Access, a favorite spot she often visited. It was meant to be a peaceful and solitary retreat, just another quiet day by the water. But what started as a simple outing turned into a chilling mystery when Danielle failed to come home. Later that day, searchers found her truck parked near the fishing access point. The vehicle was unlocked, with no immediate signs of a struggle. However, there was no sign of Danielle. As hours passed and daylight began to fade, the search efforts grew more frantic, fueled by mounting concerns for her well-being. Tragically, those concerns were confirmed when Danielle's lifeless body was discovered several hours later, face down in shallow water not far from where her truck was found. The evidence of assault was unmistakable, and the circumstances of her death were both brutal and devastating. Her attacker had cruelly forced her head into the marshy ground, suffocating her as she choked on the mud. Investigators worked to piece together the events leading to her tragic end, but one haunting question remained: who was responsible for taking Danielle Houchins' life? For nearly 28 years, the mystery surrounding Danielle's death remained unsolved. Though the case had gone cold, the sheriff's office refused to let it fade into obscurity. In 2019, they reopened the investigation, hopeful that advances in forensic science could finally provide answers. Preserved evidence from Danielle's case was sent to a cutting-edge forensic lab in California for meticulous analysis. The DNA was then compared against the FBI's CODIS database, but no matches were identified. While this outcome was disheartening, investigators remained determined in their quest for justice. They turned to a groundbreaking technique: genetic genealogy. With a court order, they accessed extensive DNA databases, hoping to find a connection that CODIS had missed. This innovative approach proved successful, leading them to Paul Hutchinson, a 55-year-old man living in Dillon, Montana. In July 2024, investigators visited Hutchinson at his home and confronted him with questions about Danielle's case. The encounter was fraught with tension, and Hutchinson's nervous, erratic behavior only fueled suspicions. His demeanor suggested he was concealing something far darker than anticipated. Just hours after the interview, on August 9, 2024, Hutchinson took his own life, abruptly ending any chance of a full confession. Despite his sudden death, the case was far from over. Not long after, forensic analysts confirmed that the DNA evidence from Danielle's case was a definitive match to Paul Hutchinson. While this long-awaited breakthrough brought a sense of relief, it was accompanied by profound sorrow. Hutchinson's family, unaware of his past, was left shattered by the revelation. A long-time employee of the Bureau of Land Management, Hutchinson had been married for 22 years and was the father of two, a daughter in her early 20s and a younger son. At the time of Danielle's murder, Hutchinson was a graduate student at Montana State and had only been in the area briefly. While the confirmation of his guilt offered some closure to Danielle's family, it also highlighted the deep scars left by a crime that had remained unresolved for so many years. Danielle's younger sister, Stephanie Mallet, expressed mixed emotions, saying, "Even though this man will not face a jury of his peers, I have no doubt he was the one who violently assaulted my sister. When the moment came to take responsibility for his actions, he chose instead to end his life." He knew his guilt and could not face my family, his own family, or the immense pain he caused. After nearly 28 years of unanswered questions and delayed justice, Stephanie reflected on the long struggle. 28 years is far too long, she said. I had to fight far too hard to find justice for my 15-year-old sister. Montanans, Danielle's story should outrage you. It should make you think about your mothers, your sisters, your wives, and your daughters. It should make you consider everything you would do to protect and honor the women you love. Paul Hutchinson's wife, Christy, released a statement in response to the shocking discovery, saying, "We are absolutely heartbroken to learn this news. Our hearts go out to the Hutchins family," Christy said. "It brings some comfort to know that they can finally find the closure they have long deserved. For our own family, however, this has been an incredibly difficult time. We were already grappling with the pain of Paul taking his own life. In 24 years of marriage, there was never any indication that something like this could be part of his past. Paul was an extraordinary husband and father," she continued. "This latest revelation has made our grief even more complicated. We kindly ask for the space to process this devastating news and come to terms with it as we mourn." With the confirmation of Paul Hutchinson's guilt, the investigation into Danielle's case has officially been closed. However, law enforcement remains committed to examining Hutchinson's life for any potential links to other unsolved cases. Moving on to the next case. Jason Anthony Jolkowski. In the summer of 2001, Jason Jolkowski, a teenage boy, vanished on his way to work, never to be heard from again. Despite years of investigation, no clues, physical evidence, or any insight into his disappearance have emerged. As a result, his case has become one of the most perplexing and eerie mysteries in Nebraska's history. Jason Anthony Jolkowski was born on June 24, 1981, in Grand Island, Nebraska, the eldest of two sons born to Kelly Murphy and Jim Jolkowski. He had a relatively normal and happy childhood. While Jason dealt with a mild learning disability affecting his speech and language, he was still regarded as exceptionally intelligent. He graduated from Benson High School in Omaha and continued his education at Iowa Western Community College in Council Bluffs. Jason had dreams of becoming a DJ after completing his studies and was enrolled in the radio broadcasting program as a part-time student. To support himself, he worked part-time at Fazoli's, an Italian-American restaurant on 80th and Cass Streets in Omaha. His mother described him as shy and quiet, with only a small group of friends. Despite his reserved nature, she highlighted that he was remarkably polite and always willing to help others. Jason was last seen on June 13, 2001. Since it was the summer holidays, he and his 13-year-old brother Michael were left home alone while their parents went to work. That morning, Jason received a call from his boss asking him to come in early. Jason agreed, but his car was in the shop, so his boss suggested that he send one of his co-workers to pick him up. They arranged to meet at 11 a.m. at his old high school's parking lot as Jason could walk there easily. For the next short while, Jason finished up some chores and prepared to head to work. A neighbor spotted him at 10:45 a.m. helping Michael bring in the empty bins from the side of the road and put them back in their garage. He then set off from his home in the area of 48th and Bedford Streets in the direction of Benson High. Jason's disappearance quickly became apparent when he failed to meet a coworker at 11 a.m. Concerned, the coworker called his house between 11:15 and 11:30 to inquire about his whereabouts. Since then, Jason has not been seen or heard from again. His parents, under the mistaken belief that they had to wait 24 hours before reporting a missing person, didn't contact the authorities until the following morning. Initially, investigators assumed Jason had run away, possibly acting out in a teenage rebellion, and would return when he felt ready. This assumption led to a delay in the investigation, with authorities not beginning their search until 10 days after Jason was last seen. Once the investigation started, law enforcement interviewed neighbors and conducted ground searches, but no evidence surfaced. CCTV footage from around the school showed that Jason never arrived at Benson High, despite having only a 7-block walk from his house. The area he would have traversed was quiet, with little traffic. In addition, Jason's bank account, which contained $650, remained untouched. Similarly, he has not cashed any of his paychecks. His debit card hasn't been used. His mobile phone hasn't been touched. He never picked up his car from the garage. His parents noted that he was due to start a new job the week after he went missing and that he was very much looking forward to it. He had been in good spirits, and was not involved with anyone romantically at the time he went missing. He did not do drugs or drink alcohol, and has no history of running away. He also has no known enemies. When he left the house on June 13, 2001, he carried no more than $60 on him and had left behind his clothing and other effects, though he was known to have his red work t-shirt with him. All in all, there were no signs that Jason planned to leave, and his parents believed that he was too responsible to have left without telling anyone. A friend of his echoed similar sentiments when she reported, "He loves his parents and his brother more than anything in the world. He'd be talking to me on the phone, and he'd put me on hold so that he could tuck his brother into bed. His family came first." Both authorities and Jason's family believe that he met with foul play on the day of his disappearance. Amateur sleuths have suggested that he was picked up by somebody he knew or lured inside a home, since CCTV showed that he never made it to the school, suggesting he was interrupted while walking there. Others have theorized his body was disposed of following a hit and run, or that he was approached for help by a neighbor with sinister intentions. Unfortunately, though, there are simply no clues in the case to indicate what became of the 19-year-old. In 2007, Jason's mother quoted an unnamed police sergeant who called the disappearance the most baffling case he has seen in 30 years. Jason's parents, Jim and Kelly, created a non-profit organization named Project Jason in the aftermath of their son's disappearance. The organization aims to provide assistance to the families of the missing. Similarly, they lobbied for Jason's Law, which was passed by the Nebraska legislature in 2005. The law birthed the creation of a statewide database for missing people. Kelly later received a Volunteer for Victims Award in 2010 and the Nebraska Governor's Points of Light Award in 2014, both in recognition for the work she has done to help support the families of missing people. As of 2024, Jason's case remains open and is still being investigated by Omaha PD, but there have been no new leads in the last 23 years. Friends and family marked the 20th anniversary of his disappearance in 2021 by gathering at a park. Kelly stated, "Unfortunately, with this mark, I will not have had him more years than I had him in my life since he disappeared at the age of 19. He was almost 20, but he was 19. That's hard to fathom. 20 years. That's 2 decades. She recalled one of the last times she spent time with him when they had supper with the rest of the family. "We didn't really have a name for it, but it was a kind of who laughs first game. You'd say one word, usually something silly, and the goal was to see who would start laughing first. He always lost, as we knew he had a tendency to start giggling." 19-year-old Jason was last seen on June 13, 2001, when he left his home near 48th and Bedford Streets in Omaha, Nebraska. He is described as a white male with brown hair and brown eyes, standing 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing 160 pounds at the time of his disappearance. When last seen, he was wearing a white Chicago Cubs or Sammy Sosa t-shirt, a blue or black Chicago Cubs baseball cap, black dress trousers, and black dress shoes. He was also carrying his red work t-shirt. His speech and language disability may have made him seem more vulnerable than he was, and he was known by the nickname JJ. If Jason is still alive, he would be 43 this year. Anyone with information about his disappearance is urged to contact the Omaha Police Department at 402-444-5657. Moving on to the next case. Kathy Ornette Hicks. In 1982, 25-year-old Kathy Ornette Hicks lived in Atlanta, Georgia, where she worked for Delta Airlines. In September, she traveled to Hawaii for a company softball tournament and was staying at the Awakai Hotel. Kathy was last seen by her coworkers at 1:30 a.m. on September 19, Kathy was seen with a man named Tommy, and according to her coworkers, the two took an elevator ride from the 24th floor to the hotel lobby. They then made their way toward the pool area, while Kathy's friends went to a nearby club. Later that day, at around 10 a.m., two joggers discovered a woman's body near a water reserve not far from the hotel. The body was quickly identified as Kathy Hicks. Kathy had been strangled, prompting an investigation by the Honolulu Police Department. DNA found on Kathy's underwear, which belonged to a male, was collected and stored for future use as DNA analysis techniques advanced. Additionally, a sketch was created based on witness descriptions of the man Kathy was last seen with. A co-worker of Kathy also told investigators that the man said he was a Navy sailor and had been in Hawaii for about 2 years and that he was a native of Tuskegee, Alabama and lived in Jacksonville, Florida before moving to Hawaii. No witnesses to the crime came forward and police did not find any other useful leads, so the case went cold. Then in 2019, the solving of an entirely different cold case would lead to the suspect in Kathy's case. Investigators tested DNA found at the crime scene of Pamela Cajanez and found that 61-year-old Thomas Lewis Garner is responsible for taking her life. Thereafter, in 2021, they found that his DNA also matched the DNA found on Kathy Hicks' underwear. Thomas worked as a dental hygienist in Jacksonville, Florida. He was also a veteran. In June of 2021, he was given a life sentence for what he did to Pamela, and investigators are sure he'll soon be convicted for taking Kathy's life. Attorney Megan Cowell said that it is vital that he should be prosecuted even though he was already sentenced to life in prison. It's justice for the victim and the victim's family. Bringing a prosecution on behalf of the victim's family often makes you feel like justice has prevailed. Let's say, for example, the Florida Supreme Court overrules the conviction for some reason and dismisses the case. Now, if the government doesn't bring this case against the same suspect, the suspect will be let out into the community, and could and probably would reoffend. DNA is extremely helpful because we can rely on the science. So now we can identify the perpetrator, we can prosecute the perpetrator and hopefully convict the perpetrator. I'm sure many of you also now want to hear more about the Pamela Caines case. So here it is in a nutshell. Pamela grew up in Stillwater, Minnesota. In 1984, 25-year-old Pamela enlisted in the Navy. In May of that year, she left behind her family and flew across the country to Orlando, Florida to begin training at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Sadly, Pamela never had the chance to see her dreams come true. 2 days after her graduation in August 1984, her lifeless body was discovered in front of a vacant home in Sanford, Florida. She had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators were able to collect DNA belonging to an unknown man from her body. In 2000 and 2005, investigators unsuccessfully attempted to find a DNA match to Pamela's attacker. In 2015, investigators finally got a break. DNA from Pamela's clothing was submitted to a private forensic genealogy service. Investigators were able to access DNA profiles of individuals who submitted their DNA to genealogy websites. They found a match to a distant relative of Pamela's attacker. Investigators began to build a family tree that would eventually lead them to Thomas Garner, as we already know. Investigators had to make sure they had the right guy, so they then collected a cigarette that he had smoked. The DNA samples collected were a match to the skin found under Pamela's fingernails. Her family was relieved and overjoyed when investigators informed them of the arrest and subsequent conviction of the perpetrator. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Jean Allen Avila. In 1987, a 19-year-old woman found herself pregnant, a life-changing event that is typically filled with joy but was shrouded in ambiguity. Little is known about her circumstances during this time, leaving critical questions unanswered. Was the pregnancy the result of a relationship, or were there more complex and troubling factors involved? The absence of information only deepened the air of mystery and sorrow surrounding what was to come. In October 1987, a man searching through a dumpster for recyclables behind a business on the 5400 block of La Sierra Avenue in Riverside, California, made a chilling discovery. Among the refuse lay the lifeless body of the newborn baby girl. The Riverside County Coroner's Office quickly concluded that the baby's life had been deliberately taken. Despite their relentless efforts, detectives from the Riverside Police Department reached a dead end. They pursued every lead, conducted interviews, and combed through potential evidence, but the identities of the baby's mother or anyone involved remained a mystery. As time passed, the case grew cold, overshadowed by the passage of decades. However, in 2020, the Riverside Police Department's Cold Case Unit made a critical decision to revisit this tragic case, reigniting the hope for answers long overdue. One that would eventually lead to justice for a crime that had been unsolved for over 3 decades. Determined to resolve the case of the unidentified baby girl found in 1987, detectives joined forces with the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team and the nonprofit organization Season of Justice. This collaboration was driven by the hope that new forensic technologies, especially advanced DNA analysis, could finally identify the mother of the deceased infant. Their dedication paid off when the DNA evidence eventually led them to a name, Melissa Jean Allen Avila. After years of uncertainty, the mother of the baby was finally identified, but the case was far from over. Authorities needed to locate Avila, who had since moved across the country. On August 7, 2024, the long search came to an end when Avila, now a 55-year-old resident of Shelby, North Carolina, was apprehended. Her arrest was the result of coordinated efforts between the U.S. Marshals Pacific Southwest Regional Fugitive Task Force and the U.S. Marshals Carolinas Regional Fugitive Task Force. Following her arrest, Avila was extradited back to Riverside County, California, the place where the tragic events of 1987 had unfolded. She now faced charges for taking the life of her newborn baby girl. Avila, now confronting the long-overdue reckoning for her actions, was booked into the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility. This marked a dramatic departure from the years of freedom she had enjoyed, despite the haunting truth of her past. With bail set at $1,100,000, the gravity of the charges against her was evident. The court is set to review the evidence linking Avila to the tragic death of her newborn daughter, with DNA analysis serving as a cornerstone of the prosecution's case. Moving on to the next case. Christa Bramlet. In 1996, 23-year-old Christa Bramlet lived in New Providence, Tennessee. Struggling financially, she resided in a mobile home, while her 2 young children had moved to live with her mother in Corpus Christi, Texas. Christa remained behind, hoping to finish her GED program. However, the area surrounding her home had become increasingly unsafe, plagued by rising crime rates, including burglaries and drug-related offenses. Sadly, Christa became one of the many victims of the community's worsening troubles. On the afternoon of October 28, 1996, her landlord knocked on the door of her mobile home in Sunnydale Mobile Home Park, located just off Peachers Mill Road. When there was no answer, the landlord grew concerned and decided to check inside. It was there that he discovered Christa's body. She had sustained injuries to her throat, and the autopsy revealed that she had been suffocated. Additionally, it was determined that she had been indecently assaulted. Investigators collected male DNA from her body and sent it to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's lab to create a DNA profile. The DNA profile was submitted into the combined DNA index system, but no matches could be made. Investigators were only able to confirm that the DNA belonged to a black male. Without any other leads in the case, investigators could not identify the culprit, and the case went cold. It was only on February 13, 2019 that the Clarksville Police Department detective, Michael Uray, got the news he was waiting for. The DNA in the combined DNA index system matched a man who was living in Phoenix, Arizona. The man is 48-year-old Kenneth Hudspeth. Hudspeth had never come up in the investigation up to this point, and he was on nobody's radar. In April of 2019, Detective Uray interviewed Hudspeth and discovered that he was indeed in Clarksville at the time Christa's life was taken. He moved away from the area in December of 1997. Hudspeth admitted that he knew Christa and said he was the last person to see her alive. As a result of the DNA evidence and this interview, Hudspeth was arrested and charged in connection with the case. Investigators also took a look at Hudspeth's arrest record. They could see that he had been arrested several times on charges like domestic assault and felony assault. He has spent time in Arizona and Texas prisons. This brings up the question, why wasn't his DNA collected years ago? In June 2019, Hudspeth made his first appearance in Montgomery County Court in connection with the charges against him. The case went to trial in September 2021. During the trial, half of a 3-hour interview conducted by Detective Ulrey with Hudspeth was shown to the jury. Hudspeth admitted that he had been using drugs at the time and could not recall whether he had assaulted or killed Christa, but he expressed hope that he had not done so. It was also revealed that Hudspeth's DNA was found on Christa's body, on her bra, and on 2 cigarette butts collected from the scene. After 4 days of testimony, Kenneth Hudspeth was found guilty of all charges on September 24, 2021. In January 2022, at 51 years old, Hudspeth was sentenced to life in prison, with an additional 20 years for his crimes. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Joy Hibbs. On April 19, 1991, around 1 p.m., David Hibbs returned home from school, eager to share the news that he had made the honor roll. However, upon approaching his house in Corydon, Pennsylvania, he noticed smoke billowing from the windows. He rushed to the back kitchen door, but heavy smoke prevented him from entering. As he observed the scene, he noticed the gas stove burners were all lit, which led him to believe that his mother, Joy Hibbs, had been cooking and perhaps forgotten to turn off the stove. In panic, David called out for help, and his neighbors, who were working nearby, heard him. They attempted to enter the house to find Joy, but the fire was too intense. They immediately called the fire department. Despite their efforts to control the blaze with a garden hose, the fire continued to rage until firefighters arrived. After what seemed like an eternity, the fire was finally extinguished. Tragically, a paramedic informed 10-year-old David that his mother had not survived. Firefighters discovered Joy's body in David's bedroom, where she had been brutally assaulted. She had been so badly burned that she was unrecognizable. While the initial belief was that Joy had died in an accidental fire, an autopsy revealed a chilling truth. There was no sign that Joy had inhaled smoke, suggesting she had already been dead before the fire started. Further investigation uncovered that she had been violently attacked, strangled with wire cords, and stabbed 5 times in the chest and neck. The fire, it seemed, had been deliberately set to destroy evidence. This was a clever cover-up approach by the killer, given that the house had been completely destroyed from the fire, and that the neighbors had destroyed important evidence while attempting to put out the fire. According to the findings of the fire marshal's investigation, the fire originated from 4 different locations in the home, 2 in the kitchen, 1 in David's bedroom, and 1 in the corridor. According to the investigators, the morning of her death, Joy had cashed her paycheck. Her purse's contents were tossed on the living room floor, and the police found her wallet stuffed under the couch. The absence of evidence was compounded by the difficulty the investigators experienced in determining a motive. Joy was adored by all, worked part-time as a medical assistant, and was committed to her family. David Hibbs described his mother as graceful, polite, and easygoing. Authorities had no leads whatsoever as to the person who would want to kill her. On the day she was killed, Joy had dropped her 2 kids off at school in the morning. She received her paycheck, ran a few errands, and got home shortly after 11 o'clock in the morning. A church pastor and another member of the congregation dropped by for a visit shortly after she returned home. Joy Hibbs had indicated a desire to celebrate Easter in the church. Just before noon, the pastor and a member of the church departed the Hibbs family house. According to eyewitnesses, there was a dark blue Monte Carlo parked across the Hibbs yard shortly after the church pastor and his member left. The car was said to have remained there until 1 p.m. 2 days after Joy Hibbs' murder, former Bristol County Police Chief Tommy Mills, who was also a narcotics detective, reached out to the residence of Robert Francis Atkins in Falls, Pennsylvania. Robert lived about 2 hours away from where Joy Hibbs lived. Joy and her husband would occasionally buy tiny amounts of marijuana from Robert Atkins, who also appeared to have been their former neighbor. Robert resisted letting the detectives into his house. In the driveway, Detective Tommy Mills spotted a dark-colored Monte Carlo that matched a witness's description of a similar vehicle parked carelessly outside Joy's house shortly before the neighborhood heard the fire. However, during further investigation, the witness said Robert Atkins' automobile wasn't the one they saw. Robert Atkins was invited to undergo a polygraph by the investigators, but he refused, explaining that he had damaged his arm and that his lawyer had instructed him to wait since the nerve damage would affect the polygraph results. He further disclosed that he was camping at the Poconos with his family, friends, and co-workers when Joy's murder took place. Detectives soon verified his alibi. Robert confirmed that he bought a little marijuana for the Hibbs, but he wasn't a dealer. In the weeks preceding his mother's murder, David Hibbs overheard her arguing with Robert Atkins on the phone over the most recent purchase of a baggie of marijuana. Because the baggie was packed with stems and seeds, Joy demanded her money back from Robert. When asked by the police, Robert confirmed these arguments. He, however, stated that he had informed Joy that he couldn't refund her the money. According to him, it was simply improper. Investigators couldn't understand how a few tiny baggies of marijuana could cause someone to die. The couple was only spending $20 to $40 on marijuana at a time, not enough to get the attention of major sellers. On April 27, 1991, a co-worker of April Atkins, the wife of Robert Atkins, came forward to say that on the day Joy Hibbs was murdered, she had called the Atkins residence between 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m., and Robert Atkins had picked up the call. On hearing this, the police now thought Joy's murder took place between 11:50 and 12:50. The police turned their attention to Joy's private life after determining that Robert Atkins' alibi appeared to be flawless. They questioned Joy's relatives and friends and found nothing unusual. Except for the person who had killed Joy, no one seemed to harbor any wicked intentions for her. Robert Atkins was still a person of interest in the case despite having an alibi, though. 23 years after Joy was brutally murdered, a new Bristol Township detective, Michael Slaughter, was assigned the cold case in April 2014. Detective Slaughter made the decision to visit April Atkins, who claimed that she had never been questioned by authorities regarding the death of Joy Hibbs. She, however, clung to the narrative that her family was on vacation in the Poconos that weekend and hadn't learned of Joy's murder until they returned. A few days later, Detective Slaughter re-interrogated Robert Atkins regarding his movements at the time of Joy's death. He supported his wife's account of going camping and revealed to Slaughter that he had been a secret narcotics informant in 1991, doing drug deals and then reporting them to the police. During an interview with Slaughter in May 2014, a co-worker of Joy claimed that on the Monday before she was killed, a man called Joy at work and threatened to kill her. The co-worker decided not to report the call to the police because Joy's husband was now the focus of the investigation at the time. 2 years later, in September 2016, April Atkins, who is now divorced, traveled to the Bristol Township Police Station in order to provide a taped statement regarding her ex-husband's whereabouts during the murder of Joy Hibbs. Detective Slaughter was informed by April that Robert Atkins had returned home covered in blood after allegedly stabbing someone and setting their home on fire. He then instructed her to gather the children, take a few days off work and travel to the Poconos in the north. Out of anxiety and fear, April remained silent. That day, Robert Atkins took a shower after washing his blood-stained clothing. April Atkins didn't learn about the murder of Joy Hibbs until after her family returned from a trip to the Poconos. Despite the revelation, the case remained inactive for another 5 years. That was until November 2021, when Bucks County Detective David Hanks tracked down a former co-worker of April Atkins from 1991. Initially, the co-worker denied knowing April. However, When subpoenaed by the district attorney to testify before a grand jury about a phone call she had made to the Atkins household, the co-worker changed her story. The call had been answered by Robert Atkins, who was supposed to be camping in the Poconos at the time. In the following month, Detective Hanks managed to record a conversation between Robert Atkins and his ex-wife, April. This conversation led Robert to believe that April had informed her roommate about his involvement in Joy Hibbs' murder, which caused his anger and anxiety to escalate. Further damning testimony came from Robert's son, who in April 2022 testified that his father had confessed to him in December that he expected to be arrested soon for something that had happened many years ago. Robert had mentioned a woman dying in a fire before later revealing that she had been stabbed. After 31 years of evading justice, Robert Atkins was arrested in May 2022. He is currently being held at the Bucks County Correctional Facility, facing multiple charges, including first-degree and second-degree murder, 7 counts of arson, 2 counts of robbery, and 7 counts of first-degree arson, all related to the tragic death of Joy Hibbs. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Patton. Melissa Patton was born on September 9, 1977, to Carl and Norma Patton. Raised just outside Atlanta, Georgia, she shared a strong bond with her older sister, Tina. Melissa's vibrant personality left an impression on everyone she met. She was often described as bubbly, kind, and trusting. After graduating high school, she married her longtime boyfriend, Christopher Wolfenbarger, and the couple moved to another part of Atlanta to start their life together. Their marriage was blessed with 2 children, a son named Joey and a daughter named Chrissy. Melissa embraced her role as a wife and mother, thriving in her dedication to her family. The last time Melissa's parents heard from her was on Thanksgiving Day in 1998, during a phone call from Christopher's grandparents' house. She spoke about plans for Christmas, leaving her family with no indication that anything was wrong. However, when Melissa failed to show up for the holiday and missed her mother's birthday in February 1999, her parents' concern turned to alarm. Determined to find answers, Norma traveled to Melissa's home but was met with unsettling news from the neighbors. The Wolfenbargers had abruptly moved away shortly after Christmas, leaving no information about where they had gone. To make matters worse, Christopher never filed a missing person report for Melissa, nor did he inform her family of her disappearance. Given his documented history of domestic violence against Melissa, his silence and failure to contact her family only deepened their fears and suspicions. For Norma, Christopher's actions or lack thereof raised chilling questions about what had really happened to her daughter. On April 29, 1999, a gruesome discovery was made in a wooded area along Avon Avenue near Hartford Avenue. Inside a garbage bag discarded in a dumpster was the severed and bleached head of a woman. Just over a month later, on June 3rd, more dismembered remains belonging to the same woman were found. These remains, carefully packed in black trash bags and discarded in another dumpster, were missing the torso. Investigators noted that the dismemberment appeared to have been done with a saw, suggesting a methodical and brutal disposal of the body. The locations where the remains were found raised particular interest among investigators. They were alarmingly close to a glass company, where Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband, had been employed in the late 1990s. This connection was more than a coincidence. Christopher had been dismissed from this company after being suspected of stealing a reciprocal saw, a tool potentially used in the dismemberment of the body, along with the proximity of the dump sites to Christopher's former workplace and his history of theft, added a chilling dimension to the investigation. As authorities delved further, the pieces began to form a disturbing picture. The meticulous dismemberment and bleaching of the head suggested a perpetrator who possessed both the tools and the expertise to execute such a horrific act. While the remains had not yet been positively identified, their location near Christopher's previous workplace and the brutal nature of the crime cast a heavy shadow of suspicion over him. In 2003, the case of Melissa Patton's disappearance took a shocking turn when authorities confirmed the dismembered remains as hers through advanced DNA testing. This breakthrough was made possible by a DNA sample from her father, Carl Patton, who had recently been arrested for a series of unrelated crimes. While the identification brought grim closure to Melissa's family, it also revealed a sinister chapter in Carl's history. Between 1973 and 1977, Carl had been responsible for the murders of 5 individuals across Georgia, including 3 victims from the infamous Flint River slayings. These long unsolved cases, which had puzzled investigators for decades, were finally linked to Carl through DNA evidence, uncovering the dark truth of his past. As the investigation deepened, Carl pleaded guilty to 4 of these cases in March 2003, and the 5th in May of the same year. His confessions led to a life sentence without the possibility of parole, sealing his fate behind bars and bringing some measure of justice for his victims. Initially, the revelation of Carl's brutal past led investigators to suspect him in the disappearance and slaying of his own daughter, Melissa. However, further scrutiny and evidence established that Carl had been incarcerated well before Melissa vanished, effectively eliminating him as a suspect in her case. This development was both a relief and a new source of anguish for the Patton family, as it meant that the true perpetrator remained at large. With Carl cleared of any involvement, the focus of the investigation shifted back to Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's estranged husband. Despite the red flags, law enforcement struggled to gather the concrete evidence necessary to press charges against him, leaving Christopher as the sole suspect without formal accusations. In 2024, the police, determined to bring closure to the cold case, re-examined the evidence with fresh eyes and new forensic techniques. These developments finally pointed decisively towards Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's estranged husband, as the prime suspect in her slaying. On a hot summer day in August, law enforcement moved swiftly to apprehend Christopher at his home in Griffin, Georgia. The arrest itself was as bizarre as it was telling. Christopher was found desperately trying to evade capture by hiding behind a dryer in his residence. This attempt to conceal himself only reinforced the suspicion that he had something to hide. The officers wasted no time in taking him into custody, marking a pivotal moment in the long and painful journey toward justice for Melissa. On August 6, 2024, Christopher was formally charged with taking the life of Melissa. At the press conference, Detective Shepard, who took over the case several years ago, said Christopher had been a person of interest from the beginning. And that probable cause is how they were able to finally make the arrest. When asked what specifically linked Christopher to the slaying, he said, "I want to protect the integrity of the case going forward, so I cannot disclose certain evidence. But we look at everything when it comes to a cold case." For her family, the arrest brought a bittersweet sense of vindication. The man they had long suspected was finally being held accountable. But it also meant revisiting the trauma of their loss. Norma Patton, Melissa's mother, said, "We have finally made it. He is in custody. And now we just need to get over the last hurdle and get him convicted. You may never know what final moment pushed him to commit such a horrific act. Only he holds the true answers." Melissa's last words to her daughter were, "I love you, and you know where I am if you need me." Reflecting on the tragedy, Melissa's mother, Norma, shared her thoughts about her serial killer husband and his reaction to Melissa's death. "He was devastated when he learned her life had been taken," she said. "But the moment he heard Chris had been arrested, he was deliriously happy." Tina, Melissa's sister, echoed the family's certainty about who was responsible. "From day one, we knew it was Christopher. There was never any doubt in our minds," she stated. Tina also recalled her mother's early perception of Christopher. "My mom said when she first met him, there was just evil in his eyes. That is so true," she said. "For Melissa, she didn't deserve what happened to her. And I hope anyone who finds themselves in a domestic violence situation, please get out." Moving on to the next case. The Grimmer family. January 12, 1970, was meant to be a typical day for the Grimmer family. Originally from Bristol, England, they had made the life-altering choice to move to Australia 2 years earlier. They had settled in Illawarra, New South Wales, at the Fairy Meadow Migrant Hostel, where the family consisted of 26-year-old Carol, 24-year-old Vince, 7-year-old Ricky, 5-year-old Stephen, 4-year-old Paul, and 3-year-old Cheryl. On January 12, the Grimmers planned a visit to the nearby Fairy Meadow Beach. The only family member missing from the trip was Vince, who was working as a combat engineer for the Australian Army and couldn't join them. While the children played under the warm summer sun, the weather suddenly changed in the afternoon around 2 p.m., as winds picked up, shifting direction and blowing sand everywhere. At this point, Carol decided it was time to leave and started gathering their things. She instructed the children to wash off together in the shower block before they headed home. However, 10 minutes later, Ricky, the oldest child, approached his mother and explained that 3-year-old Cheryl was refusing to leave the shower block. Carol quickly followed Ricky back to the showers but found Cheryl was no longer there. Growing increasingly worried, the mother of 4 ran to a nearby house and asked the residents to call the police. Around this time, witnesses reported seeing a man carrying a girl they believed to be Cheryl. They recalled him holding the toddler up to drink from a water fountain before fleeing the scene, with Cheryl wrapped in a towel. It's now believed that the witnesses may have been mistaken in their recollection. Ricky later told police that he had picked up his younger sister so she could drink from the fountain. It's thought that the witnesses had seen this but mistook Ricky for an older man. Other reports at the time mentioned seeing Cheryl in a white car. New South Wales police arrived quickly, and the disappearance of the toddler triggered an extensive search. After 24 hours, authorities had formulated 4 theories regarding Cheryl's possible whereabouts. When announcing their findings to the press, the police shared that they believed there were several possibilities. Cheryl could have hidden herself somewhere and fallen asleep. She might have wandered into the ocean and been swept away. She could have fallen into a waterway. Or she might have been taken by someone with malicious intent. Another 24 hours passed without any trace of the missing 3-year-old. Given the extensive search efforts, if Cheryl had experienced an accident, or simply hidden herself, she would likely have been found by now. The absence of any sign of her led investigators to rule out the first 3 theories. Cheryl's disappearance was now being treated as a potential crime. Someone had taken her, and the challenge was now to figure out who. With several leads in hand, the police began their investigation into the individual responsible for Cheryl's abduction. Among the leads they pursued was a reported sighting of a blue Volkswagen Type 2 near the beach around the time of the disappearance. 3 days after Cheryl went missing, the police received a ransom letter, which they believed to be legitimate. The note writer demanded that they be given $10,000 in exchange for Cheryl's safe return. They noted that the 3-year-old was currently unharmed. Investigators got to work setting up a drop in the Wollongong suburb of Bulli, placing officers dressed as council workers nearby. The money was dropped off, but the letter writer never collected the cash. It was initially feared that the large-scale police operation and the carefully placed undercover officers had spooked the perpetrator. But as the letter writer never made contact with the authorities again, it was assumed that the ransom demand was a hoax. By 1971, had still not been found, and the police had established 3 main suspects in the case, although none could be definitively identified as the man witnesses had seen on the day of the disappearance. 15 months after Cheryl went missing, a local teenager handed himself over to New South Wales police. The 17-year-old from Victoria claimed that he had abducted and taken the life of the toddler. He reportedly gave an overview of the events on Jan. The teenager provided a detailed description of the area where Cheryl was allegedly buried, mentioning tubular steel gates, a cattle guard, a track, and a small creek, which were all close to where her body was supposedly found. According to an article in the Illawarra Mercury, several pieces of information the teenager provided were specific details about the crime that only the person responsible could have known. He accurately described the blue swimsuit Cheryl was wearing on the day she disappeared, along with the white towels she had with her. The teenager also outlined the route he had taken from the beach to the Balgownie area, where he claimed to have buried her body. He even took detectives to the location, although it was under development for housing at the time. He allegedly told the police, "I think this is it, but it's all changed." However, when the police interviewed the property owner, his description was contradicted. The owner pointed out that the cattle guard had been installed recently, and it had not been there at the time of Cheryl's disappearance. He also noted that there had never been a tubular gate in the area. The discrepancies in the teenager's account led investigators to conclude that his confession was likely false. A police report written by Detective Sergeant Philip Finley stated that, without material evidence directly linking the teenager to the missing child, it would not be appropriate to take any further action at that time. Despite the efforts of police, which included several public appeals and the offering of a $5,000 reward, no trace of Cheryl Grimmer was ever found, and her case began to grow cold. Her family in the meantime decided to move back to the UK. The tragic story of their daughter's disappearance was nationwide and a public spectacle, and they struggled to live normally in Australia as they no longer had the anonymity they once did. For years, Cheryl's case lay dormant. The past, and then came the all without progress on the case. It wasn't until that the case began to receive some media attention again when New South Wales Police Minister Mike Gallagher stated that while it was possible the 3-year-old and the culprit were both dead at this point, he hoped that someone might know the truth and might come forward with that information. He also speculated that the little girl had been alive for the last several decades without knowing her true identity. He encouraged anyone with questions about their past who may suspect they are the Grimmer's daughter to come forward. In February 8, January 2000, such woman came forward, but a DNA test proved she was not the missing toddler. In February, a coroner formally ruled that Cheryl was deceased, having passed away shortly after her disappearance. The cause of death was noted as being undetermined, and the coroner recommended that the New South Wales Police reopen the investigation. Cheryl Grimmer noted her belief that her daughter was still alive, stating, "It's not just a mother's hope, it's a knowing." Taking on board the coroner's advice, the police put forward a $100,000 reward for information regarding the case. Afterwards, Wollongong detectives and the Homicide Squad's Unsolved Homicide team combined into a new task force called Strike Force Wessel. In 2016, a review of the evidence was carried out. Every detail was put into the police computer system for the first time, and fresh eyes on the case revealed that many leads had not been thoroughly followed by investigators back in 1970. Felt that the 1971 confession in particular had been dismissed too easily. Armed with this information, they made their way back to the property where the 17-year-old had claimed to have carried out the murder. Here, detectives questioned the landowner's son, who in fact contradicted everything his father had stated previously. He claimed that the cattle guard was certainly in place and that the tubular gate had been there too. There was also a track leading to a creek on the land. All of these details had been mentioned by the 17-year-old in his original statement. It is unclear why the property owner countered all of these claims in 1971. Later that year, it was revealed that 3 witnesses from 1970 had come forward after they recalled seeing a male teenager loitering around the shower block where Cheryl had gone missing. The police also announced they had a credible lead on a man who was spotted with a fair-haired child in his arms at the time of the disappearance. The man would be in his 60s, and they asked him to come forward. And began examining the Mount Penang training school for boys. They believed that their prime suspect had spent time attending the reformatory school during the indicated that they had been provided with this information by someone who believed the former staff or students would be able to shed light on their inquiry. Then it appeared that the case had finally been cracked. The police announced on March 23 that a man had been arrested in Frankston, a suburb of Melbourne, at 1 p.m. on that he was currently being extradited from Victoria. The individual, whose name has been kept out of the public, was charged at Wollongong Police Station with Cheryl's abduction and subsequent murder, and then imprisoned at the Silverwater Correctional Complex. Investigators noted that it was unlikely Cheryl's body would ever be recovered due to the fact that much development had occurred over the years since her death. 1 month later, the police announced that they were trying to trace a family who gave a witness statement on the day of the abduction. Shortly after the toddler went missing, the family moved to Papua New Guinea, then back to their native Nottinghamshire in England. Interpol assisted in tracing the family, and they were eventually located. Their testimonies were believed to be highly important in the court case. Yet another month passed, and in May 0, it was revealed that the suspect in custody was the same person who as a 17-year-old had confessed to the slayings back in 1971. At the time, his admittance had been dismissed due to inconsistencies, but investigators had now dispelled those inconsistencies. The accused was currently 63 years old but was around 16 at the time of the murder, making him a minor. It is for this reason his name has never been disclosed. The individual had been born in the UK like Cheryl and had moved to Australia during this time. More information about the man's confession was revealed, and it was chillingly noted that he had told doctors in 1970 that he had urges to kill himself and kill other people. In his 1971 admission, the suspect claimed that he'd hidden with Cheryl in a nearby drain for about 35 minutes after he had taken her. He gagged her with a handkerchief and tied her hands behind her back. Emerging from the drain, he walked around 1.8 miles with the toddler to Balgony. According to the case prosecutor, the suspect intended on sexually assaulting Cheryl, although the 63-year-old would later deny this claim, labeling it as, quote, bullshit. In his confession, he told the police that he had removed the gag from Cheryl's mouth but that she'd started to scream and ignored him when he told her to shut up. He quickly put his hands around her neck and strangled her to death in a bid to get her to be quiet. Afterwards, he panicked, removed her clothes, and placed bushes and dirt over her body before he returned to Fairy Meadow Beach. Later the suspect sought bail. Prosecutors were opposed to this, claiming he was a flight risk as he was not an Australian citizen and still possessed a British passport. The prosecution noted the evidence against the 63-year-old was strong, stating he said that he'd been staying at the time in a Sydney hostel and caught the train to Fairy Meadow that morning and hung out at the beach. He then provided significant details in relation to the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Cheryl, details of which are confirmed by eyewitness accounts, and details which the prosecution says could only be known to the offender. Meanwhile, the suspect's lawyer, Laura Fennell, said that it would be argued at trial that her client was significantly mentally unwell at the time of his 1971 confession, rendering his admittance inadmissible. She added that the case was already troublingly weak and that he had also admitted to the slaying of a prison guard, but this was found to be untrue. Ultimately, Magistrate Michael Stoddard refused bail, stating, "In my interview, on the face of it, there's a strong case against the accused in relation to the charge of murder." He noted that there were no bail conditions that could lessen the risk he posed if he was released. The suspect appeared at the Supreme Court of New South Wales on September 7, 2018 via video link. He confirmed his name, entered a not guilty plea and said nothing further. His trial was due to begin on Friday, February 15, 2019, however, a judge ruled that a key part of the prosecution's case could not be used as evidence in the trial. The evidence being the suspect's 1971 confession. The admittance couldn't be used as the suspect was a minor at the time and did not have an adult representative present during the police interview. And even though this wasn't legally necessary, the ruled that the interview should be excluded on the basis of unfairness. He also referenced testimony from psychologists who'd reviewed the case for trial and noted that the 63-year-old had low intellect and would be more vulnerable to influence at the time. As this evidence was crucial to the case, the prosecution felt they were unable to continue forward. The man was released and his case has remained dormant since. Carol and Vince Grimmer passed away shortly after the case was reopened, but Cheryl's brothers, Ricky and Stephen, have expressed their surprise and distress at the outcome of recent events. Ricky Nash told reporters, "We're just a bit numb, a bit shocked. No words can describe how I feel at the moment." In 2016, Stephen Grimmer shared his deep sense of loss, saying, "My mom and dad have passed on not knowing, and we want to know too before we pass on." Ricky, the eldest of the Grimmer brothers, seems to have been most affected by Cheryl's disappearance, revealing, "The decisions I made on the day were wrong. It's been with me all my life. I just want it over with. I shouldn't have left." He added, "Everyone says it's not your fault. Come and stand where I'm standing. See what it feels like." Ricky also expressed a desire to know where his sister's remains were, stating, "Give us something that we can go and mourn." Cheryl Jean Grimmer was last seen at the shower block on Fairy Meadow Beach, New South Wales, on January 12, 1970. At just 3 years old, she stood 3 feet tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. A distinguishing feature of Cheryl was a navel that protruded 1 centimeter due to a medical condition. On the day of her disappearance, she was wearing a royal blue swimming suit with net paneling and carrying a white towel. A $1 million reward is currently being offered for information regarding her case. If you have any details, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-333-0000. Moving on to the next case. The Wonderland Gang. Barbara Richardson, Ron Launius, Roy Miller, and Benny Deverell, collectively known as the Wonderland Gang, were involved in small-scale theft and drug dealing during the late 1970s and early 1980s in Los Angeles County. Despite their modest criminal operations in cocaine and heroin, their illicit empire was abruptly shattered by an unsolved murder on July 1, 1981. The grisly killings, known as the 4 on the Floor murders, left the community and law enforcement searching for answers in a maze of conflicting evidence and unanswered questions. The case remains one of the most perplexing and chilling mysteries in the history of Los Angeles. At the center of the Wonderland Gang was Ronald Lee Launius, the leader of the group. Born in Sacramento, California in 1944, Ron was one of the last members of the silent generation in the western United States. In the late 1960s, he served in the Vietnam War, an experience that would have a lasting impact on his life and future choices. Ron Launius's time in the United States Air Force took a downward spiral when he became involved in the drug trade during his service in Vietnam. His role in smuggling heroin back into the United States, using the bodies of deceased soldiers as a cover for his illicit activity, eventually led to his dishonorable discharge. Upon returning to Sacramento, Ron's criminal behavior escalated, finding himself linked to 27 separate homicide investigations in the early 1970s. In 1971, Ron nearly faced a life sentence after being convicted of murdering a police informant. However, in a bizarre twist of fate, the prosecution's key witness was killed in an unrelated police shootout, allowing Ron to evade a harsh sentence. Over the next few years, he was frequently arrested for smaller crimes, including smuggling drugs across the U.S.-Mexico border. Despite these legal entanglements, Ron's presence in law enforcement's radar grew, as they noted his eerie calmness and calculating demeanor. Some law enforcement officers described him as one of the coldest, most methodical criminals they had encountered, while others wondered if his inevitable fate would involve an early death. Regardless of the opinions surrounding him, Ron's calculated and stoic nature remained undeniable, further cementing his reputation in both the criminal underworld and among authorities. David Lind, another member of the Wonderland Gang, once claimed that his pulse never exceeded 70 beats per minute, even when faced with a gun at his temple. Despite the notorious reputation and dark history surrounding him and the gang, Ron Launius married Susan Murphy, the only surviving member of the gang from the scene of the infamous Laurel Canyon murders, in 1971. The second victim of the gang's downfall was William Billy Raymond Deverell, born on February 14, 1937. Billy was Ron's right-hand man and second in command of the Wonderland Gang. Raised in modest circumstances, Billy was drawn into the drug world, lured by the promise of easy money. During the day, he worked as an overhead crane operator, but by night, he became a skilled criminal, establishing himself as a rising figure on the streets. However, his descent into the criminal underworld took a heavy psychological toll on him. Billy was plagued by intense periods of depression, guilt, and self-loathing, often questioning his choices and wondering if he should leave his life of crime behind. Yet, under the influence of Ron Launius, who took him under his wing, Billy chose to continue down the destructive path of drug dealing, further cementing his involvement in the Wonderland Gang's infamous activities. The third victim, Joy Audrey Goldmiller, was the leaseholder of the townhouse at 8763 Wonderland Avenue, which would later become known as the site of the murders. Joy came from a wealthy background as the ex-wife of a Beverly Hills lawyer and the mother of 2 children. However, her comfortable life crumbled, and she turned to heroin, eventually becoming consumed by the drug culture of 1970s California. Joy Audrey Goldmiller's involvement with the Wonderland Gang deepened over time, despite her declining health due to breast cancer. She became deeply entrenched in her drug use, which took a toll on her physical and mental well-being. Even as her health faltered, Joy remained dedicated to the gang, to the point of signing the lease on the property that would soon become the crime scene. Her loyalty to the group would ultimately seal her fate as one of the victims of the tragic events that unfolded on July 1, 1981. The fourth and final victim of the massacre was Barbara Richardson, born on October 17, 1959. Though she was not an official member of the Wonderland gang, Barbara was closely connected to them through her relationship with David Lind, a gang member, an Aryan Brotherhood motorcyclist. Barbara and David had a tumultuous relationship, marked by heavy drug use and involvement in criminal activities. They both eventually became police informants, but their lives took a darker turn when they relocated to Los Angeles. They tried to reintegrate into the criminal underworld, hoping to become legitimate members of the Wonderland gang. However, they never made it past initiation before their lives were tragically cut short. In the late 1970s, 5 unlikely criminals came together in Laurel Canyon, Los Angeles. Ron, Billy, David, Tracy, and Joy, each with their own troubled pasts, saw an opportunity in the booming cocaine trade. They were drawn to the riches promised by the illegal market and decided to carve out their own slice of the pie. Their decision to enter the world of drug dealing would eventually lead to their tragic and violent downfall in the summer of 1981. Together, they set up base camp at 876 Wonderland Avenue, known as the Wonderland Gang thereafter. Before the calendar flipped to 1980, however, the Wonderland Gang garnered their first and most infamous customer in John Holmes, a former porn star known for his body more than his character. By the time he found the gang, he was $1,000 poorer after spending his paper on drugs from the crazed crime lord himself, Eddie Nash. Over the next couple of years leading into the early 1980s, the Wonderland Gang is frequented by close associates, Susan Murphy and Barbara Richardson. Together, they became the Shameful Seven and make a reputation for themselves unlike Los Angeles has ever seen. By the spring of 1981, the Wonderland Gang's operation is pulling in serious cash, smooth sailing for the Shameful Seven with a lot of promise for the future. Their only headache was John Holmes, a leech at the 8763 Wonderland Avenue property. The gang doesn't mind him too much, using him as a petty errand hand and finding amusement in the former celebrity's crumbling social status. But his fatal effects are yet to take full force. As the heat of summer in Los Angeles in 1981 ratchets up, the gang starts to realize their potential with Holmes and his connections to Eddie Nash. Holmes agrees they should act on his dissolving relationships, and they begin plotting a hit on Nash's treasure trove of a mansion in Studio City, California. Their target: cocaine, heroin, drug paraphernalia, boatloads of cash and antique guns that once belonged to the gang. In the early morning hours of June 29, 1981, John Holmes ventures to Nash's mansion as if it was any normal day. He buys his usual order of crack cocaine, taking notes of the location of the desirable, but forgets to leave the patio door unlocked. Holmes returns later in the evening and successfully secures the door open for the planned robbery. When he goes back to the Wonderland base camp, he finds the gang high on heroin and waits for their recovery, drawing a map of the mansion for their heist. As late morning arrives on 29th, Holmes feels paranoid and that too much time has passed and goes back to Nash's mansion once more to solidify the unlocked patio door. Once Holmes returns, Ron, Billy, David and Tracy journey to Studio City to make the hit. Tracy McCourt stays put in the stolen Ford Granada as lookout man, while the other 3 enter the unlocked doors claiming to be the authorities. Nash's 8-pound 300 bodyguard, Gregory Dials, is first to approach the Wonderland trio, but is quickly overtaken and handcuffed. In the scuffle to detain Dials, one of the men's handguns misfires and hits Dials in the back. The noise of the gunshot wakes Eddie Nash from another room and he enters to find his muscle man handcuffed and his valuables under siege. It's not long before Nash realizes the severity of the situation and begs for mercy. He drops to his knees pleased to be spared and opens the safe containing most of the goods. The crew acts fast, hauling away their treasure and escapes Studio City with what would later be valued at $1 million worth of drugs, weapons and cash. In the afternoon of June 29, 1981, the Wonderland gang returns to 8,763 to divide their haul amongst the members. However, they give lesser shares to Holmes and McCourt, lowballing their efforts and infuriating the two men. Nevertheless, Holmes takes some of the stolen jewelry and goes about his day. Over the next 24 hours, Eddie Nash swears his revenge on those who humiliated him and his personal legacy. He sends his goons out into the city of Los Angeles looking for possible suspects. One of his right-hand men spots Holmes strolling through Hollywood wearing a notable ring that belongs to Nash. The news spreads faster than fire, and Nash brings Holmes back to his estate for questioning. Confined and threatened, Holmes is forcefully interrogated until he spills the names of those responsible for the home invasion reportedly witnessed by Scott Thorson, one of Liberace's former lovers. What happens between this interview and the murders is unknown, but at around 3 a.m. on July 1, 1981, less than 2 days after the Nash Mansion robbery, a group of unidentified men enter the Wonderland gang property in Laurel Canyon. They prowl from room to room targeting individual members one by one, wielding striated steel pipes meant for bludgeoning. The first hit is Barbara Richardson sleeping in the downstairs living room. The second hit is Roy sleeping in the rear downstairs bedroom. With him, his wife Susan, but the killers only severely injure her as she would later survive despite horrific brain trauma and a lacerated finger. The third and fourth hits are Joy Miller and Billy DeVorel in the upstairs bedroom. Joy on the bed and Billy in the corner. Between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., that fateful morning, neighbors hear plenty of commotion coming from 8763, but figure the gang is throwing another party and ignore the noise. Little do they know, some of the most gruesome murders in Los Angeles history is taking place right under their nose on that otherwise innocent stretch of road on Wonderland Avenue, forever mystifying the rest of Laurel Canyon's concerned community, and Alley County in total. When dissecting the entire scene of the crime and the violent nature of the murders, it's quite a shock that no viable evidence was retrieved from 8763 Wonderland Avenue in the forensic analysis, except for a handprint belonging to John Holmes on the headboard of a bed. Because Holmes was a frequent guest of the gang, they couldn't directly link into the murders, and with the era in which the crimes were committed, DNA evidence had not entered the prosecution's sphere or scientific community in general. Thus, without physical or biological clues, investigators were scrambling for answers early on. One of their first orders of business was finding the surviving members of the gang who were in their eyes the most likely to have killed the 4 victims. David Lind, who had befriended Ron in prison years prior, was apprehended and provided the vital piece of information law enforcement needed, claiming to have been in a hotel room with a prostitute in the San Fernando Valley on the night of July 1st. David Lind explained he wasn't anywhere close to Laurel Canyon, instead, dealing drugs in a small covert unconnected deal. This led to a more official interrogation by authorities where they were able to coax more confessions from him. Linda eventually revealed the dead Wonderlanders had carried out a massive theft of Eddie Nash's mansion 48 hours before their demise with the help of John Holmes. While it didn't inform anyone's involvement in the murders, the police finally had a direction to take their investigation. It linked John Holmes to a multitude of crimes, and anything involving the short-tempered, frantic Eddie Nash had to be considered as something sinister. Without a doubt, had Linda not been in the valley on July 1st, and instead was just another victim of the Wonderland murders, his testimony wouldn't have given the proper lead to Nash, Holmes, the robbery, and ultimately, one of the most obvious arrests and shocking acquittals in a history of true crime murder mysteries. Without question, the overwhelmingly popular theory determining who committed the Wonderland murders revolved around Eddie Nash, Gregory Dials, and their goons. It doesn't take much common sense to connect the dots between robbing an unstable crime boss and the likelihood of revenge. After all, Scott Thorson did right years later. He witnessed Nash himself order a retaliation after Holmes coughed up the name to the Wonderland gang. Not only that, but Los Angeles detectives Tom Lane and Robert Souza found over $1 million worth of cocaine in Nash's possession a week after the killings, along with specific artifacts that were rumored to have belonged to the Wonderland Avenue residents. Despite these discoveries, however, the LAPD first arrested John Holmes for the Laurel Canyon murders, charging him and him alone without any other suspects in March of 1982. This arrest sprouted from the discovery of a single handprint belonging to Holmes on the headboard from one of the Wonderland's bed frames. Surprisingly, the prosecution argued Holmes actually wasn't a lone wolf, that he was an accomplice in the murders, acting as a gatekeeper to the Wonderland building and let the hit men enter without notice. After a much scrutinized trial, Holmes was acquitted on June 26, 1982 for each count of murder. Some pertain the acquittal to the success of Holmes's two court-appointed lawyers who argued Holmes was a victim, threatened and scared into helping the true masterminds without much of a choice. The self-defense proposition swayed enough jurors to forego the circumstantial evidence along with the fact that Holmes did not cooperate with police, law enforcement, or testify in court at all, for which he would later spend 110 days in jail for. Even Holmes's wife, Sharon Holmes, admitted she was suspicious of him as well. She had told reporters back in July of 1981 that Holmes had said he knew the men who were inside the Wonderland residence the night of the slayings and was at the house just before they happened. She also stated years after John Holmes died that the morning after July 1st, her husband had returned home with blood splattered on his clothes, yet he remained uninjured. This was never proved nor cross-referenced, and were the only details Sharon remarked upon, never assisting either the police or the prosecution. Unfortunately, John Holmes passed away in March of 1988 due to complications from AIDS, taking with him the truth he had regarding his involvement in both the Nash Mansion robbery and the subsequent murders. Holmes wasn't the only suspect to ever find himself in front of a judge and jury, though. In 1990, 9 years after the Wonderland incident, police were still stepping on the tail of Eddie Nash. They charged him with the conspiracy and planning of the murders of Barbara Richardson, Ron Launius, Roy Miller, and Billy Fainer, with his bodyguard, Gregory Diles, charged as a participant. The prosecution included Scott Thorson as a witness to testify against Nash and Diles, and seemed to have the two gangsters in a corner. But when it came to sentencing, the trial ended prematurely with a hung jury, the votes coming in at 11-1 for conviction. Nevertheless, the California courts kept at them and tried Nash and Diles again in 1991. This time the two suspects were acquitted of all charges and set free. It would be the last attempt by authorities to pin Gregory Diles, as he died from liver failure in 1997. His personal accounts of the morning of July 1, 1981, still unknown. In 1996, both local and federal authorities joined together and held a 4-year investigation into the totality of Eddie Nash's suspected crimes. At the turn of the millennia, the task force arrested and indicted Nash under the Rat-Shear Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act for money laundering, drug trafficking, conspiring to murder the Wonderland gang, and even bribing the holdout on the first jury of the 1990 court case. During arraignment in September of 2001, Nash agreed to a plea deal, most likely due to his age and deteriorating health. Thus, Eddie Nash pleaded guilty to the juror of bribing and the money laundering charges, but never admitted to the murder conspiracy. Rather, Nash stated he sent his associates, including Gregory Diles, to the Wonderland residence only to collect his stolen items, to which he concluded there was a possibility of violence without confirming anything. Nash paid up a $250,000 fine, spent 4 years in prison, and lived the rest of his life in silence regarding the events of that bloody summer in 1981. He died 2 decades later on August 9, 2014. Once Eddie Nash passed away, it removed the last known major player in both the LAPD and the general public's agreed-upon theory regarding who committed the Wonderland murders. But because all 3 were acquitted, no physical evidence was ever presented and their testimonies went to the grave. The killing's still technically unsolved with no justice imminent, and while it's highly improbable, there's a chance Nash, Diles, or Holmes never actually killed the gang. Even if Holmes gave up the gang's cover as the previous heist thieves and Nash sent Diles and the goons to reclaim his property, it doesn't automatically mean they committed murder despite the overwhelming circumstantial events. In fact, there are large groups of interested minds who look at the missing members of the Wonderland gang who escaped misfortune and weren't at the residence on July 1st. David Lind and Tracy McCourt were both serendipitously absent from Wonderland Avenue when their peers were bludgeoned to death, and some wonder if it may not have been so accidental. Linda was in fact the person who gave authorities their biggest lead in John Holmes, going as far as to admit the gang had robbed Eddie Nash days prior. Despite Linda's own personal involvement with the heist, he still snitched the police seemingly to save his own skin. However, it's worth considering if Linda himself tipped Eddie Nash the Wonderland gang's involvement, coming away with both the riches from his share of the Nash Mansion hit and the gang's empire after their death. Or Linda killed the other members himself with the same outcome in mind, using the Nash heist as a scapegoat. It would give law enforcement a believable suspect to pin the murders on and leave Linda to escape untouched. Or maybe the police knew Linda was guilty, but still went after Holmes and Nash in exchange for Linda's cooperation in other investigations. It was a known rumor in the years after the slayings that David Linda became a police informant in Southern California. Gossip so strong, his position in the criminal underworld became controversial with rival gang members who dismissed his credibility in general. Because confidential informant records are not kept nor discussed publicly, Lynn's greatest role in an applicable conspiracy is unknowable as he passed away from an overdose in November of 1995. Tracy McCourt could have a similar motivation to offing the other Wonderland gang members. He was frequently teased, called Titmouse Tracy by David Linda even, and left out in bigger gang dealings. For the Eddie Nash invasion, McCourt was originally supposed to be part of the robbery, but after his handgun was taken away by Linda, he was given no other choice but to be the lookout driver. Some circles of amateur sleuths believe McCourt was then given less of a share due to his lesser role and subsequently angered as a result both the short-changing and long-term disrespect. Thus, McCourt could have quickly organized a hit against the gang, staying home the night he knew the terrors would come down. Of course, if it were true, he would have failed overall as his biggest transgressor. David Lind ended up living through the entire ordeal. Yet maybe that could have pushed McCourt away from the Los Angeles life of crime in the end, as he moved to Colorado afterwards and wound up in and out of prison for assault and trafficking charges. Much like Linda, we'll never know if McCourt indeed had a role in his friend's demise as he passed away without known cause in October of 2006. Before we divulge our hypothesis, we want to make known our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstantial and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. Whether you believe in the far-fetched conspiracies or the nearly clear-cut conclusions to Laurel Canyon murders, one thing is certain: whoever slaughtered the Wonderland gang did so with a vengeance and intent on causing more than harm, but also a suffering demise unlike most people had ever seen. Based on the gruesome crime scene and medical examination post-mortem, it's obvious there was an intent to unleash evil. This was no accidental manslaughter or carefree homicide. This was revenge served in the coldest of blood. The tragic events surrounding the Wonderland gang remain a haunting chapter in Los Angeles' criminal history. While Eddie Nash and Gregory Dials were acquitted of direct involvement in the brutal murders, they undeniably played significant roles in the larger network that contributed to the bloodshed. With their extensive resources and influence, they had the means and the motivation to orchestrate such a violent act. However, it's believed that neither Nash nor Dials physically carried out the murders. Instead, they likely commanded a group of unknown associates who executed the crime. Dials may have played a motivating role in the violent retribution, though his own injuries, having been shot less than 2 days prior, suggest he was not directly involved in the killings. As for John Holmes, his involvement is murkier. While he most certainly had access to the Wonderland residence and was likely present the night of the murders, it's unclear whether he had any direct involvement in the killings. His role, if any, seems to be more about granting access than actively participating in the violence. The true nature of his complicity remains an open question. But the biggest mystery of all, the true identities of the perpetrators, may never be answered. The men who committed these horrific acts, and those who orchestrated them, took their secrets to their graves. Nash, Dials, and Holmes all left behind a shroud of mystery that has yet to be lifted. The victims, Barbara Richardson, Ron Launius, Roy Miller, and Billy Fainer, are the names that will be remembered. Despite their dark pasts, they did not deserve the gruesome end they met on that fateful night of July 1, 1981, at 8763 Wonderland Avenue. The violence that unfolded in Laurel Canyon that night will remain a chilling reminder of the dangerous world that existed behind the veil of Los Angeles's criminal underworld. Moving on to the next case. Amy Mihaljevic. Amy Mihaljevic, known to everyone around her as a bright, adventurous girl, was full of promise. She lived in Bay Village, Ohio, a peaceful suburb on the shores of Lake Erie. Amy had a love for the natural world and a talent for athletics, making her a standout in her community. Unfortunately, her life was tragically cut short by an unsolved kidnapping and murder that left her family, friends, and the entire region in search of answers. Amy was born Amy Renee Mihaljevic on December 11, 1978, in Little Rock, Arkansas, to Mark and Margaret Mihaljevic. She had an older brother named Jason, who was 3 years her senior. In 1984, the family moved to Bay Village, Ohio, seeking a quieter and more fulfilling life in the Midwest. Bay Village, with its middle-class charm and wholesome environment, seemed like the perfect place to raise their children. It offered a sense of safety and comfort, making it an ideal community for many looking for a slice of the American dream. In Bay Village, Ohio, the community was tightly knit and trusted. The streets were considered safe, and it was common for families to keep their doors unlocked and let their children roam freely, particularly during the warm summer months. The Mihaljevics, new to the area, quickly embraced this lifestyle. Mark worked for General Motors, while Margaret was employed at Trading Times magazine. Their children, Jason and Amy, settled into the local school system without trouble. With a population of just 17,000, Bay Village was a peaceful and welcoming town, where newcomers were embraced with open arms. As Amy grew, she developed a wide array of interests, but none more passionate than her love for animals. Horses, in particular, captured her imagination, and she dreamed of one day owning her own or running a stable filled with her favorite breed. Her enthusiasm for animals expanded into a broader appreciation for the natural world, and Amy often ventured outdoors, exploring the town with a sense of adventure. Her vivid imagination allowed her to create stories and fantasy worlds, which she eagerly shared with others. At school, Amy's outgoing and friendly nature made her many friends, and she quickly became a beloved classmate. Amy's vibrant personality and boundless energy made her a magnetic presence among her peers. She thrived in social environments, always sharing her excitement and curiosity with those around her. Academically, she excelled, following in her brother's footsteps with a natural aptitude for learning. When she wasn't studying, Amy participated in various athletic activities, especially swimming, which she pursued with dedication. She approached life with an adventurous spirit, eager to try anything that came her way. Her father, Mark, once remarked that Amy was the type of child who would push away help just to figure things out on her own, whether it was learning how to tie her shoes or tackling any challenge life presented. Despite her outgoing nature, Amy was somewhat reserved when it came to interacting with adults. While she had a close bond with her mother, Margaret, and would engage politely with others, she didn't seek out conversations with adults outside of her immediate family and school. This reserved attitude only added to the mystery and tragedy when her life took a dark turn. In the months leading up to her death, the once peaceful and trusting Bay Village would be consumed by fear. A series of phone calls, an abduction, and the unfolding of a sinister plot would tear apart the close-knit community, leaving residents reeling from the unimaginable. The following timeline will delve into the events that ultimately led to Amy's tragic death. In the days leading up to October 27, 1989, Amy received a mysterious phone call from an unknown man who told her that her mother, Margaret, had been promoted at work. The caller then suggested they meet at a shopping center near Bay Village Middle School to discuss this promotion. Amy, believing the call to be innocent and a kind gesture for her mother, casually shared the news with a few close friends at school. However, she didn't mention the phone call to her parents and acted normally at home. On the morning of Friday, October 27th, Amy woke up early, excited for the weekend ahead. She told her mother she would be staying late after school for a 5th grade choir audition, and as usual, she left for school on her bicycle at around 7:20 a.m. Her brother Jason had already left before her, so Amy was alone on her ride. Throughout the school day, from the time classes began until dismissal at 2:04 p.m., Amy seemed perfectly normal, displaying no signs of distress or worry. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. 11 minutes pass by and Amy walks down the street from the middle school to the shopping center on the corner of Wolf Road and Dover Center. Ironically, just across the street from the local police department. At 2:15 p.m., Amy is seen in the shopping center plaza by fellow classmates, who are all hanging around an after-school recreational tradition. Somewhere between 2:20 and 2:30 p.m., Amy is approached by an adult white male of about 30 years standing around 5'9" and sporting brown hair. This is the last confirmed sighting of Amy as she is abducted and disappears from plain sight along with the adult's male figure. 40 minutes later, following the family rule that required the children to call Margaret when they returned home from school, Jason phoned his mother at 3:14 p.m. to inform her that Amy hadn't come home yet. This was unusual, as Amy always returned by 3 p.m. Margaret reassured Jason that Amy was likely still at her choir audition, but she couldn't shake the growing concern. At 3:30 p.m., Jason called again to say that Amy still hadn't arrived. Margaret's worry increased, but just as she was about to gather her things to head to work, she received another call from Amy. Margaret asked how the audition had gone, and Amy replied simply, "Okay." Margaret then asked how Amy was doing, and Amy answered, "Fine." The conversation was brief, but with no cause for alarm, Margaret resumed preparing for work, assuming her daughter was home and safe. This would be the last confirmed communication anyone had with Amy. As the hours passed, an unsettling feeling lingered in Margaret's heart. She recalled the strangely short responses from Amy, which was out of character for her typically talkative daughter. Trusting her instincts, Margaret quickly packed up and rushed out to her car. At around 5:30 p.m., she arrived home to find Amy still missing. Without hesitation, Margaret began calling Amy's friends and neighbors, desperately seeking any information or sightings. Unable to locate her, Margaret hops in the car and retraces her daughter's steps from earlier that day, leading her back to the Bay Village Middle School, where she finds Amy's bicycle still chained to the bike rack outside the building. At 5:58 p.m., Margaret takes matters out of her own hands and visits the Bay Village Police Department, officially reporting Amy missing. A couple of officers take notes, ask questions, and put out a bulletin to alert other authorities of the issue. By 7 p.m. that evening, Mark returns home from General Motors and aids in the search for his daughter. Joining him are countless Bay Village citizens forming search parties and canvassing the streets of their once innocent little lake town. 2 hours later, at 9 p.m., the Bay Village Police Department, BVPD, became the hub for one of the most rapidly organized volunteer search efforts in northern Ohio's history. Early the next morning, at 7:10 a.m. on Saturday, October 28th, the FBI arrived in Bay Village to assist in the investigation. Special Agent Dick Wren, a Bay Village resident with strong community ties, led the investigation. By the end of the morning, Wren and the local police learned from one of Amy's schoolmates about her phone conversations with an unidentified man. It became clear to investigators that the abduction was not a random act but rather a carefully planned event. The schoolmate revealed that the man had known Amy's phone numbers, her home address, her mother's employer, and even the time she would be coming home. He was familiar with the area and was able to earn the trust of even the most cautious children. This was no random kidnapping. The man responsible was highly calculated and dangerous. As night fell on Saturday, October 28th, longtime Bay Village resident Howard Kimball took charge of the volunteer search efforts, setting up his own command post above City Hall and managing calls and tips from the community. The search quickly grew into the largest organized effort in Ohio since the 1951 disappearance of Beverly Potts. As the weekend came to an end, investigators grew increasingly concerned that their prime window of opportunity was closing. In cases of missing children, the initial hours are the most critical, and without any concrete evidence, authorities feared that the worst was yet to come. Over the next 100 days, nothing of use is uncovered. Amy's profile is shared about the world across multiple television programs and in various platforms, and yet no one comes forward with anything of substance. The next big find wouldn't come until the early morning hours of Thursday, February 8, 1990, and the worst possible scenario unfolds. At around 7 a.m., a female jogger running alongside County Road 1181 in New London of rural Ashland County, Ohio notices what appears to be a body or a lump of clothes resting in a field near her pathway. Authorities are called and quickly respond only to discover the body belongs to Amy Mihaljevic in a spot nearly 50 miles from where she was last seen 3.5 months prior. Near the crime scene are a blanket and shower curtain covered in Amy's family dark hair. By 1:40 p.m. later that afternoon, Amy's body undergoes an autopsy by the coroner. The coroner rules Amy's death a clear homicide via multiple stab wounds to the neck and blunt force trauma to the head. They also discover Amy had at least one meal before her death, which most likely occurred only days after her abduction. Of all the mysteries presented by the discovery of Amy's body, one thing remains certain: an innocent young girl was murdered in cold blood and a killer is on the loose. For the next 3 decades, a massive manhunt for the Lake Erie murderer burns on, led by Bay Village detectives and the FBI. In February 6, law enforcement learns that a few other girls in the city of Northern Olmsted, Ohio received similar calls from an unidentified male figure at around the time Amy received hers, or similar setups to the one that led to Amy's abduction. None of these girls had gone through with the scheme. However, it signals to police that they are dealing with a serial predator rather than a one-off criminal. After another 7 years of inconclusive investigating, the case brings aboard Special Agent Phil Torsney, known for his role in capturing the infamous gangster, Whitey Bulger, and tells reporters the killer was most likely a long-time resident of northern Ohio with in-depth knowledge of the local geography. Fast forward another 7 years to present day, and authorities are still without any luck or noteworthy leads in 2020. Last year, investigators claimed that whoever is responsible is most likely not even on their list of suspects at this point due to how exhaustively thorough they've been looking into the names they've come up with. Over 15,000 interviews, 150 suspects, and 8,000 clues later, and Amy's death is still up in the air, frozen in a cloud of anguish, despair, and tragedy. When it comes to clues in Amy Mihaljevic's case file, nothing major catches the eye as a big break in the investigation. Unfortunately, the era in which Amy perished was a time before detailed phone records were kept, and thus the location of the phone used by the suspect to converse with Amy, as well as the line Amy called from to tell her mother she was safe, cannot be identified. Had Amy been abducted a few years later, the shopping center in which she made contact with her kidnapper probably would have had CCTV monitoring systems installed that might have captured a better image of the suspects. Remember that Bay Village was thought to be as secure as a small community could be, and those types of measures were never even at the back of citizens' minds. All that being said, there are a few clues and missing artifacts sprinkled throughout the case that are worth magnification. Instead of one major piece of evidence or suspicious pattern, we want to bring awareness to the smaller details that could make the biggest difference. First of all, there were 3 significant items missing from Amy's person the day that her body was found in the field along County Road 1181. These personal artifacts were a pair of black horse riding boots, a denim backpack with an academic binder inside and the slogan "Best in Class" written on the clasp, and a pair of turquoise earrings shaped like horse heads. These items were unique enough to make an impression on Amy's parents, and distinguishable enough for the general public to be on the lookout for. Detectives assigned to the investigation remarked about how predators in these types of crimes often keep mementos of their victims like twisted trophies to keep for themselves. All of these missing objects could easily have been held onto by the killer as mementos. If any were found and identified, it could be a connection to Amy. The other peculiar point of interest wasn't covered in February, when multiple other girls came forward to investigators sharing similar stories of phone conversations with a man who wanted to buy them gifts for their mothers and meet up at shopping malls. These girls were also residents of northern Ohio suburbia in a town called North Olmsted, a neighboring community with Bay Village. While these girls were not friends with Amy directly, all of them had one conclusive connection to the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center. Detectives looked into the pattern and realized that the center utilized a visitor's log booth at the front door, which all of the girls, including Amy, will have signed upon their trips there. Along with signatures, the logbooks also included visitors' phone numbers and addresses, giving the predator an in-depth resource for his potential victim's location. How many logbooks the center kept throughout their history, and if they are archived, is unknown. Sadly, the discovery wasn't made until 17 years after Amy's murder, and thus going back and pinpointing suspects from any documents kept is nearly impossible. And if it was carried out, no leads were brought forth from it by authorities. However, we bring it up because it seems more than likely the perpetrator used the visitor log and possibly the center itself to find young women. If you have any information regarding the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center over the past 30 years that could be deemed relevant, it's important to reach out to proper officials. Or if you've heard of any similar instances of the phone calls being made in northern Ohio, it could lead to the best chance of finding the serial criminal. Now we turn to the theories surrounding Amy's murder. As with many missing and murdered children's cases, one of the oft-argued theories in the beginning of an investigation is a targeting of the parents and their potential involvement. Fortunately, in Amy's case, authorities were able to quickly rule out both Mark and Margaret Mihaljevic as suspects. They had both rock-solid alibis as they were both at work and around coworkers. Some conspiracy theorists have tried to reason the parents might hire someone or convince a man to kidnap their daughter. But the truth of the matter was that Amy's parents had nothing to gain from carrying out such a bizarre scheme. It is a desperate hypothesis based on grasping at straws and should be put to rest for good. However, many of the other early theories did revolve around friends and family members close to the Mihaljevic family. These were the people most likely to have the knowledge of Margaret's employment situation as well as Amy's after-school routine and the telephone number to her residence. They would know of Amy's deep-rooted connection with her mother and her absolute will to do anything to make her happy. A child's compassion is usually seen and taken advantage of by people close to them, not by strangers or bystanders out to commit random crimes. Sadly, any and all of the possible persons of interest closely connected to the Mihaljevics were intensely vetted by both the local police and the FBI special agents, and none are currently considered prime suspects. But there were a few promising individuals discovered by investigators through the first few years after Amy's body was found. The first was a former stable hand at Holly Hills Farms where Amy would ride horses for recreation. His name was Sean Tabelian, who also went by Sean Dusky. Sean was kicked out of a previous labor position at a stables for tickling young girls, and he was accused of raping a 12-year-old girl in Washington state in 1983. And another person connected via Holly Hills Farms was Dr. Gregory Capella, whose daughter also rode horses alongside Amy. He faced accusations of writing love letters to a female minor asking to be her boyfriend and would sleep in the same room as young girls when taking the youth soccer teams on trips to Canada. Both of the Holly Hills Farms men profiled only had circumstantial suspicions at best and were never arrested. Another set of suspects would arise due to their involvement with Amy's memorial events held around Bay Village soon after she disappeared. The first was Robert Jones, who attended a memorial service and handed Margaret $1,000 in cash. He didn't know the Mokolovic family on a personal level, making the kind transaction a bit odd. When investigators looked into Roberts, they discovered a pattern of strange behavior, such as his infamy around town for standing nude in front of the living room window as young girls walked by or simply staring at them as they ventured to school. He was also suspected of arson when the home he lived in burned down in 1989. But when the FBI obtained a search warrant to dig through his new home, nothing of note could be found. The other peculiar subjects targeted by police after Amy's memorial was an unnamed man featured in former FBI agent Robert Ressler's book, Whoever Fights Monsters. Ressler claimed the man went out of his way to volunteer in search efforts for Amy, handing out flyers and going door to door. The man also sent Margaret sympathy cards with hairpins attached telling Margaret that she and Amy would wear them when Amy was found. Thinking it to be a sign of involvement, Ressler and another FBI agent visited the man to thank him for his volunteer efforts before turning it into an interrogation. The man professed his innocence, but the police kept checking in on him. They found he had a history of mental and emotional issues and felt that they had found their man. Their gut reaction seemed to be validated when the man combined a lethal dosage of ethanol with his soda just weeks after Amy's body was found. After the man's suicide, Ressler and the FBI attempted to search his residence. But before they could act, the man's family had already cleaned and emptied the house, even donating his clothing to a Goodwill store. Years later, local police told investigators that the unidentified man in question had very little evidence linking him to Amy's case and was never seriously considered as a suspect. Despite having access to his belongings, no useful clues were found, and the man is no longer considered a prime suspect. In addition to this individual, there were a few other men in the Bay Village area who had disturbing histories involving minors and young girls, leading authorities to focus on them. One such person was Kenneth Robert Stanton, a serial molester who had moved to northern Ohio in 1989, just before Amy went missing. Stanton's modus operandi involved befriending young girls and learning when they would be home alone, gaining their trust before invading their homes. While police initially considered him a suspect because his behavior mirrored the potential actions of Amy's killer, there was no physical connection between him and her case. Another figure of interest was Dr. Frank Voken, a local Bay Village dentist known for making inappropriate advances toward female minors. Shortly after Amy's kidnapping, he moved out of the country, and those close to him reported that he had asked his family to send him updates on the fate of the missing girl. Despite these troubling behaviors, Voken's involvement remained speculative, and there was no concrete evidence linking him to Amy's disappearance either. What happened to Frank is unknown, but some say he had beaten his wife and fled to Costa Rica. One glaring problem with the investigation at large and a search for the perfect perpetrator is the fact that there are a disproportionate amount of registered sex offenders in the northern Ohio area, especially sprinkled around middle-class suburbs such as Bay Village and northern Olmsted. And if the list of known pedophiles and rapists is large, one can only imagine how big the list of unconfirmed and unknown criminals could be. Thus, the sheer number of names cycled through police reports and FBI investigations is too big to comprehend, let alone list with appropriate reason. If anything, this realization is all the more disturbing considering what happened to Amy may not be an isolated incident by a single serial predator with multiple victims, but rather a solo pedophile in the midst of countless others still out there carrying out their bidding in an uncontrolled circus of evil. Of all the men investigated, interviewed and implicated in Amy's case, none stand out more than one suspicious figure researched by longtime journalist and expert on the case James Renner. In February, published an article for clevescene.co titled, quote, "Person of Interest detailing the history and his personal search for a man by the name of Dean Runkle." Dean Runkle wasn't just a character of the northern Ohio suburbs with vague connections to the Mihaljevic family or a semi-shady past. Rather, Dean was the first and most prolific suspect intersecting with all of the girls who received strange calls from an unidentified male and that he had worked as a volunteer at the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center in 1989, but none of the former employees of the center had remembered his name until a man named Tom Paksinski called up Renner in February and told him his former 8th grade science teacher in 1991 named Dean Runkle would talk about the Lake Erie Science Center to his classes. This was the volunteer both Renner and the FBI wanted to investigate, and thus the profiling endeavor began. Dean Runkle was born in New London, Ohio on a farmhouse only a few miles away from where Amy's body would be found on the County Road 1181 45 years later. He lived a tumultuous early life dealing with an abusive father and the tragic death of his 6-year-old twin sister in 1950. Nevertheless, he went on to develop a love for science and biology and studied education at Bowling Green State University, finding employment soon after graduation as a 7th grade science instructor at Vermilion Junior High School in 1967, already earning awards for his work by the end of his 2nd year. And on the surface, these awards made sense. He was a colorful individual implementing film and photography with his students, yet this habit seemed to run deeper into his private life, as he would take the videos and photos of his students home to cut and develop the film in his own residence. When he wasn't teaching, Dean took time to play ragtime piano at venues around the country, including Disneyland. By the time he returned to teaching, Dean Runkle assembled a miniature conservatory in his classroom with various animals and creatures. This led him to involve his students even more outside of lectures, calling them his assistants, and allowing them to spend time at his home after school and on weekends whilst tending to the animal equipment. All of that changed abruptly in 1987 when Dean quit his position citing health concerns, yet never gave the same explanation to either parents or administrators. He moved back to New London and worked at a pet store delivering mice to nature centers around the area, including the Lake Erie Science Center. It didn't take long before Dean secured another teaching position at Nord Junior High School, where he built another miniature zoo students as his after-school assistants once more. He maintained this position until February 3rd, when Dean quit out of the blue once again. This time Dean truly left without reason, foregoing a sabbatical, retirement, and his pension. Curious about Dean's personality and relationship with his students, Renner reached out to over 500 of his former middle schoolers, now adults in the real world. By all accounts, he heard back a lot of positive feedback regarding Dean's infectious energy and how he inspired students to pursue degrees in biology or veterinary sciences. However, he also received a fair share of secrets revealing a darker side to Dean and a pattern of disturbing behavior. First were the stories of animal cruelty, like the time he pulled a prank on a friend by dipping a cat in liquid nitrogen, freezing it and letting it crash into 1,000,000 pieces on the floor. Then there were the copious instances of creepy incidents with the kids. One girl was quoted by Renner in his article saying, quote, "It was more than creepy, it felt like an animal noticing you when you walk into a room." He had a few girls he was extra close to, like the girl who sat in front of me. I'd watch him put his left hand on her back and bend down to whisper in her ear. It seems inappropriate now the way he treated some of the girls. Another male student recalled Dean's propensity for telling sexual jokes to the boys, going as far as to hint that he liked kids before they hit puberty because he was once, quote, a runt. Another former female student thought Dean was the closest match to a police sketch of Amy's kidnapper she had ever seen. She actually confronted him about it one day back in 1990 and told Renner, quote, "I said, I know you're the one who killed Amy." His eyes popped out of his head. He didn't say anything, just walked past me. 4 years later, and another female student of his came forward with a disgusting revelation when she overheard Dean tell a fellow administrator he wished he was the father of a baby held by a pregnant 8th grader, and that wasn't all. Adkins said Dean gave off incredibly uncomfortable vibes when they were alone, that he made suggestive comments about the clothes female students would wear and be very touchy with them, pressing his chest against them when he spoke in close quarters. Adkins and a few other girls were interviewed about these behaviors by their superintendent a year later in 1995, but that investigation is nowhere in Dean's professional records. One of the most glaring pieces of evidence against Dean is an incident that occurred with another student of his in which they were caught alone in Dean's gold-covered Pontiac Grand Prix. Both the school's principal and the police were aware of the situation, but let Dean off with nothing more than a warning. It's incredibly peculiar looking back on it when considering the make and model of the vehicle itself. Amy Mihaljevic's body was found with microscopic gold fibers researched to be those of a General Motors automobile. Most likely a model from the Grand Prix was just that, a gold-colored Pontiac manufactured by GM. Renner attempted to track it down to a junkyard only to find it had been scrapped years earlier. While there was only that single known instance of a kid being in Dean's car with him, there were more rumors that Dean had invited kids back to his actual apartment. The one boy who was confirmed to have actually gone inside was named Dan, who later told Renner that he was a favorite pupil of Dean's, and the two became quite close. They stayed in contact after Dan graduated high school, with Dean writing letters that grew sexual in nature. Dean went as far as to set aside a trust fund for Dan, but the two eventually tapered off in their conversations and Dean took the money back. And as for the time frame when their friendship ended completely, the time of Amy's initial disappearance. When Renner carried out this investigation in February 8th, he paid a visit to Dean in Key West, Florida, where Dean had fled to in February 3rd and was managing a fast food restaurant ever since. Dean vehemently denied any involvement with Amy or her murder, saying he always cooperated with the FBI, including taking lie detector tests, and moved to Florida for health reasons. He claimed he was always at school after hours and wouldn't have the time to go to the shopping center and abduct Amy so soon after the final bell rang. When Renner confronted Dean about his relationship with Dan, Dean chalked it up to being a difficult time in his life, but maintained they never became physical with one another. Renner also asked Dean if he could have been at the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center in 1989, like Tom Paksinski claimed, and Dean told him he might have been but couldn't remember being there. Before he left, Renner asked one more question, wondering if Dean used the logbook at the Science Center to gather phone numbers of young girls from North Olmsted. Dean said he has nothing to confess to, that he was done talking and walked away. While the evidence is circumstantial at best, the clues and patterns associated with Dean definitely suggest something more sinister could have been at play. He had a childhood filled with trials and terrors, like facing beatings from his father. The death of his twin at such a young age is also theorized to be an underlying factor similarly seen in other criminals' upbringings. But of course, a tragic childhood does not mean someone will grow to be a criminal. More suspicious is the eyewitness testimonies of animal cruelty and pedophilic comments, including the possibility of inappropriate touching. He was familiar with the New London countryside, which investigators say is a key to the killer's placement of Amy's corpse on County Road 1181. He also had the all-important connection to the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center, and a known fascination with prepubescent girls. Not only that, but people have pointed out that when he refused to renew his teaching license and fled from the schooling system, it aligns with the time frame that states mandated all educators be fingerprinted for a national database to obtain a license. Top it off with a car that could have matched the description of the gold fibers on Amy's body, and everything seems to fit like the perfect puzzle piece. However, there is an equal chance Dean did not kidnap and kill Amy. One has to consider the slim chance he could have run out of school to make it to the shopping center in time to take her at the time she was abducted. Also remember that as a former teacher, the other kids would have easily recognized him, and those who did describe Amy's captor described him as having dark brown hair. Dean's hair is a dirty blonde. The FBI had Dean zeroed in as prime suspect number 1 for a while, but came out in 2019 that whoever did indeed murder Amy probably wasn't someone they had already investigated, making it sound that Dean had been cleared after years of interviews, past polygraphs, and extreme vetting processes. Like so many other names and suspects that were spewed in various theories, Dean Runkle became just that, just another maybe. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Amy Mihaljevic's unsolved murder, we want to make it known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings that we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and reports. While the carousel of suspects in Amy's case is never-ending, we are confident the man who took Amy's life was a long-time resident of northern Ohio, familiar with Bay Village and its neighboring communities. He was confident in his incredibly risky approach in contacting young girls, displaying a disregard for consequence yet a clinical skill set in remaining undetected. He was certainly a serial predator, and whether or not he has struck before is impossible to say, but without a doubt, he planned his strategies to the finest detail. The killer most certainly had connections to the Lake Erie Science and Nature Center, and if he wasn't an employee, he was probably a guest or volunteer who frequented enough to know about the logbook and understand it was a trove of phone numbers and contact information for his victims. He could also have worked at either General Motors or Trading Times magazine with one of Amy's parents, knowing their schedules as well as hers and coordinating his attack using this information. Ken Lanning, one of the founders of the Behavioral Science Unit for the FBI and interviewed in that same James Renner article previously discussed, makes very good points regarding the theoretical murderer. He talked about how most child molesters aren't actual killers, but rather influential figures who convince their victims to trust them. They only use violence as a last resort, say if the victim fights back or if the trust factor never leads to physical contact. Lanning continued to point out that serialized murdered children are often the result of strangers getting their hands tied behind their backs, for a perpetrator would be leaving too much of a trail to victimize someone close to them. Again, this is using the theory of a serial predator and not a one-off homicide. Amy's case fits Lanning's profile of a child molester attempting to seduce his targets, and her subsequent murder the effect of his ultimate failure to do so. Amy's nails were chipped when her corpse was found, signaling she fought her attacker until he gave up and took her life. So was Dean Runkle the man responsible? It's certainly possible, but so too are any of the other names the FBI listed in their investigation. The scariest part is that the killer could be someone nobody expected, someone who became so invisible, their face was never even considered. Not even the police sketches of the abductor give us a concrete answer, as law enforcement have said the drawing is a simple estimation and likely inaccurate. Ultimately, the path to a justified conclusion may lie in the eventual procurement of DNA evidence linked to a specific individual. Police did recover partial hairs that didn't belong to Amy or her family, and these have recently been submitted for DNA analysis. While it's uncertain whether a full DNA profile can be obtained without the root of the hair, the fact that such evidence is still being discovered 30 years later offers a glimmer of hope for further developments. In the end, we must remember Amy not for the tragic afternoon of October 27, 1989, but for the vibrant, joyful moments leading up to that day. Let us honor her infectious compassion and beautiful spirit, cherishing the memory of her delicate humanity. Think of Amy as the free-spirited, nature-loving young girl with infinite potential, a soul eager for adventure, a gifted mind, and someone who brought happiness to all who knew her. Remember her as the girl who loved horses and animals, offering comfort to living creatures around her. Rather than focusing on the sensationalized myths of the Bay Village boogeyman, what truly matters is preserving Amy Mihaljevic's memory, ensuring she is remembered with love and respect. And with unwavering hope, we hold out for the day when justice is finally served, bringing peace to Amy's family and honoring the life of a brilliant child who was taken far too soon. Moving on to the next case. Marlene Warren. When a clown appeared at Marlene Warren's door with flowers and balloons, she had no idea that the clown was carrying a gun hidden inside the costume. For over 30 years, the case of the killer clown baffled detectives, Florida residents, and true crime enthusiasts alike. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950. At the age of 22, she married Michael Warren, who was 19 at the time. Marlene already had 2 children from a previous marriage, and Michael appeared to embrace her sons as his own. The couple worked hard and built a life together, purchasing several businesses, including a used car dealership for Michael. Their efforts allowed them to maintain a comfortable lifestyle, and they were able to afford a 6,500 square foot home in Wellington, Florida's upscale Aero Club neighborhood. Each home in this community had its own runway and hangar, offering residents the freedom to fly their private aircraft at will. The Warrens appeared to have it all, yet this was not the case at all. At his auto dealership in 1983, Michael experienced legal troubles. Customers accused him of fiddling with the odometer, and the authorities arrested him. He was consequently given an 18-month probationary period. By the year 1990, it was widely known that the Warrens were experiencing marital issues. Michael was allegedly having an affair with Sheila Keene, one of his employees. Despite their denials, Sheila's husband eventually left her. On May 26, 1990, a white Chrysler LeBaron without a license plate drove down the street where Michael and Marlene lived. Marlene and a friend were in the kitchen when they saw a person dressed as a clown, holding a basket of flowers and balloons, approaching their front door. Marlene grew up in a family that had a deep love for clowns. Her family adored clowns so much that her mother had a room dedicated to clown collectibles, including paintings Marlene had made when she was just 14. With this deep connection to clowns, Marlene eagerly went to the front door to greet her visitor. Her son, Joseph Aarons, who was there at the time, recalled hearing his mother comment, "How pretty," as she opened the door. Those would appear to be her last words. Shortly after, everyone in the house, including Joseph's friends who were visiting, heard a loud pop sound. At first they thought the noise was a balloon popping, but then they noticed Marlene tumbling to the ground. Now at alert, everyone sped to the door. The balloons and flowers were left behind as the clown nonchalantly made his way back to the white Chrysler LeBaron. Joseph tried to run after the clown, but he couldn't go as far because he had a cast on his leg. He, however, remembered screaming at the clown to turn around. The clown turned and gave him a wide-eyed brown stare. Its face lacked any expression. The clown soon climbed the white LeBron and sped off. The sole description offered by witnesses was that Marlene had been shot by a clown with brown eyes. Even the gender of the clown was a mystery to them. Joseph and one of his friends had tried to follow the clown in their own car, but they lost track of it. Marlene Warren was rushed to the hospital. It was determined that she had been shot twice in the face at point-blank range. She struggled to survive but died 2 days later at the hospital. Detectives checked in with Michael Warren, who wasn't home at the time of the incident. Michael had a solid alibi. He got the terrible news while en route to a Miami racetrack with friends. He hastily went back home to offer comfort to the family. When questioned by the detectives, he provided as much information cooperating with the investigation process. He was soon ruled out as a suspect. The authorities were perplexed. According to a spokesman for the Palm Beach County Sheriff, the killer clown case was the strangest thing he had ever seen in all of his 19 years working as a law enforcement agent. 2 hours after the murder, authorities got a solid tip. A caller who wished to remain unnamed suggested that the police should thoroughly question Michael Warren and Sheila Keene. Before the police could ask her any more questions, she hung up. Sheila Keene was in town at the time of the murder, but Michael was traveling with friends. Sheila claimed to have been at work, but in reality, she was a repo person for Michael's dealership. Her alibi wasn't exactly solid. A few days after Marlene Warren's killer clown case made headlines, 2 employees of the neighborhood costume store named the Spotlight reported a weird experience to the police. They claimed that one woman with chocolate brown hair came up to them just as they were about to lock up the store. She pleaded to be allowed inside. The employees informed her that they were closed and advised her to come back the following day. She, however, was persistent and informed them that she really needed a costume that evening. It was a strange request because it wasn't Halloween. It was almost Labor Day weekend. Regardless, the 2 employees were sympathetic and allowed her enter the store. She was claimed to have bought white makeup, a red nose, white gloves, an orange afro wig, and a clown outfit. Later on in the investigation, the 2 employees selected Sheila Keene from a lineup of photos and declared that they were fairly certain that she was the woman who showed up begging to buy a clown costume. The detectives soon looked into the supermarket store that sold the flowers and balloons the clown had brought to Marlene's house. It was discovered that the supermarket was close to Sheila Keene's house at the time. Also, the supermarket staff selected Sheila from a lineup of photos. The white Chrysler LeBaron, the getaway vehicle, came into consideration next. When asked, Michael Warren asserted that he had no knowledge of the vehicle. He claimed only Chevrolets were sold at his dealership, but Payless, his main rival, had a Chrysler LeBaron. Michael and Payless had a history of disagreements, especially over an advertisement that Michael's dealership ran that included the phrase Payless and was purported to be an attempt to confuse buyers. One time, a client from outside the area rented a white Chrysler LeBaron from Palace. The customer searched up Palace's number when it was time to return the car, but ended up contacting Michael's dealership instead. The client said they were instructed to park the vehicle outside the dealership with the keys inside the sun visor. The LeBaron, however, later vanished. After the murder, the getaway vehicle used by the clown was abandoned in a grocery store parking lot. During their search, police discovered orange synthetic threads in the vehicle that resembled the clown wig strands. They also discovered brown long hairs. Sheila Keen had long brown hair at the time of the murder. The police found more orange fake hair strands inside her residence during a search warrant. At this point, everything seemed like a simple situation to resolve, but that wasn't the case. Michael and Sheila vehemently denied being involved in Marlene's murder. They refuted having a conversation with the police without the presence of a lawyer. DNA testing was just getting started in 1990, so the investigators' available evidence was circumstantial. The investigation into Marlene's murder was abandoned, but Michael's legal issues intensified. During the course of the investigation into the murder, Michael's unlawful business dealings came to light. Police discovered proof of additional odometer tampering and consumer overcharging. Following the arrest of an employee, Michael surrendered himself to the police. In 1992, Michael's case went to trial and he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. After being released in 2002, Michael married Sheila Keen a few years later. The couple started a new life in Tennessee by operating a restaurant. Sheila changed her name to Debbie and informed the community that it was a childhood nickname. Michael must be a good businessman because his new restaurant was a success. The couple's success allowed them to settle in Heron Point, a posh neighborhood close to the Virginia-Tennessee border. They made lots of friends and fit in well with their new neighbors. Few locals were familiar with their history. Michael told their new community that he has owned restaurants since he was a teenager. Marlene Warren's demise benefited Michael as well. He was the beneficiary of Marlene's life insurance policy, not her son. He took over $50,000 from Marlene's family, leaving them with virtually nothing. Detectives had their suspicions, but there was no concrete proof on ground. Michael and Sheila were immediately suspected of the crime, but a grand jury was never convened to that effect. Earlier in the investigation, the police were informed by Michael's acquaintances that they had seen arguments between him and Marlene, and that Marlene had questioned Sheila about her and Michael's affair. Above all, they claimed Michael didn't seem overly saddened by Marlene's passing. Detectives knew they merely needed to fit the puzzle pieces together because there were many of them. DNA was the case's linchpin. Police took blood and hair samples from Sheila in 1990, but they lacked the equipment to analyze them. Over 25 years passed as the samples rested in a cooler. Police were able to reactivate Marlene Warren's cold case in 2013. Thanks to a federal grant they were able to obtain. They had previously tried DNA testing, but the results were inconclusive. Fortunately, technology has improved and produced sufficient evidence to charge Sheila for Marlene's murder. In September 2017, Michael and Sheila were stopped by authorities 5 minutes away from their home. They were unaware that Marlene Warren's cold case had been reopened. 27 years after the murder, the police informed them that an arrest warrant had been issued for Sheila Keen Warren. Michael Warren still maintains that neither he nor Sheila are involved. In an interview, when questioned if he was involved in the killing of his first wife, Michael replied with definitely not. He further said he wouldn't have been with Sheila if he thought she had anything to do with Marlene's murder. A lawyer named Christopher DeSantis told detectives about a fascinating chat he had with Michael Warren before Marlene was killed. DeSantis claimed that Michael had questioned him about what would happen theoretically speaking if a husband murdered his wife. He recalled telling Michael that the husband would escape punishment if a friend of his committed the murder, and there was no way to connect the husband to the friend. Interestingly, DeSantis also remembered telling Michael that if someone were dressed as a clown, they would likely get away with it because it would be impossible to identify them. However, despite this statement, the evidence was not enough for the police to accuse Michael Warren of his wife Marlene's murder. Marlene's son, Joseph Aarons, who was a teenager when his mother was killed, recalled that day as one of the worst of his life. In an interview, he expressed a desire for justice but refrained from stating whether he believed his stepfather, Michael, was involved in his mother's death. Sheila was incarcerated for 5 years before her trial began. During this time, she and Michael's relationship continued, with the two exchanging several letters. Ultimately, Sheila Keen pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Ames. For nearly 28 years, the family of 31-year-old Valerie Ames from Jacksonville, Florida, searched for answers after her brutal death. Valerie was found in her apartment on King Street on August 10, 1996, stabbed and beaten to death. She had been discovered by a woman who had gone to check on her father's apartment while he was in jail. Upon opening the unlocked door, she stumbled upon Valerie's lifeless body in a pool of blood. Despite extensive investigations over the years, the case remained unsolved until recent technological advancements and tireless efforts from detectives finally led to a breakthrough and the arrest of a suspect in the case. Valerie Ames was a devoted mother to two young daughters, aged 5 and 9. The devastating news of her tragic demise reached her daughters and their grandmother while they were in England, shattering their world. When police arrived at the scene at the Courtyard Apartments on 1606 King Street in Jacksonville's Riverside area, they were told by the apartment's residents that they did not know Valerie, but that she seemed vaguely familiar. Despite their initial confusion, the discovery of Valerie's lifeless body in her apartment marked the beginning of a long and arduous search for justice, one that would span nearly 3 decades before any substantial leads or arrests were made. Valerie Ames lived and worked in Arlington, and it was unusual for her to travel across town, especially without a car. None of her friends or family recalled giving her a ride to the Riverside area on the day of her tragic demise. Her daughter, Michelle James, later shared a troubling detail. 3 months prior to Valerie's death, Valerie had reported being assaulted by a police officer. However, after the initial contact with authorities, Valerie's cooperation in the case began to waver, and no charges were filed. This incident, though not leading to immediate action, added a layer of complexity to the investigation into Valerie's death, leaving her family wondering if there might have been a connection between the two events. That officer was looked at following Valerie's slaying, but he was cleared. According to Michelle, people have told her and her sister that their mother was pregnant at the time of her demise. But law enforcement says there is nothing in the case filed to indicate that. A woman allegedly contacted the police informing them that she had information on Valerie's case and would make a deal with the police. Not too long after she contacted the police, the woman was found deceased. Michelle remembers her mother with love. She said she was a wonderful woman. I was very young at the time, but I remember she had the face of an angel and a heart of gold. She always did the best she could for me and my sister. Michelle's last memory of her mother was at her 5th birthday party, a Barney-themed event. She remembers her mother giving her a Barney stuffed animal. Michelle said, "You see, people get upset with their mothers and do not treat them great. They do not realize how much they take having a mother for granted. My mom missed out on birthday parties and being with her grandkids, and we all will never get to experience them together." Valerie loved animals, especially horses. She loved to go horseback riding. When she visited Texas, horseback riding was always on her to-do list. She also really liked camping and dancing. It was one of her favorite things to do. As a child, she performed ballet. Valerie's demise had a life-altering impact on Michelle's sister and grandmother. They were both very close to Valerie and were heartbroken by the loss. A few months following the slaying, the grandmother was so heartbroken and worried that they all ended up moving out of Jacksonville. Valerie's family stayed positive and optimistic that her case will one day be solved. The family's only hope was to find who was responsible for her demise. Just the name of the perpetrator would bring them some closure. Detective Harmony Brooks said in 2018 that there were more than 24 pieces of evidence she planned to retest for DNA. Valerie's case was featured in November 2018 on the Unsolved series, aired by First Coast News in Jacksonville, Florida. On April 2, 2024, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office 4th Judicial Circuit announced an arrest in the 1996 case. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters announced that 69-year-old Jerry Phillips was arrested in Johnston County, North Carolina, and is facing charges in Valerie's slaying. Sheriff Waters declined to elaborate on what led investigators to Phillips, but said it involved technological advancements and pointed investigators to one person. Phillips was booked into the Duval County Jail on April 19 and is being charged with battery and second-degree slaying. Michelle said in a statement after the arrest, "Standing here today at almost 28 years later, we now have some answers on our beautiful mother, Valerie. And she has finally reached her chance to have justice. Her voice can finally be heard, and we want nothing but that justice." Valerie Ames' family can now find some measure of peace knowing that after nearly 28 years, her case has been solved. Thanks to the relentless work of the Jacksonville Cold Case Department and Project Cold Case, they finally have the name of the person responsible for the brutal crime, Jerry Phillips. For her children, grandchildren, and loved ones, this is a moment of relief and justice, as they can now say goodbye to the uncertainty that has haunted them for decades. May Valerie's memory be honored and may her family finally find the peace they so deeply deserve. Moving on to the next case. Wayne Pratt. Wayne Pratt, a 24-year-old man, worked as an operator at the Enco gas station on U.S. Highway 41 in Winnebago, Wisconsin, located about 60 miles southwest of Green Bay. Known for his kind and gentle nature, Wayne was deeply loved by those around him, particularly his wife, Marie Pratt, to whom he was a devoted and loving husband. The evening of June 12, 1963, would take an unexpected and tragic turn in Wayne's life. That night, the peaceful rhythm of his everyday routine was shattered, triggering a series of events that would leave his family and the community reeling. What started as just another shift at the gas station soon turned into a night of fear and uncertainty, changing Wayne's life forever. As the evening wore on, the small town of Winnebago remained unaware of the looming tragedy at the Enco station. Wayne had been at home, unwinding and watching TV, a typical night until about 8:40 p.m. when the sound of a car pulling into the station interrupted his evening. Always attentive and willing to help, Wayne stepped outside and made his way toward the station, assuming the driver needed fuel or assistance. He had no reason to think that this encounter would be anything other than routine. As time passed and Wayne did not return home, his wife, Marie, grew increasingly anxious. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and her concern deepened. Unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong, Marie decided to head to the gas station herself, hoping to find Wayne busy with a late customer. However, nothing could have prepared her for the horror she was about to uncover. Upon arriving at the Enco gas station, which was usually bustling with activity, Marie found the scene eerily quiet. Her heart raced as she entered the building, and her worst fears came to life when she discovered Wayne's lifeless body in the back room. He was covered with a blanket, a sight that brought the grim reality crashing down. The man she loved and had spent her life with was gone. Overcome with grief and disbelief, Marie immediately called the police, her voice shaking as she reported the tragedy. When authorities arrived, Marie recounted the horrific details of how she had found her husband. As the investigation into Wayne Pratt's death began, the full extent of the violence he endured became chillingly apparent. Wayne had been stabbed 53 times, a brutal act of violence that left even the most experienced investigators stunned. The sheer number of wounds pointed to an intense rage and personal vendetta, making the crime all the more baffling. Yet, despite the savage nature of the attack, a glimmer of hope emerged. Evidence was left behind, blood that did not belong to Wayne. This discovery suggested that Wayne's assailant had also been injured during the violent struggle. The presence of the attacker's blood at the scene provided investigators with a crucial lead, hinting that the person responsible had left behind a trace of their identity. However, despite this promising clue, the investigation quickly encountered significant challenges. No further details about how the events unfolded that night could be uncovered, leaving many questions unanswered. As the months turned into years, the trail grew colder. Investigators exhausted every lead, but the case remained frustratingly stagnant. With no arrests made and no new evidence coming to light, Wayne Pratt's case began to slip from the forefront of public attention. The case, once a priority, slowly transitioned into a cold case, as the initial burst of investigative activity failed to yield any significant breakthroughs. By the time the late 1960s arrived, the investigation had stalled almost entirely. With limited resources and no new leads, law enforcement had little choice but to scale back their efforts. In 2011, Nearly 5 decades after Wayne's life was brutally taken, the case was reopened as investigators sought to leverage advancements in forensic science to find new leads. With DNA technology now more sophisticated, the hope was that re-examining the evidence might finally reveal the identity of Wayne's perpetrator. Investigators focused on the blanket found covering Wayne's body, knowing that any genetic material left behind could provide the breakthrough they needed. By 2015, their efforts seemed to be paying off. Sorensen Forensics, a leading forensic testing company, identified DNA mixtures on the blanket, a promising development that brought new life to the investigation. However, the mixed nature of the DNA samples complicated matters, preventing authorities from entering the information into national databases to search for a match. The investigation stalled once again as the inability to isolate a clear profile left investigators at a frustrating standstill. 3 years later, however, the case took a significant turn. In 2018, a warrant was issued for the arrest of William Dockstader, an 82-year-old man from Bowler, Wisconsin. Dockstader had been on the radar of investigators since 1963, when he was initially identified as a suspect in the days following Wayne's demise. Tips about his potential involvement resurfaced in 1968, and again in 2022, keeping him in the periphery of the investigation for decades. But it was not until 2023 that new DNA technology provided the evidence needed to conclusively link Dockstader to the crime. In 2023, Sorensen Forensics re-examined the DNA evidence using the latest technology, while cybergenetics employed true allele data analysis to sift through the complex DNA mixtures. The analysis revealed on July 16, 2024 that Dockstader's DNA was statistically identical to the DNA found on the blanket that covered Wayne's body. This breakthrough, though bittersweet, finally provided the answer that investigators, Wayne's family, and the community had sought for over 61 years. Although William Dockstader passed away in 2022 at the age of 82, the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office officially closed the cold case. The Winnebago County District Attorney's Office reviewed the evidence and confirmed that, had Dockstader been alive, there would have been enough grounds to charge him with the slaying. The resolution of the case provided a sense of closure to a decades-old mystery, even as the memory of Wayne Pratt's tragic death continued to linger in the minds of those who had lived through it. Moving on to the next case. Asha Jacqueline Degra. Asha Jacqueline Degra, affectionately known as Asha to her family and friends, was a bright and compassionate young girl whose life was tragically cut short. Born with a deep sense of empathy and curiosity, Asha's early years were filled with a strong love for family, school activities, and a spirited passion for basketball. But on the morning of Valentine's Day in 2000, her life took an inexplicable turn when she disappeared without a trace, leaving the small town of Shelby, North Carolina in a state of confusion and distress. As the investigation into her disappearance unfolded, a trail of clues led police and volunteers to a wooded area along State Highway NC-180, but the answers remained elusive. Asha's family, particularly her parents Harold and Akila Degra, were devastated by the loss of their beloved daughter. They had celebrated Valentine's Day together in 1988, marking a special occasion in their lives as a couple. The contrast between the joy of that day and the pain they felt when Asha vanished was stark and haunting. The disappearance of Asha, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding it, left her community grappling with unanswered questions, unable to make sense of the puzzling clues that surfaced throughout the investigation. This examination into Asha's disappearance aims to piece together the events surrounding her vanishing, scrutinizing the evidence, and the mysterious trail that led near the woods, hoping to uncover what happened to a young girl with so much life left to live. 2 years after their wedding, on August 5, 1990, Harold and Akila Degra welcomed their daughter, Asha, into the world, followed soon after by the birth of their son, O'Brien. The couple made their home in Shelby, North Carolina, a close-knit community where they established roots and enjoyed a peaceful life in a cozy residential neighborhood in the northern rural area, west of Charlotte. Both Harold and Akila held steady daytime jobs, allowing Asha and O'Brien to become latchkey kids once they were old enough to attend school. However, their independence never deterred them, and their parents had complete confidence in the efforts of Fowlston Elementary School to ensure their children's safety. From a young age, Asha showed an awareness of the need for security, even as a toddler, being cautious of strangers. By the time she was in kindergarten, Harold and Akila trusted their children to return home after school, where they would be busy with homework or household chores. Asha thrived in an academic environment, showing an innate love for learning, which blossomed into various personal interests. One of her passions was basketball. She joined the local youth league at Fowlston, where her natural ability quickly made her a standout player. Her leadership and teamwork helped elevate her teammates, and within no time, she had become a star point guard. Just 2 days before her disappearance, Asha played in a league basketball game, a reminder of the vibrant young life she was living before her sudden vanishing. Asha's basketball team had been undefeated at the time, but their winning streak came to an end the day after Asha fouled out of the game. Her competitive spirit and love for her teammates led her and the other girls to shed tears over the loss, but they quickly found their resolve, supporting her brother O'Brien in his own basketball game. This moment reflected Asha's character, passionate, dedicated, and empathetic. Despite excelling in both academics and athletics, Asha was still a relatively reserved child at home. Harold and Akila, especially in the late 1990s, were cautious about the influence of new technologies, particularly the internet, on their children's development. Concerned about the potential dangers, including stories of online predators on the nightly news, they decided to raise their children primarily within the confines of their extended family, church community, and local schools, avoiding the influence of technology. As a result, the Degree household did not include a computer. Asha, being naturally cautious and introverted, was unfazed by the absence of modern technology. She was content within the boundaries of her parents' watchful care and adhered to their rules. She never strayed from her good behavior, happy to thrive in the environment her parents had created for her. Asha's disappearance was all the more baffling given her lifestyle, which was quiet and secure, with no signs of turmoil or any indication she would leave. Her deep fear of dogs, in particular, led her parents to believe she was unlikely to wander far from home, especially if it could be avoided. So, when Harold and Akila woke up on February 14, 2000, to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary, their once joyful and loving day quickly turned to one of anxiety and fear. On that Valentine's Day, Asha Degree was gone. The timeline of her disappearance began on February 11, 2000, a Friday, when Asha and her brother O'Brien had the day off from school. They visited their Aunt Keisha's house nearby before heading to their respective basketball practices. The following day, February 12th, Asha and her youth basketball team faced their first loss of the season. The defeat upset Asha and her teammates, who humorously faked injuries in response to the loss, until one of the girls asked them to stop. Asha eventually recovers from the disappointment of the loss and returns to her usual self by the later part of the day. That evening, she stays over at her cousin's slumber party, where the girls stay up late watching television. On Sunday, February 13th, Harold and Akila pick up their daughter, and the family attends church. Afterward, they visit another cousin, Shalonda Brown, where Asha is gifted cologne and candy by her grandmother. Tired from the slumber party, Asha returns home and goes to bed around 6:30 p.m. Her rest is disrupted a couple of hours later when a fierce thunderstorm hits the Shelby area. Concerned, Asha heads to the living room to join her parents in watching television. Around 9 p.m., a motorcycle crash in the neighborhood takes down power lines, causing a power outage in the Degree household. Akila decides to postpone the children's bath until the morning and sends Asha and O'Brien to bed early. Later that night, around 11 p.m., Harold runs out to the store to buy last-minute gifts for his wife, excited to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just after midnight, as Valentine's Day officially begins, the power is restored around 12:30 a.m. Akila wakes Harold, who has been sleeping on the couch, and asks him to move the kerosene lamp. Unable to fall back asleep, Harold stays up watching TV, eventually checking on Asha and O'Brien at around 2:30 a.m. Both are soundly asleep in their beds. In the early hours, O'Brien wakes up and hears his sister moving around in bed. At one point, he hears her get up and walk to the bathroom, though it remains unclear whether he heard Asha return to her room. Between this moment and 4 a.m., Asha quietly grabs her backpack filled with clothes and sneaks out of her room, unnoticed by her family. At 5:45 a.m., Akila wakes up to get the children ready for Monday morning classes. However, when she checks their bedroom, she finds O'Brien still asleep, and Asha's bed is empty. Panic sets in as she searches the house, calling out for her daughter, but the home is eerily quiet and void of Asha's presence. Desperately, Akila searches the house, checking every nook and cranny in a frantic effort to find her. Harold quickly joins the frantic search, and as they discover that Asha's set of house keys is also missing, the couple calls her grandmother, who lives just across the street. However, the grandmother confirms that she hasn't seen or heard from Asha. In a state of panic, Harold and Akila walk up and down the street, shouting their daughter's name, but there is still no sign of her. After an hour of searching with no trace, the worried parents call the police at 6:39 a.m. Authorities act swiftly and arrive just 6 minutes later, launching an immediate search of the area. Despite their efforts, no clues are found, and they begin to doubt the situation is as serious as initially feared. However, the sheriff's office proceeds to call in search dogs, rescue operations, special detectives, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations, NCSBI. By 2 p.m., the Degree residence is taped off by state investigators. They discover that there are no signs of forced entry, forced exit, or any foul play inside the home. The investigators continue their search through Asha's bedroom and belongings, enlisting Akila's help to identify what items might be missing. Together, they compile a list of items that Asha most likely took with her when she left the house. This consists of a red vest, blue jeans with a red stripe, a white shirt, a black and white shirt, black overalls with a Tweety bird image, a black Tweety bird pocketbook, candy, and her house keys. Later that afternoon, 2 truck drivers come forward with stories about potential Asia sightings from earlier that morning. The first man, Jeff R., states he saw a little girl walking along the North Carolina Highway 18 in a downpour at approximately 3:30 a.m. His location was just over a mile south from Asia's house. The second man, retired sheriff's deputy, Roy B., along with his son, saw what they first thought to be a short-statured woman at 4:15 a.m., walking down Highway 18 just before the Highway 180 intersection. This was also about a mile south of Asha's house, and Royce sent out an alert to fellow truck drivers to keep their eyes open. After he circled back a few times to get a better glimpse of the wandering figure, she ran off the road and into the nearby woods. This would be the last known, though unconfirmed, sighting of Asha Degree. After Jeff and Roy came forward with their leads, investigators set up a 5-mile radius search in the woods near Highway 18 and Highway 180. Unfortunately, the weather takes away the bloodhound's abilities to pick up any scent, and the muddy search turns up nothing. When the sun goes down that Valentine's Day, Harold and Akila are interviewed by State Bureau. They are quickly ruled out as suspects and fully cooperate with police. The first major clue in the case comes the following day on February 15th. A volunteer search team asks Shelby citizens, Rayleigh and Debbie Turner, if they can check their property for signs of Asia, considering their property was a mile south of the Degrees and somewhat close to the highway sighting marks. The Turner couple happily obliges and opens their doorless structure in their backyard where old furniture was stored. In it, they discovered candy wrappers, a green marker, a 1996 Atlanta Olympics pencil, and a small photograph of a young girl who looks very much like Asia. These items are classified as evidence and thought to be artifacts from Asia's book bag she took with her. Another day passes before police arrive on scene at the Turners on February 16th. They hand over the little photograph, but theorize the house is too far for Asia to stumble upon. Another one of their neighbors, Reverend Mackie Turner, says that his beagles usually barked whenever a stranger approached his home, but they were quiet on Valentine's morning. On February 17th, investigators find more candy wrappers around the Turner residence, and the couple turns over the rest of their findings. Police then interview other families of the girls on Asia's basketball team and confirm the candy wrappers match the candy handed out to the players from Asia's basketball game that previous Saturday. However, none of the Degree family members nor Fulston Elementary School students recognize the young girl in the watch photograph, and it's decided while related to the investigation, the photo is not that of Asha Degree. After 3 more days of exhaustive searches, authorities scale back the hunt and end the official search on February 20, 2000. In a twofold act, a part of law enforcement investigation, March 22 produced the next 2 updates. First, supporters erect a missing persons billboard at the exact spot the truck driver saw Asha run into the woods off Highway 18. Second, police announced they've interrogated a bevy of potential suspects ranging from Degree family friends to sex offenders in the area. During these interviews, the authorities build a psychological profile of a possible abductor, but never release it to the public in hopes to protect Asia. The next major clue is unearthed by grading contractor Terry Fleming on August 2, 2001, a year and a half since Asia vanished. He is etching a driveway on the side of a hill when his tractor hits a clunky object covered with dark plastic. He cracks it open and finds a black book bag inside with an unknown name and address. Without cell service, but an unsettling feeling, Terry cannot contact anyone, but writes the information down. The morning after, on August 3rd, Terry gives the name and address to his wife, who recognizes the info and tells Terry to call the police because the credentials belong to Asha Degree. Officials arrive on the scene and discover the book bag had been wrapped in 2 trash bags and intentionally buried long before the unearthing. The Bureau would not directly identify what exactly is in the book bag, but says it's 95% Asia's possessions, and the Charlotte Observer reports the contents included clothes and school supplies. A new search is soon put forth on August 15th, but the terrible conditions of both the terrain and weather make it almost unbearable. The 3-mile-long dig turns up little outside of some animal skeletons and a pair of man's khaki pants, items neither confirmed nor denied to have relation to Asha's case. Another massive search goes underway in October of 2001, this time combing a 6-mile stretch down Highway 18. It would later be the first portion of a lengthy 26-mile-long trail of sleuthing from Asha's home to the book bag excavation site, and still turn up no clues. Over the next decade or so, authorities interview countless suspects, nearby criminals searching endlessly across North Carolina and the lands linked to Asia and her family's past. In May 2016, investigators say they're looking for a dark green 1970s Ford Thunderbird or Lincoln Mark IV with rusty wheel wells. How or why the car connects to Asia is unknown, but still a current major point of interest. Biggest clues of all, however, pop up later in October of 2018. Investigators from the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office released a video pinpointing 2 major pieces of evidence they're seeking information about, giving 0 context or details, but claiming these items have advanced the meticulous search for Asha Degree. Because of how tightly wound the entire investigation has been kept, vital pieces of evidence are hard to signify, important only by the word of police through the funneling of local media. Thus, the most important case point can only be the most recent, providing a fresh chance for someone to come forward with a lead that could solve the mystery. While the background to Dr. Seuss's book and t-shirt are unknown, the ambiguity still holds weight to the case. They can most certainly be connected, but they can also be wholly separate from one another. So even if you only know something about one half of the equation, do not hesitate to shed light on these peculiar subjects. Early on in the case, many Shelby residents and interested onlookers pondered if Asia woke up in the middle of the night and decided to leave unannounced on her own authority. Many of these supporters couldn't get past the situation of a packed book bag with so much clothing and candy. It certainly seems as if Asha was planning for a 9-year-old's idea of an adventure, making sure she had her favorite outfits and plenty of candy to provide the sugar and energy necessary for an imaginative quest. What was missing from the theory was any clear motive and sensible reasoning to explain a single-digit age girl leaving a simple, sufficient life. While Asia had more of a sheltered childhood, she loved the friendly conclusion and was still able to maintain a healthy social life and extracurricular activities at school. She was close with her family both in personal relationships and geographic proximity, and obviously found tight-knit friendships in her cousins and fellow peers on her basketball team. There were no reports of youthful rivalries or bullying, and Harold and Akilah provided everything their children needed. Thus, if Asha did leave as a runaway child, it was for a completely unexpected, unexplainable reason. Maybe she had a goal, only she was aware of as the result of a creative young mind, or maybe it was the result of an unknown sinister encounter she had the previous weekend. Maybe she made innocent plans to meet a friend or even a stranger for a Valentine's Day engagement, and packed the only way she knew how, instructed to leave before dawn at the ignorance of her parents and brother. It's a hard theory to swallow considering the complete lack of supporting evidence, and the fact that Asha had little connection to anyone outside of her controlled circle. The idea of a potential kidnapping spawned whispered speculation about Asha's disappearance as well. Obviously, police ruled it out right away after a few detailed inspections of the Degree children's bedroom and exit routes proved foul play was a non-factor. Of course, there's always a possibility that an abductor was stealthy enough to get in and out, careful not to leave fingerprints or any trail behind, or as a few corners of the internet like to hypothesize, the culprit came from within the household, placing suspicion on Harold Degree himself. The theory is based on the fact that Harold was the last person to see his daughter, spent most of the evening away from his wife on the couch, and made an unscheduled trip to the grocery store late at night. However, the circumstantial facts end there. Asha's father, and entire family for that matter, have denied any such rumors or conspiracies. They point to Harold's underlying love for Asha apparent all throughout her young life. He, along with Akilah, has spent $100,000 of hours and never-ending energy looking for their precious daughter. He has cooperated with police investigations and was ruled out by the authorities very early on, and for what it's worth, passed polygraph tests. While it's easy to point fingers at physical people with faces we can see, it's more than likely a figure yet to be identified who took Asha's life into their own hands. Still keeping an abductor theory in mind, some internet sleuthers wonder if a serial killer was involved. North Carolina has had its share of murderous minds, such as the Edgecombe County serial killer, but very few line up their insidious activity with a timeline of Asha's disappearance. The one interesting possibility is Scott Williams, a serial killer who murdered 3 women spanning 10 years in 1997, 2004, and 2006. The homicides took place near Monroe, North Carolina, only a couple counties over from Cleveland County and the Degrees' hometown of Shelby. Scott Williams's whereabouts in late 1999 are unknown. However, he was also charged with kidnapping and rape against 2 other women in 1995 and most interestingly in 2000. Yet, considering all of the potential in Scott's history and criminal inclinations, his modus operandi doesn't match Asha's profile. Scott mostly preyed upon middle-aged white women and had no prior incidents with young African American girls. Also, because he was entering into the criminal database of the United States Justice Department, his DNA and fingerprints would be available to match if the investigators on Asha's case discovered either type of evidence in their hunt for answers. It's more than likely Scott Williams is a circumstantial suspect holding little weight in the lineup of theoretical suspects. In terms of other possible serial killers or murderers, the sad fact of the matter is many cases involving African American children, teenagers and women are left unsolved, unaccounted for, and kept out of the media. Thus, evaluating patterns and creating a database for killers with similar profiled victims doesn't exist, leaving the world to ponder if there was indeed a serialized string of kidnapped black females in the Carolinas at the turn of the millennia left in the mud and forgotten or worse ignored. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Asha's unsultuous appearance, we want to make known our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe research and report. In regards to the 9-year-old girl who vanished without a trace on Valentine's Day of 2000, we believe an explanation derives as a combination of the theories discussed in the previous segment. The seemingly intentional packing of a book bag leads us to figure Asha did indeed leave the household on her own. Why? It's nearly impossible to fathom. Whether or not someone asked her to leave is too vague of an assumption to try and hone in on the details, but still a curious speculation. Then, sometime after leaving her house, Asha lost herself along the North Carolina highways and wandered into the woods, meandering without a goal or comfort and surviving on the candy she packed. Somewhere along the way, she probably ran into something sinister, or rather someone sinister ran into her. It's at this point, Asha's trail goes cold, most likely taken against her will in the clutches of unidentified shadows. There are zero signs pointing to either life or death, but with resounding optimism, there is a chance Asha's heart beats just the same that it did 19 years ago. In the end, the stronger conclusions rest within the clues presented by detectives in October of 2018. The Doctor, Seuss's children's book, McElligot's pool, and the concert t-shirt for the pop band, New Kids on the Block. There's a good possibility that either these items were found in Asha's book bag recovered in August of 2001, that these items were confirmed to be in the Degrees' household when Asha went missing, but disappeared afterwards. All these items were recovered separately and tested positive with Asha's DNA. We believe Asha's DNA was in fact found on the book, as well as other sets of unidentified DNA. Asking people to come forward who may have checked the book out from the library or known someone to have touched it at some point would help investigators inquire about further DNA testing. The same reasoning applies to the missing shirt. While the sheriff's deputy might not have direct evidence of the shirt, they could prove that Asha owned it before her disappearance. If such a shirt were found in a public space, it could potentially lead to new suspects and provide fresh leads, whether through eyewitness testimony or DNA analysis. With the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office and their newfound clues, we urge anyone with information regarding the book or shirt to come forward, regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Sometimes, the smallest detail holds the key to unlocking the mystery. The Degra family remains optimistic that Asha is still out there, alive, and hopeful that they will eventually learn the truth of what happened to her in their lifetime. With the assistance of the broader community, Harold and Akila continue to hold on to their 19-year-old wish, to reunite with their vibrant daughter, to rekindle the joy she brought to their lives, and to see her grow into the person she was meant to be. They long to give their missing child the chance to fulfill her potential, to experience life's joys and challenges, and to find love and laughter along the way. As they await closure, they hope that one day, Valentine's Day will once again be a celebration of love, free of confusion and filled with the happiness that once defined it. If you have any information or know someone who might, please reach out to the FBI Charlotte at 704-672-6100, your local FBI office, or the nearest American embassy or consulate. Moving on to the next case. Craig Williamson and Christine Reinhardt. 46-year-old Craig Williamson and 41-year-old Christine Reinhardt tied the knot at Lake Tahoe, California, on October 7, 1990. It was a second marriage for both, and despite having known each other for just a month, they were certain of their love. Christine fondly described their relationship, saying that being married to Craig felt like a honeymoon. She admired his sincerity, loving nature, and caring personality. The couple purchased a farm in Clintonville, Wisconsin, Christine's home state, and immediately began renovations. They expanded the barn, set up large tanks, and started farming tilapia, an exotic and tasty African fish. Their goal was to enter the fish farming industry, selling tilapia across the country. Craig even repurposed an old school bus to transport the fish. On August 28, 1993, Craig set off for Colorado to sell the fish. Christine, concerned for his well-being, was uneasy about him driving since he had suffered a concussion just 4 weeks earlier, still experiencing headaches and blurred vision. After arriving in Colorado Springs, Craig rented a car to attend business appointments. At 9 p.m. on August 30th, the night before he was scheduled to return home, he spoke with Christine for the last time. Craig was 1,000 miles away from the farm in Clintonville, Wisconsin when he disappeared in Colorado Springs. The next day, His credit cards were discovered at a market in El Paso, Texas, 675 miles south of Colorado Springs. 2 weeks later, in Juarez, Mexico, just across the border from El Paso, Craig's rental car was found abandoned. Nothing useful could be found around or inside the car. No signs pointing to where Craig was or what happened to him. There were no signs of foul play, leaving Christine with two options. She could either wait for police in distant cities to call her back, or she could take matters into her own hands. Christine chose to act. She decided to visit the hotel where Craig had last been seen. At the hotel, an employee showed her to room 112, where Craig had stayed. The employee pointed out Craig's belongings in the bathroom, including a book left on the sink. In the bedroom, Christine saw that Craig's luggage was placed on a chair next to the bed, unpacked and unopened. The bed was made and looked as though it had not been slept in. There were no signs of a struggle. Christine believed that Craig had been attacked the day he disappeared. Given his prior injuries, she thought he might have wandered off in a dazed state to an unknown location. Detective Robert Johnson headed the investigation in Colorado. He showed Christine the area where they found the school bus with the fish still parked. Christine theorized that Craig checked on the school bus, and then on his way to the rental car, someone came up behind him and hit him over the head. She was quoted as saying, "This is completely in keeping in character with Craig is that he would get up and would not go in and say that I am hurt. Help me. He would think that I have to get on with things. I have to be doing something. I am supposed to go somewhere and I have to get back." And he would wander toward the bright lights of the parking lot and the interchange, and he wandered off from there. The case went cold for a short while as investigators and Christine were unable to find useful leads. Then television stations in Colorado and Wisconsin reported about Craig's disappearance and Christine's search. Within days, a retired nurse from Montana came forward to report what she had witnessed. The retired nurse is Judy Inman. She saw the coverage of Craig's disappearance on the television and recognized him. 2 weeks after Craig vanished, Judy was traveling from Montana to Washington on a train when she saw a disheveled-looking man on board. She recalled when the man first got on the train, 2 drunks were harassing him. She saw the man walking down the aisle clearly looking for something. He then said he had to get back to the fish and kept saying it over and over again. The man talked about a big building with big tanks where they kept the fish, and that the fish were not from America. Being a retired nurse, Judy Inman knew that there was something wrong with the man. She knew that he was not drunk or mentally ill. Judy was able to determine that he definitely had some sort of head injury because she had taken care of patients like that in the past. After hearing what Judy had said, Christine was convinced that the man on the train was indeed Craig, especially because of his ramblings about the fish from out of state. She also believed he was headed to Washington because they had initially met there. Christine packed up everything she would need and traveled to Washington. She also packed a bag for Craig in the outside chance that she found him. Christine set off on a 6-week odyssey, paralleling Judy Inman's train route from Whitefish, Montana to Portland, Oregon. Christine photographed all the train stations along the way and went to various locations along the train route that Judy Inman and the man were on. On December 26, 1993, Christine met Judy Inman in person for the first time and showed her the photographs of each train station along the route. Judy believed that the man resembling Craig had gotten off at Wishram, Washington near the Oregon border. She recognized the building because it was small and she remembered the color. Christine believed that Craig might have mistaken Wishram for Washoigle. Washoigle is a town that Craig had lived in during the 1980s. Craig's son went to Wishroom and plastered the area with this poster, but no new clues surfaced. Unfortunately, no trace of Craig was found. Christine then talked about how difficult it was going back to the farm in Wisconsin empty-handed. "It was absolutely terrible to drive back here after looking for Craig for the 6 weeks that I did. This place was so cold and empty. Everywhere I looked, things reminded me of Craig all the time. I can't give up. I will never give up. I will just constantly look for him, until I am no longer alive or he is found. Those are the only 2 options. I know he is alive. and I know someday I will find him. The trouble is, I do not know when, and I just have to keep hanging on. The hardest part is hanging on. Investigators suspected that Craig may have staged his disappearance based on how his credit cards were left in plain sight. They also noted that his rental car had beard clippings in it. Lab technicians determined that they had been cut with scissors, suggesting that he was changing his appearance. He had $25,100 cash with him when he vanished. He and Christine also had put all of their money into the farm and borrowed another $400,000. Finally, his bus seemed ill-equipped to bring fish back from Colorado. It had no tanks, fish food, or coolers. On May 25, 1994, Craig's disappearance was covered on Unsolved Mysteries. They described him as a 49-year-old man, 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing 8 pounds 190. He had gray hair and blue eyes. They also showed television footage of Craig. It was filmed in Wisconsin in February of 1993, 6 months before Craig disappeared. In a surprising twist, Craig saw a re-airing of a broadcast about his disappearance in July of 1995 while living in Key West, Florida. He claimed that he had been mugged in Colorado Springs and developed amnesia, which was worsened by the concussion he had suffered a month before he disappeared. According to Craig, he couldn't remember much from the attack, but he woke up in a hospital under the name Ron. He said that he wandered aimlessly throughout the United States before ending up in Key West, where he found work as a diver. Craig eventually contacted both Christine and his ex-wife, though he did not remember them. Despite the confusion, Christine and Craig were reunited shortly afterward. The two later traveled to Colorado Springs in hopes of triggering his memory, but the trip proved unsuccessful. Despite their efforts, the couple decided to divorce but remained friends. Craig moved to California to stay with friends, while Christine relocated to Wyoming. However, investigators remained suspicious of Craig's claims of amnesia, suggesting that he may have staged his disappearance to escape debts and the responsibilities of running his new business. What do you think about this case? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Lyle. Suzanne Lyle, known to her friends, family, and colleagues as Susie, was an exceptionally intelligent, thoughtful, and compassionate individual. Her passion for technology and aptitude in computer science were tragically interrupted by her mysterious disappearance in March of 1998. This unexplained and untraceable vanishing has left everyone who knew her, both in life and through online communities, searching for answers, overwhelmed by a sea of evidence that has only fueled doubt. Over the years, both amateur sleuths and professional investigators have poured countless hours into exploring every possible lead, trying to uncover that one crucial clue that could reveal the truth behind Susie's disappearance. However, these efforts, along with the evidence collected, have often done more to confuse than to clarify, leaving the mystery unsolved and open for anyone willing to take on the challenge. In an effort to offer a more grounded explanation based on observable evidence and careful analysis, we now turn to the case of Suzanne Lyle and the lingering mystery surrounding Collins Circle. Suzanne Lyle was born on April 6, 1978, in Saratoga Springs, New York, as the youngest of 3 children to parents Doug and Mary, who hadn't initially planned for a third child but happily embraced Susie into their family. From a young age, Susie was a quiet and shy girl, yet profoundly introspective. She formed a close bond with her older brother, Stefan, but at school, Susie tended to keep to herself, rather than building a wide circle of friends. Despite her quiet nature, Susie developed a deep understanding of human behavior and expressed it through her poetry. Her passion was so intense that she would sometimes rush out of a shower with water still running just to record her latest inspiration. This sensitivity extended into the realm of science and technology, where Susie would spend her days researching and building gadgets from scratch during the night. In high school, she discovered a love for computers and the internet, connecting with fellow tech enthusiasts on message boards. She eventually joined a computer club at a local coffee shop, where she met Richard Condon, a like-minded intellectual and fellow computer whiz. Over the next few years, Susie and Richard grew very close. Even after Richard left high school a couple of years before Susie, they maintained a romantic relationship despite their age difference. In 1996, Susie graduated from her local high school and enrolled at the State University of New York at Oneonta to study computer science. However, after just 1 year, Susie found the coursework insufficiently challenging for her intellectual abilities, leading her to transfer to the State University of New York at Albany, also known as SUNY Albany, to pursue a more rigorous academic path. Doug and Mary believed Susie transferred to Albany primarily to be closer to Richard, who lived nearby. Doug described Richard as being mature for his age, while Mary felt he could be somewhat controlling in their relationship. Despite this, Susie maintained her independence, working 2 off-campus jobs at local computer stores, including a Babbage's game shop in the Crossgates Mall in Guilderland, New York. As the winter of 1998 passed, everything seemed normal for Susie and the Lyle family. Doug and Mary were content as empty nesters, watching their 3 children achieve their goals and move forward in life. Susie successfully balanced her classes, work, and relationship while continuing to pursue her passion for computers. All seemed well despite the occasional school-related stress. However, in March of 1998, an unexpected sense of unease began to spread, affecting not just Susie, but also her family and friends. Back in 1993 or 1994, Susie met Richard online and joined his computer club at a local coffee shop in New York. They entered a relationship during high school, which lasted for several years. Though their relationship faced a few rocky moments, it never reached a point of hostility or severe conflict. In the summer of 1997, Susie transferred from Oneonta State University to the University at Albany to pursue more challenging courses and to be closer to Richard. Later that year, in the fall of 1997, she took on a couple of jobs to supplement her income. Shortly after the start of 1998, Susie confided in an anonymous coworker at the mall that she felt as if she was being stalked by someone she didn't recognize. Despite her hunch, Susie showed little fear or anxiety and never provided further details to the coworker or her family. On Valentine's Day, Susie's mother, Mary, drove her to Richard's house for a quick stop. Mary suspected that Susie might have been delivering a Dear John letter in preparation for a breakup, believing that Susie's growing tension could have been due to seeing someone else. However, the identity of this person remained unknown. Throughout the remaining days of February 1998, Susie worked at Babbage's under considerable stress due to her upcoming exams. She often appeared tense and in various moods around her boss at the shop. On March 1st that year, Mary spoke with Susie for the last time. Mary recalls that Susie was concerned about her finances and was waiting for her next paycheck to arrive. When Mary offered to help her financially, Susie declined the offer. On the morning of March 2nd, Susie completed the important exam she had been anxious about in the previous weeks. Either just before or after the exam on that same day, Susie withdrew her usual $20 from an ATM near the bus terminal at Collins Circle, which was her typical stop before heading to work. Later that afternoon, on March 2nd, Susie made another uncharacteristic ATM withdrawal. Around the time her shift at Babbage's began at Crossgates Mall, Susie withdrew another $20 from a machine located near the store. When Susie clocked in for work at 4 p.m., she seemed calmer than she had in recent months, according to her manager. Everything appeared normal, and at about 8 p.m., the manager of Babbage's left for the day, leaving Susie to finish her shift as usual. Unbeknownst to the manager, this would be the last time he would have contact with her. Around 9:20 p.m., a nighttime security guard in the back lot of Crossgates Mall couldn't confirm with complete certainty that he saw Susie leave the store but mentioned that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, even though the employee exit area was poorly lit. It's understood that at that time, Susie boards a Capital District Transportation Authority bus headed towards campus, profiled by the bus driver at the time. This is the last confirmed sighting of Suzanne Lyle before her disappearance. After a 25-minute commute at 9:45 p.m., the bus makes its scheduled stop at Collins Circle. The driver at the time could not remember if Susie had exited, though a friend of hers claimed she saw her get off the bus and walk away. This would be the last unconfirmed sighting of Suzanne. The next morning, on March 3rd, Susie's boyfriend, Richard, makes a call to her parents, informing them that he never received a call or email from Susie the night before, after returning from work, and couldn't reach contact with her. Just a few hours pass by before Doug and Mary contact SUNY Albany campus police to officially announce that Susie is missing. The campus police do not immediately react, however, and say periods of absence for college students is common. One of the officers attended Susie's next class to look for her, but she never arrives. At 4 p.m. on March 3rd, Mary has the idea to call Susie's bank and inquire about her spending history. The bank reveals that Susie's bank account had been accessed as an undisclosed ATM machine mere minutes before Mary's phone call. The amount taken was Susie's normal withdrawal of $20, but the location wouldn't be known until the next day. The morning of March 4th, Susie's bank calls Mary again to inform her that the location paying for the ATM came through and was recorded by a machine at Stewart's Shop convenience store in Albany, a few miles away from campus and in a part of town rarely visited by Susie. When the mail arrives later on March 4th, Mary Lyle discovers a birthday card from none other than Susie herself. It seems like a normal gesture, but the timing is certainly peculiar and a bit unsettling, as Susie included a note that said "See you soon" inside the card. On March 5th, after attending another one of Susie's classes in which she was unaccounted for, the case had become an anomaly compared to most missing college student profiles and calls in New York State Police to assist in the impending search. In the following weeks, during heavy police investigation, Richard Condon is interviewed, but quickly understood as innocent. Richard provides an alibi for the night of March 2nd in which he was playing video games with another friend. Police also interviewed the bus driver on Susie's route to and from work, who says he remembered Susie get on the bus in the evening and was for certain she didn't get off at the last stop at night, but wasn't sure if she did indeed exit the bus at Collins Circle. A few weeks of analysis of the ATM withdrawal also lead police to unrelated security camera footage of an unidentified man shopping at Stewart's Shop convenience store. Around the time of Susie's account usage, the man was wearing a bull cap and jacket, and a sketch of his face was shown to the public. His profile titled, "The Nike Man." In May of 1998, authorities discover Susie's name tag from Babbage's in a parking lot on the SUNY campus, 90 feet from the bus stop. However, it's never determined how long the tag had been lying there, and police recover zero traces of DNA or other forensics. Later that year, the supposed night man from the police sketch comes forward and cooperates with investigators, in which he is interviewed regarding the events of Miles III. His story removes any suspicion and is quickly dropped as either a witness or suspect. Despite endless searches and efforts over the next 20 years, no new evidence or leads turn up. The most recent development in the case is in 2016, when Mary Lyle teams up with local experts in detailed underwater mapping after she repeatedly felt odd feelings while driving over the Crescent Bridge on top of Mohawk River. Unfortunately, nothing of significance is reported, and the disappearance of Suzanne Lyle remains cold as of this moment. When dissecting the entire case, the most scrutinized and heavily referenced pieces of evidence are the ATM withdrawals and complete mystery regarding who exactly accessed the machine with both Susie's debit card and the respective personal identification number. The most glaring detail with this case point is the time in which it happened. Somebody accessed Susie's account well after she was last seen. This alone makes little sense. If Susie was robbed and then kidnapped, why would the culprit wait almost 24 hours before actually using her debit card? It's been clarified that only 2 people knew the exact PIN for the bank account, which was Susie herself and Richard, her boyfriend. However, while this seems suspicious on the surface, it wouldn't take too much coercion for a kidnapper or perpetrator to coax the information from Susie if she was held captive. That's not the only strange aspect of the ATM ordeal, though. Doug and Mary Lyle were certain the location of the ATM at an Albany convenience store in a different part of the town was nowhere near the usual routes Susie took to either work or leisure activities. It wasn't a popular place for purchases made by fellow SUNY students either. The clerk of Stewart's shop did not recognize Susie's picture and didn't remember seeing her on March 3rd or any day prior. Police thought they had the ATM mini-mystery solved when they viewed CCTV footage at Stewart's shop and noticed a suspicious figure who walked inside of the convenience store. Around the same time, the ATM machine was operated under Susie's account. This spawned the Nike Man suspect and conspiracy theories, but ended up being nothing more than circumstantial theory and rumored racial profiling. Of course, the frustrating part about the CCTV footage and the ATM use is the fact that the cameras do not actually cover the ATM machine itself. Instead, they are positioned above the counter inside of the store. Thus, anyone can use the ATM without exposing their identity. This introduces a complication in Susie's case. Not only are we unable to definitively identify who was using her information, but it's important to consider that the location might have been deliberately chosen by the individual involved, whether it was a kidnapper or even Susie herself. The user may have been aware that this particular ATM protected anonymity, allowing only GPS tracking to reveal the location, without facial profiling. While the ATM issue is certainly a significant aspect of the case, it often leads to more confusion and conspiracy rather than providing any conclusive information. However, it does suggest that whoever was involved was taking risks on March 3rd at 4 p.m. Since Susie's disappearance, the ATM situation has raised countless theories, and her name tag was even discovered in a parking lot near Collins Circle. The most widely discussed theory revolves around Susie's longtime boyfriend, Richard Condon, despite his alibi clearing him of any suspicion. However, many case followers continue to trust their instincts, pointing out that Richard was the only person who knew Susie's bank PIN and would likely be familiar with her $20 withdrawal pattern. That said, as previously noted, it's possible that Susie could have been coerced into revealing the PIN, and it doesn't make sense for Richard to leave such a glaring clue if he were involved. Because many cases of kidnapping and murder involve individuals close to the victim, Richard became an easy target for suspicion due to his close relationship with Susie. Their initial meeting online raised immediate concerns for Susie's parents. Doug Lyle described Richard as an exceptionally intelligent and mature individual, deeply committed to his relationship with Susie. However, Mary Lyle viewed him as overly possessive and controlling, often checking in on Susie in the evenings and even accessing her computer, an action that many would consider an invasion of privacy. Some online theorists went as far as to suggest that Richard might have hacked the Stewart's shop ATM from his computer in an attempt to mislead investigators. Despite these concerns, Susie never openly complained about Richard's behavior or his persistent attention. Police, while not entirely dismissing Richard as a potential suspect, continued their investigation. A couple of months after the case began and when other theories began to falter, investigators tried to conduct a second round of interviews with Richard. However, he refused to participate without a lawyer present and declined to take a lie detector test. With no solid evidence linking Richard to Susie's disappearance, authorities decided to move forward with the investigation, although some persistent theorists, both online and in person, saw Richard's refusal to cooperate as an indication of guilt. On the other hand, it's important to consider that Richard had fully cooperated during the first round of questioning, which complicates the interpretation of his actions. Police questioning is not an enjoyable process, and having to deal with a heated interrogation with an already established alibi couldn't have been very helpful to the search anyways. Polygraph tests are also incredibly unreliable and often inaccurate. It would make sense for Richard to fear that his own anxieties and nerves bubbling up during an interview would skew the lie detector test and falsely imply his guilt, a common issue seen in criminal investigations throughout the years. When one thinks about the point in which police went back to Richard, it becomes obvious that after the night man's suspect fell through, authorities were desperate for a concrete lead or new suspect and figured Richard to be a probable receptor. In the end, Richard maintained his innocence throughout the process, eventually remarried and moved on from the case entirely. A couple of other potential suspects were considered at one point or another, although both were cleared almost as fast as they were encumbered. One of the suspects wasn't actually profiled as a specific person, but instead, hypothetically drew up from a very similar case exactly 13 years prior to Susie's disappearance. In March 1985, Another sunny Albany undergraduate student named Karen Wilson was last seen getting off a public transit bus 1 mile away from campus. Much like Susie's vanishing, an intense search bore no evidence or traces of Karen, leaving the case just as cold. When combing through other criminal records in the upstate New York area, police also came across documents from an anonymous convicted rapist who just so happened to be on the move at the exact same time Susie disappeared. However, upon extraditing the felon from Illinois back to New York for questioning, he revealed a solid alibi and was excluded from any further consideration. Another convicted criminal was reckoned to be a suspect 7 years later in 2005, when a man named John Reagan faced trial for attempted abduction of a female high school student in 1993. The kidnapping occurred on the streets close to Saratoga Springs High School, just a short distance away from the Lyles' hometown of Ballston Spa. Both Susie's parents and investigators thought the similarities of the cases were peculiar and attempted to question John about any possible involvement. Unfortunately, John refused to discuss any outside cases with authorities and ended up in jail for his own crime. Police skeptically crossed his name off the list. One of the biggest theories churned from the mystery is one that many people are afraid to consider and do not want to discuss: the fact that Suzanne Lyle might have left on her own accord. While there is no explicit evidence that confirms such a belief, it must be considered in a case with no solid rhyme or reason. Susie was a very private person with little social interaction. She had her boyfriend, her family members and her co-workers, but that was about it, at least to our knowledge. It's important to remember, she spent a lot of time on the internet connecting virtually to a whole other community. That's how she met Richard in the first place, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that she met others in anonymous message boards. What if she met a group of people that persuaded her to leave? While incredibly unlikely, there wasn't anything forcing her to stay in the Albany area. In the same vein, Susie's mother said multiple times that Susie was living paycheck to paycheck and specifically worried about her funds in the days leading up to her disappearance. Mary even tried to loan a little money, but Susie was quick to reject the offer. Another internet-related possibility was Susie found an alternative method to make money or received an offer she couldn't refuse from someone out there in the web. If it were far away from home, she would most certainly need a little money to supplement the journey, which would explain the frequent ATM withdrawals both on the 2nd and on the March 3rd. Everyone wants to say that someone must have coaxed the account PIN from Susie and used the machine themselves. But because Susie was one of only 2 people to know the security number, it was Susie herself to make the withdrawals. Both Doug and Mary Lyle agreed that their daughter was a creature of habit and wouldn't venture away from a normal way of life, which on one hand explains the consistency of the $20 money orders, but also makes one question why she'd make such a drastic decision to leave home as well. It would also be very cold-hearted to leave without telling a single soul, but to also send her mother a birthday card promising to see her soon. On the other hand, it's more likely that Susie had a secret mission only she knew about and was kidnapped or worse, somewhere along the way. She very easily could have wanted to remain quiet about an errand or internet-related task, but ran into trouble without anyone knowing. This would still explain the random ATM usage and why she disappeared without a trace while leaving her possessions behind. The one argument against such a claim and the biggest wrinkle in the entire Suzanne Lyle case is the employee name tag found in the parking lot near Collins Circle 2 months after the disappearance. If Susie left on her own accord, why in the world would she or her kidnapper come back to sunny Albany campus to place her name tag near the place she was last seen? The only reasonable thought is Susie dropped it off after departing the bus and rewriting to another destination other than her dorm. Considering the parking lot in which the tag was found is in the opposite direction of Susie's living quarters, some reports have stated the name tag found isn't even the one she would have been wearing the night she works last. It's also peculiar that the clue wasn't even discovered until 2 months after she went missing. If the sunny Albany campus was combed by investigators as rigorously as they maintained it was, the whole scenario is as mind-boggling as the case itself, leaving most theories up in the air. When looking at the big picture, it's nearly impossible to confidently give forth a solid conclusion regarding Suzanne Lyle's mysterious disappearance. However, taking everything into consideration, only one theory truly makes sense. Susie was taken by someone only she knew, anonymous to even her closest friends and family. This hypothesis stems from two major clues hinted at by Susie's co-workers and her mother. The co-worker revealed early on in the search that Susie had mentioned she felt she was being followed by an unknown figure, but wasn't worried, meaning it could have been someone she either vaguely recognized or wasn't even sure it was a stalker. Then Mary Lyle shared she believed Susie had been seeing someone outside of Richard due to a little bit of strange behavior and the crumbling connection with her ex-boyfriend. Both propositions are quite possible, and while neither can be confirmed, they would both play intricate roles in a possible kidnapping and could easily be connected to one another. How did Susie know this theoretical person, the internet? Records indicate that police did a technical analysis of Susie's computer, but whether or not they sourced her browsing history or frequented message boards is unknown. Even if they did, it's not difficult to hide virtual relationships that aren't tethered to a physical hard drive. If Susie was indeed stirring something up with somebody, she wanted to keep a secret. The internet was probably her only communication. Inclusion of the fact that Susie was incredibly gifted with computer science and a long-time internet user only legitimates this theory. She could have hidden this information from Richard, who had access to her files and took the secret with her. We've also concluded that the prime mystery at Collins Circle didn't actually happen at Collins Circle at all, instead happening as an unspecific location between the Crossgates Mall and sunny Albany campus. This conclusion arises from the lack of assurance in supposed eyewitness sightings of Susie after she clocked off work. The night security guard at the mall said nothing was out of the ordinary in the back employee parking lot, and the bus driver of the specific vessel that picked up Susie on the night of March 2nd confirmed that he saw her get on board at 9:20 p.m. However, the assurances stopped after that. The bus driver never remembers Susie exiting the bus at Collins Circle, but knows she got off before the last stop. In addition, the student who claims to have seen Susie on campus at 9:45, the night she vanished, only thought she saw Susie and was interviewed an entire 48 hours after the fact. These wobbly, unsure sightings are too fragile to believe with certainty. In terms of after boarding the bus, we believe Susie met with a contact in the Albany suburbs and was either abducted that night or sometime during the following day. She was most likely meeting a secret lover or virtual friend, probably needing money to explain her random withdrawals throughout the afternoon, and then was forced to take out more the following day after the suspect showed their true colors. The ATM withdrawals on March 3rd suggest a strategic plan by the perpetrator, who likely chose an ATM without reliable security footage. By using the steward's shop's hidden machine, out of sight from CCTV, the individual may have ensured the withdrawal would not be easily traced. We believe Susie was still alive at that point and was the one to enter her bank PIN, as it was only entered incorrectly once, and the usual $20 was withdrawn. After that moment, under the control of her captor, Susie's fate took a darker turn. She never returned to campus, and her dormitory tap card was not used after March 2nd. Regarding the name tag found in the sunny Albany parking lot, we theorize that the perpetrator, having learned that this was Susie's last confirmed location, returned months later to place the name tag near the Collins Circle bus stop. By doing so, they likely intended to mislead authorities and keep them on the wrong trail. While this may seem like an elaborate scheme, the clues suggest a deliberate attempt to divert attention from the true circumstances. We believe Susie intended to return to her normal life after the interaction with the assumed stranger, as she had expressed in a birthday card to her mother. See you soon. While the mystery surrounding her disappearance remains unsolved, it's important to avoid speculating beyond what is known. Susie's parents, through their grief, have focused on the positives and have pushed for improvements in the investigation of missing persons cases. They continue to advocate for necessary changes in state and federal laws, ensuring that more time and resources are allocated to cases like Susie's. Efforts to raise awareness for missing persons cases, particularly for those in Susie's age group, have become just as crucial as advocating for young children. It is regular people like us who can make a difference by supporting these programs and contributing to the fight against the increasing number of disappearances. We share this story because we believe it can help bring attention to Susie's case, raise awareness, and potentially uncover new clues or leads that could propel the investigation forward. Until Susie is found, she will remain a symbol of inspiration and remembrance. It's important to remember that before her case gained widespread attention, Susie was a person, a woman with a promising future in computer science, destined to be a leader in technological advancements in the 21st century. She was quietly brilliant, with an intelligence that set her apart from her peers. Her passion for poetry and creativity sparked a light in everyone she encountered, and we hope that light will shine again soon. Until then, the search continues as we persist in our efforts to bring answers to the mystery of Suzanne Lyle and the events at Collins Circle. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.